green light, go, go, go.
No worries, Clorpta, just getting stuff, letting the server even out. You know how it likes to misbehave whenever you first join. Well, here we are. The very beginning of what is to be a very long broadcast. The longest that I have ever done. But still very, very excited to get started. Very thankful to have the opportunity here with the 24 Hours in Hell powered by Xbox Community League and Aztec Racing in support of the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. We're here, the 22-kilometer Nordschleife Endurance track, comprising of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, aka the Green Hell, and the Nürburgring Grand Prix track, the Formula One Grand Prix track, the Grand Prix Strecke. But a 45-minute practice session, about 40 minutes left in this practice session before we get started here with the green flag. Qualifying has already been done. Qualifying has already been done with the 2.4-hour qualifier that I streamed last weekend. But on board with Super Swede number 2, Wasp the second at the helm of that car. But we will be green flag within the hour. It will be the short formation lap. Just a few things getting ironed out before we get started. So, at least what should be the mostly complete entry list. AMG Motorsport in the 2020 AMG GT3 Mercedes. managed by Lucas 5007. Lucas 5007 driving that car, as well as XI62S, a 2-driver team there. Then we have Aztec Racing official team with Takafusa Han. They are driving the BMW M4 GT3 number 28 with Takafusa Han and UGC Luke, SRT Hitman, and Lino Senna at the helm of that car. DITF, with DITF Marcy managing that team, driving the number 2 McLaren 720S, with Olsak Marcy at the helm of that car. One of our 3 solo efforts tonight, 2 in GT3, 1 in GT4. Euro Titans Endurance number 313, driving the obviously number 313 BMW M4 GT3, with Zirconium, the team manager for that team. Scano, driver number 1 with Zirconium. Peninsula, Giles, Wilson, and Tyler, one of our 6 driver entries. Fabi Ist Schuld Motorsports with Ragnar, the team manager, also driving the BMW M4 GT3 number 406. With Hyperline, Ragnar, and LGX Chris, a 3-driver effort there. Fatch GT with Shumi Niels in the Ferrari 296 GT3 number 23. Respect Pappy, Awesome Prawn, Shumi Niels, Basp W, and Menser Croder, a 5-driver effort there. GHR K1 Esports with K1 Jupiter in that BMW M4 GT3, Jupiter being the team manager there. In the number 115 car, Riley Blunt, Castro F1 Bumblebees, and FRC Billy at the helm in that car. Giaco Speed Motorsport with Juicy 2010 managing that team. In the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo number 88, Juicy 07 will be driving that car, and that is our 2nd GT3 solo effort. GRL Motorsport number 98 with Nico Lausch driving the Aston Martin Vantage, EK8H, Gipfil As, F1 Turboent, and D Blekdos at the helm in that car. And I believe, actually no, Nico Lausch is the driver for the 2nd GRL Motorsport, the number 99 team, headed by Alex MG. The number 99 Aston Martin with GRL Motorsport being driven by Nico Lausch, Alex MG, and TSW Punk. They are one of the top teams to be looking at tonight, as they have exceptional pace in that Aston Martin. We'll go on board with them now, as they are still on the GP section of the track at the Dunlop Hairpin. Northern Lights Racing Team with Juvalainen managing that team. The McLaren 720S GT3 for them, number 71. Juvalainen, Hope Blue, GSW, GDP, Arctic in that vehicle. Orion Racing with Jumbo Jimbo managing that team. A Ferrari 296 for them, number 548, with Mad Genk, Masi Kajo, and Aiden, a 3-driver effort there. Schwitzer Motorsport with Irish managing that team, Irish being one of the admins for Aztec Racing. They are driving the Ford Mustang GT3, a very strong car that we saw in the 2.4-hour qualifier. With Irish, Silth GB, MCR 420 MCR, and Kai, a 4-driver effort there, aptly named number 444, aptly numbered number 444. Super Swede Racing, there are 2 Super Swede Racing teams. Super Swede Racing number 1, with Ninja managing both of the Super Swede teams. Ninja driving in the number 113 with OG FX1 T7 MF1 KS3. I may miss some sort of meaning with that name. And right carts in that car. Super Swede number 2 with Wasp the second in that number 213 Ferrari. Chevio Delaval, Wienity, and Liam Mainwaring are driving that car. Team Titans number 314 and another BMW. Quite a few BMWs tonight. They do have the majority share of the vehicles on the grid, those BMW GT3s. Yente Bars, the manager of that team. Yente Bars driving alongside German Wonder and Marswall in that BMW. Throttle Junkies Racing Team with Elite Cassie managing that team, another BMW M4 GT3, number 114, with Elite Cassie, Grim Reaper, and Duckfart driving that BMW. United E-Racing with O Tesaurus. We will have them on the broadcast later on this evening or afternoon, morning, wherever you are, what time it is for you. Number 91 BMW M4 with Tesaurus, Bob Hidalgo, Fitted Manager, Ghost, Legendarius, and Incident, a 6-driver team. Then the 2 Velocity Endurance Racing teams, the top team being headed by Taxec, or I say top team, top on my list, but the Porsche definitely showed some pace in the qualifier. Velocity Endurance BMW, the number 991 BMW, Bad Joker driving that car with Taxec, Carl Charles, BBR Sanders, BBR Oakley, and Silver Arrow. I would like to have the money counter. I tried a lot of different ways to get the money counter to work, but I was unable to get a money counter to start. At least not with the service and things that I stream with. The VRC... Actually, let me get back to Velocity Endurance. The second Velocity Endurance car, the Velocity Endurance Porsche, headed by Mr. Haza, our firefighter, and one of the guys who I believe may be racing tonight. I'm not sure if he's out fighting fires or if he is, or if he's going to be racing tonight. But Mr. Haza, MSC Albini, FG Pac-Man, Roy Mary, PRC Autista, and HP 455 in that Porsche. The solo Porsche in GT3. Next, the VRC Competizione BMW M4 with Cappy 71 managing that team, the number 878 BMW. Cappy 71, Mick Rowley, Macedo, and Dr. Knock are driving in that BMW. And then the exclusive esports pro teams, headed by Clorpta in the chat now. Fazzy Binks managing the number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 GT3 with Ringmaster, Cozy Learner, Fazzy Binks, and Derek's driving that Ferrari. And then the exclusive esports number 788 headed by Clorpta with Patrick Sagic, Zidane 9 Devet, Marshall 88 Moss, Kyle Williams, and Radioactive driving in that number 788. Clorpta, what are you driving? You are on here. You're driving the 788, or are you driving for a different team? Nope, no, you're driving in GT4. Never mind. Well, getting on with GT4, Brins Backenspreitzer in the Mercedes-AMG GT4, headed by Justin Harvey. Number 89 Mercedes, with JT Harvey, D. Hansen, Salzberger, Sipafi, and Null Sniper driving that GT4. Mad Lad team in the Porsche Cayman Club Sport GT4. Clorpta, I think you may have messed up the spreadsheet. All the Porsches just say Club Sport, but I believe that is going to be the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Ty Register managing that team with that number 13 Porsche Cayman. Party till we pass out the solo entry with that Mad Lad aptly named GT4. NRW Performance, they were the pole sitter in GT4 at the end of the 2.4-hour qualifier last weekend. Free Tommy, the manager for that team, the number 777, very lucky number there, win that Camaro GT4. Free Tommy, HSR Storm, Torch Germany, Boa Migran, and Out of Gaming, a 5-driver effort in that Camaro. Pixel Motorsport in the BMW M4 GT4, headed by Yannick, number 315 BMW. Dennis Wise, Yannick, Such Berater, F2 Philip, and Lakids, I believe. They have an X in place of a vowel. Very cool there. Pro Endurance Team in the Porsche GT4 Club Sport, headed by Victor Jedrzejczyk. Number 157, that Porsche. Jedrzejczyk, Mr. John, Mickey Ziolo, TTV, Luca the Snip, the drivers in that car. The Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4, headed by El Bambino, number 888, that GT4. El Bambino, Thron Mikuni, Nint McFukes. Very interesting name there. That is a 3-driver effort in that GT4. And then all of the Old Goats teams, the Old Goats AMG, the Old Goats McLaren, the Old Goats Porsche, and the Old Goats Vantage. Starting off with the Old Goats AMG, Quark Daddy leading that team, the number 40 Mercedes AMG GT4. Quark Daddy, Bobalicious, Bass Monkey, Silent Furious, Chris EHV SS, and High Caliber in that Mercedes GT4. In the McLaren, WOR Vettel in that McLaren 570S GT4. Number 43, WOR Vettel, Stanford Justice, and Bimmer M340i driving that McLaren 570S GT4. How many cars are in the session currently? We have 28 cars in the session so far. I doubt that we would have some people that would register for a 24-hour and not show up for it, but I believe that it may not be completely out of discussion. The Old Goats Porsche, headed by Matt Cooper. Number 41 Porsche, Matt Cooper, Rosso 303, Clorpta, Space KC, Panzer Bureau, and Niles 44 driving that Porsche GT4. Are there 30 in now? There are 30 in now. Awesome. We just have a few more teams to go. And then last but not least, the Old Goats Vantage GT4, headed by Clint Rands, the Aston Martin Vantage GT4, number 42, with Clint Rands, Red Fox, Klongkling, Scary 68, and Golden Beaver in that Aston Martin. So, 24-hour race tonight, GT3 and GT4, 65-minute stint timers. There are no stop timers, so it is in and out as quick as you can get in and out. There is no mandatory stop time, no pulling in and sitting for 3 minutes waiting. And there is a lot of weather today, very, very variable weather. We are expecting a lot of rain, but there is a chance of a dry track as Nico Lash in the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin almost going off in practice. And the run down towards Hatzenbach. We have drivers from all over the world competing in this event. I believe, actually, I think Time Zone Racing may not be on this. Let me go make sure that I get Time Zone Racing. I'm not sure if they have joined the session yet, but they are from Australia, an Australian team. They have joined the session. We can't assume that their ping will be pretty high, but Time Zone Racing with Shadow Gaming leading that team. They are the second Porsche 992 GT3R, number 628. Shadow Gaming 628 and Sociable Jewel will be driving that car for Time Zone Racing. A two-man effort there. Will be a very long race for them. I do not believe that I have missed any teams. But the qualifying order in GT3, GRL Motorsport on top with exclusive esports number 787, Starting in P2, Fabius Schuld Motorsport in P3. Team Titans number 314 P4. Super Swede Racing number 2. Number 213 in P5. United E-Racing in P6. Fatch GT P7. Euro Titans Endurance P8. Super Swede Racing Team number 1 P9. Exclusive Esports P10. Exclusive Esports number 788, that is, in P10. AMG Motorsport number 4 P11. Orion Racing P12. VRC Competizione P13. Schwitzer Motorsport P14. Velocity Endurance Racing P15. Northern Lights Racing Team P16. GRO Motorsport P17. Throttle Junkies Racing Team P18. Giaco Speed Motorsport P19. Velocity Endurance Racing Team number 991 in P20. Aztec Racing number 28 P21. DITF Racing P22. Time Zone Racing Team number P23 and GHRK1 Esports bringing the rear of the field in GT3. In GT4, NRW Motorsports on pole with Brimsback and Spreitzer Racing in P2. The Old Goats Vantage number 42 in P3. The Old Goats AMG P4. Pro Endurance Team P5. Pixel Motorsport P6. Schwitzer Motorsport P7. The Old Goats Porsche P8. Mad Lad, the Aston Martin solo effort there in P9. And the Old Goats McLaren in P10. A lot of vehicles out there. Over 130 drivers registered for this event, as we have about 20 minutes left in practice. And it has been a long time coming. A lot has gone into this event. And once again, this event is a charity fundraiser for the Wildlands Firefighter Foundation. In the chat, you should see a link for the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. We do not have a tracker for that link, but if you would like to donate and then let one of the admins from either the XCL server, the ATR server, or in the stream chat how much you've donated, we will try to keep a rough tally of the donations that have been made. The Wildland Firefighter Foundation is a charity foundation for firefighters that have either been injured or fallen in the line of duty fighting fires. It supports them, any medical expenses they may have, any funeral expenses that may be associated, and supporting the families after losing a loved one. Another link that you will see pop up in the stream chat is the link to the Xbox Community League website, the race directory, where you can see all of the events, the full grid, all of the drivers registered, what car they are in, the full rule set, and I believe more to come later on in that website. Also a trail back to the link for the stream. Another thing to note, the stream is also running on YouTube, and on the YouTube stream, it is where the permanent recording of the event will be held. This will be split into 3 parts, so there will be 3 different streams on the YouTube channel. But if you would like to follow along on the YouTube channel or have a family member that you would like to share the stream with, that would be the place to do so. Well, about 18-19 minutes left before we get ready for the formation lap and green flag. There's no way to know exactly what kind of weather we'll be looking at the green flag. But rain will be a topic all the way throughout the race. Pit strategy will be a topic. I'm extremely sad to hear that, F1 Phillip. What team were you driving with, F1 Phillip? And making it to the end in this, regardless, just finishing is a win in and of its own, and I believe that will be the That would be the big goal here, just finishing. That is a win in and of itself. Oh, the Pixel Motorsport teams, I believe what F1 Philip is saying is that the Pixel Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 is not going to be participating today, which is very unfortunate to hear. Well, it's a perfect time, actually, as if we can get on board with the GRL Motorsports Aston Martin, the pole-sitting Aston Martin, as they come through turn 2 and into the Mercedes arena. We will go on board and ride with a lap, heading now down to the Yokohama S, technically turn 3 of this very, very long, very many turns, very long circuit. Fighting against the rain, trying to gather as much grip as possible, heading down towards the Dunlop hairpin, hard on the brakes and down the gears as you hear that Aston Martin with the backfire slapping the RPM, and then we head back up towards the green hill into the Schumacher S. Just very carefully trying to keep that car together, trying to keep it off the curb as much as possible. No grip on the paint, no grip on the curbs. Very tall curbs here at all points of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, through the Ravenel curve and then towards the Bielstein curve, marked by the Bielstein graphics there on the outside. And then heading back up the hill, just a couple more corners left to go on the GP circuit, as we come through the Advan curve, or the Advan kink, up into the chicane to finish the GP lap, but where one would normally turn right and go to the final hairpin for the GP track, we take a left and head on to the Nordschleife, coming through Sabine Schmidt's curve now as we run down towards Hatzenbach. Very tricky corner here in the wet, just trying to balance the car on the throttle and brake as much as possible. Use all of the grip that you can now into Hatzenbach, trying to just get that car held together. Very technical section here through Hatzenbach. A lot of balance between the gearing, the throttle, and the brake, just to get that car rotated and to use all of the allotted grip. Now through Huck Eichen, a very tall curb on the inside that can be used, and now running up towards Flugplatz, the Quiddelbacher Hoa. Flugplatz, very tricky corner here, very quick in the dry, very treacherous in the wet, very easy to let the car slide out too wide. And now we are headed towards the next big corner here, very similar corner to Flugplatz, the left-hand kink of Schwedenkreuz. We can see the spray of the old Goats AMG GT4 head going wide at Schwedenkreuz. Very easy to do that. Going wide only sends you into the sand trap at the outside of Arenberg. Now into Foxhole. Very fun. My personal favorite section on the entire course, aside from Wipperman. But down the hill, you pretty much reach your top speed as you come into the compression, up a kink that is no longer there, but we still have it in this version, now into the chicane of Adenauer Forst. Very late apex into the first kink of the chicane, very early on the power, trying to get as much of a run out of that chicane as possible. Now we head towards the slightly technical left-hander of Metzgesfeld, just trying to stay off the inside curb, little bit of runoff, tiny amount of runoff at the outside. Now we head towards the almost hairpin of Kallenhard. A bit of camber here to use does help pull the car around nicely and spit you back out before we head to the small chicane before the Bear Siphon section. aka Miss Hit Miss, for those who are Jimmy Broadbent watchers. And the GRL Motorsport just too hard on the brakes, or too late on the brakes, going straight into broadside as we now will be heading up to our next straightaway section. Tricky here, especially in the wet, and then this looks to be, it is a faux cambered corner. It has camber going up but rounds off at the top, and that can very easily spit you out, get the rear end of the car loose. And then now we head into berg work. Nico Lausch trying desperately just to keep that car held together as we come around berg work now onto what I like to call the backstretch, noted by the kink of Kesselchen. You will know Kesselchen when you see the red and white curving on the inside, and there it is, a little wide for Nico Lausch here in the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin GT3. And now we head to the Bravery corner, very tricky section of mutt curve. A lot of counter steer, near opposite lock for Nico, just wrestling this car, trying to get it to the carousel. Coming out of Klostertal now and up to the carousel. Very tricky in the wet, kind of throw the car in, but a miss from Nico does dive back into the carousel. Very tricky conditions here in the wet, and the best conditions to practice in, because this is about as bad as it will get. No dry line visible on the track. All grip just has to be manufactured from the driver. And now we start the very technical section of the track. Hoe Oct, the right-hander here, before we head towards Wipperman, one of my personal favorite complexes on the entire circuit. Looking for the curb on the inside, a bit of runoff you can use, and then some more runoff at the outside. Now we head towards Eschbach and Brünchen. Brünchen being the right-hander after this right-hander, notably known as YouTube corner. An absolute fight for control for Nico here, trying to get this car wrangled around the circuit. Now we are up, almost through with the lap, almost out of the woods, quite literally, as by the time you get to the Dodinger Hoe, you will be with no trees. But Flonskarten takes a victim of Nico Lausch here, and that's going to finish the lap. After Flonskarten, it would have been Schwabenschwanz, the S's section, and then the Kleine Carousel before the Dodinger Hoe. Almost through with the lap, but a lot of conditions to deal with, making finishing a lap here tricky in and of itself. Less than 10 minutes left before this session is over and we get ready for the green flag. And I am extremely excited. Couple ground rules for myself. I will take short bathroom breaks throughout the stream, as I will have to be drinking a lot of water. But I do plan to be with you guys for the full 24 hours, and I will be notifying you guys if I do plan on taking any breaks. Let me get the correct overlay, and we will be good to go. Clorpta and Irish said that I am not allowed to go anywhere. That this is my prison for the next 26 hours. But if this is prison, then well, it must not be too bad. As the VRC Competizione lime green BMW dives into the pit lane, we will hop on board with the Super Swede number 2 Ferrari 296. As some drivers do seem to be having some issues if they are on the Xbox Series S. The biggest thing for this session is finishing on its own. But if we manage to make it through all of this session without any issues with servers or disconnections, that will be an absolute feat. If I get disconnected, we will stay live. I will not, or I may throw the red flag screen. So red flag protocol, let's talk about that a little bit. If we do lose the server, what will happen is we will red flag the session, freeze the field. I believe that does give lapped cars their laps back just because we don't have the capabilities to put cars lap down, but I am not 100% sure what all that would entail. But with the red flag, you would see this screen, which is the red flag screen. In the event of a red flag, I will just put this up, and you guys should still be able to hear me while this screen is up. But the coverage will not stop. We will keep going. As we are very quickly approaching our green flag. Some drivers and teams may be having some issues joining, as we are now down to 29 teams, back to 30 teams. Time Zone Racing, they will be noted by the bright red ping bar, as they are racing from quite literally the other side of the world. Hence their name, Time Zone Racing. I can only imagine what time it is for them going wide at the Advan Kink, as the track is noted as flooded and is going to be raining even harder. This is quite possibly the best conditions to have here in practice, as this is the worst that the track would get. Normally, in a 24-hour Nordschleife race, this session would be red flagged at this point and allow the weather to pass by, but not here. As we continue on. A couple teams that have maybe had some disconnections or are just resetting. On board with Mad Lad in the Aston Martin GT4 solo effort there. And if you think it's hard for me, at least it would be much harder to do this 24-hour race solo. I assume any time that you would have to go to the bathroom, you will just be very quickly jumping out of the rig and into the toilet, or it could be a toilet setup rig. I do not want to see any pictures if that is the case. No, thank you. And any drivers and teams that may be listening currently, or teammates of teams, we would appreciate if everyone could turn rain lights on during the rain, just to allow people behind. They should be able to see your spray, but they can't see your car through the spray. If teams and drivers would be able to communicate with each other to have rain lights turned on, we would greatly appreciate it. Less than 2 minutes before this session is over, we have almost all of our teams in the session. As we are on board with the Team Titans number 314 BMW M4 GT3. The Throttle Junkies Racing Team BMW M4 GT3. That, I believe, is the old GOAT's Porsche GT4 rolling out of the pit lane. And that it is. Again, the chatbot links will direct you to different places. There is a chatbot link for the charity foundation, as we are now grid set for the green flag here in the 24 Hours in Hell, powered by Xbox Community League and Aztec Racing. Here for the start, as I go to get all of my cameras and everything in order. Hopping on with Nico Lausch, our pole sitter in GT3. Minute and 20 seconds before we get rolling here in the start, or here for the start of the 24 Hours in Hell at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I would like to ask everyone to donate, if able, to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. That is the charity that we are raising funds for. If you do donate to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, just let one of the server admins, either for XCL or ATR, know, and they will communicate over to me, and we will try to keep a running tally of funds donated. Also, if it is your first time tuning in, if I would just ask if you would be able to throw me a follow, and if you would like to support future streams, consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it. Also, if you have any Amazon Prime accounts and you do not use your Twitch Prime subscription, that would be a great help to me as well. But here we are, Nico Lausch leading the field as we start this formation lap. Short formation lap as we head up to the line. And not much time to get those tires and brakes warmed up, especially here in the wet. But These drivers will do everything that they can to get these tires and brakes as warm as possible. It is a race, but it is not a race that is over on lap 1. Any moves to be made early are risky at best, especially here in the wet. The best thing to do is to just bring this car home, get through the first lap, allow the dust to settle and the field to spread out, and then from there do your best to control the positions from there as we get our 2x2 formation. And Nico Lausch leads the field to the start-finish line as we get ready to take the green flag here in the 24 Hours in Hell powered by the Xbox Community League and Aztec Racing. Nico Lausch does get a jump, crosses over, blocks the move from the number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296. And side by side, but 3 wide, the United E-Racing BMW looking for an early move, and one of the Super Swede Ferraris is around. Is Super Swede number 2 as the field is trying their best to cycle through the GT4 field as Super Swede number 2 drama early on, going all the way back to the rear of the field. The number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296, an early move on the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, and a swap of the lead very early on in this race. The rest of the field just trying to cycle their best through as the Super Swede number 2 Ferrari does find themselves at the back of the grid, and all of the GT4 traffic ahead that they will have to cycle through. The NRW Performance GT4 Camaro does stay out in the lead in GT4, and a small gap to the Brims-Backen-Spreitzer Mercedes AMG GT4 behind. The battle for the lead still raging as they come through Ravenel Curve and then into the Bielstein Curve. The GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, headed by Nico Lausch, trying to find all of the grip that they can as they come out of the Bielstein Curve and into the Ad Van Kink. Exclusive Esports with a early jump, trying to get that track position very early on as they now take the left turn onto the Nordschleife for the first time. The Exclusive Esports number 787 Ferrari leads the field onto the Nordschleife. Three-way battle for position for the final spot on the podium. Fabi Ischuld ahead of the Team Titans BMW and the I'll have to wait for the timing boards to update, but ahead of the Fatch GT Ferrari 296. So once we get to the next timing line, the scoreboard should update. Super Swede number 2 does find themselves ahead of Super Swede number 1, as there may have been an incident between the Super Swede number 1 and the Orion Racing, not Orion Racing, that is the Cassie BMW. Velocity Endurance Racing team in the pit lane currently. GRL Motorsport Aston Martin still following behind the number 787 Ferrari 296, and I think the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin has opened up a little bit of breathing room between themselves and the Ferrari. Fabi Ischuld has opened up a gap to the Team Titans BMW behind, but a big battle here. The two Super Swede Ferraris forming a Ferrari sandwich with the BMW of not VRC Competizione, but the Throttle Junkies BMW there with Cassie NL at the helm. Cozy Lerner leads the field in the Ferrari 296 as they come out of Adenauer Forest. The Fabi Ischuld Motorsport BMW does find themselves ahead of the Euro Titans number 313 but a gap has formed between the Fabius Shield BMW and the Team Titans BMW. The NRW Performance Camaro Z01 GT4R ahead of the Brims Backenspreitzer Mercedes AMG GT4. The Old Goats Porsche finds himself in P3 in GT4 with Pro Endurance Team in P4. A battle here between the Northern Lights Racing Team and Time Zone Racing Team. A team with some Finnish drivers going against the Oceanic Team from Australia as they come out of the hairpin, heading towards Miss Hit Miss now. Cozy Learner still ahead of the field as they are running towards Bergwerk. Trees obstructing the view slightly, but the battle still raging between the top two teams here. The gap has opened up, though, 1.4 seconds between the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari 296 and the number 99 Aston Martin GT3 of GRL Motorsport. The battle between the Fabi Shield Team Titan or Euro Titans Endurance and Fats GT GT3 cars very close. The Fats GT Ferrari looking to make a move as they head through Kesselchen and eventually up to Mutt Curve. Would be a very tricky spot for an overtake, but the field has lined out nicely. They have all seemed to have found their space on track for now, and now the race will officially commence. Velocity Esports, they, I believe, were in the pit lane. The Velocity BMW, I believe, with a late start, did start from the pit lane early. Velocity number 992 is at the back of the main pack of the field, but I know that they have some pace, so they will be closing that up. Do not expect them to be lagging behind for very long. Team Titans number 314 found themselves in P3 ahead of Fabi Shield Motorsport. And this battle here for P5 between the Euro Titans Endurance BMW and Fats GT Ferrari 296 is raging early as they are coming through Vipperman. That Ferrari does seem to have a pace advantage over the BMW, being driven by Scano now. Respect Happy and Scano in a battle here as they now head into Brunchen. BMW does get a bit of a run into Brunchen, but if that Fats GT Ferrari 296 is within slipstream range by the time they get to the Dottinger Hoa, it may be very hard to defend against that Ferrari. The United E-Racing BMW making their way past the NRW Performance Camaro GT4. Brims Backenspreitzer Mercedes GT4 still following behind the NRW Performance Camaro and the Old Goats Porsche in P3. A large gap to the next GT4 car in line. So the GT4 podium all on their own for now, and pace out of the gate for Cozy Learner in the Ferrari 296 GT3 as that gap has grown nearly 3 seconds between the Ferrari 296 and the Aston Martin, and then nearly 8 seconds of a gap between the P2 GRL Motorsport and P3 Team Titans BMW. Fabi Shield dropped down 1 spot from P3 to P4, and now a three-way battle here for position. Three-way battle for P5, the Euro Titans Endurance BMW, the Fats GT Ferrari 296, and the Orion Racing Ferrari 296, all in a slipstream train here. Will the BMW be able to hold them off as they head towards Tiergarten? The Fats GT Ferrari very, very close. Do they pull out of line and go for the move? Try it around the outside into Tiergarten. It's a very tricky move, but they may have the pace to close off that move. And the Fast GT Ferrari does barely get ahead, but now on the brakes, need to bring this car through Tiergarten and Hohenrain in one piece, and the Fast GT Ferrari does find themselves ahead of the Euro Titans Endurance BMW. Fast GT up into P5. Cozy Lerner leads the first lap in the 24 hours in hell of the 24-hour Nordschleife race that we have here, powered by Xbox Community League and Aztec Racing. Make sure that you check those Discord servers out if you are unfamiliar with them. They both have racing leagues. XCL, I know, does league racing every single day. As the field does their best to get spread out, the Euro Titans Endurance may try to have a response to the Fast GT Ferrari 296, but the Ferraris do seem to have some early pace here as we have now completed our first lap. The Schwitzer Mustang into the pits very, very early on. Is this a driver swap? Is this a scheduled pit stop? I do see a little bit of damage on the front of that car, so it may be early repairs for the Schwitzer Racing, or the Schwitzer Motorsport Ford Mustang. The only car in the pit lane currently, and the Brims-Backen-Spritzer Mercedes with a couple GT3s, the Northern Lights Racing and Throttle Junkies Racing, as well as the Super Swede number 2. Both of the Super Swede teams have fallen back, and now the Velocity Endurance Racing Porsche is moving themselves up the order nicely, as we have a large group of cars here coming through the Schumacher S, as a lot of cars on screen all trying to get past that P2 Mercedes GT4. Battle between the, well, not scored yet, but the Northern Lights Racing for McLaren 720S, the Throttle Junkies Racing at BMW M4, the Super Swede number 2, the Super Swede number 1 behind the Velocity Endurance Racing Porsche. A 5-way battle for position in GT3. The lead still held by the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari 296 with Cozy Lerner at the helm. And 65-minute stint timers. We will see cars in the pit lane in about an hour's time. Probably less than an hour, probably more like 50 minutes time, as the suspected length of the stint is about 7 laps. Team Titans number 314 now growing a small gap to the Fast GT Ferrari 296, which has actually now made it past the Fabi Ischuld Motorsport BMWs. The Fast GT team with a lot of pace early in this race. The exclusive esports number 788 now past the GRO Motorsport sister car. And the AMG Motorsport rocking that, I believe that is a Gripim Racing livery there, but I could be wrong. Under attack from the 788 XCL exclusive esports official car there, with the GRO Motorsport Aston Martin following behind, and the United E-Racing BMW now in no man's land. The VRC Competizione BMW also slowly finding themselves in no man's land. The Orion Racing Ferrari 296 doing their best to catch the Euro Titans Endurance number 313 BMW, which has started to fall back in terms of pace. I believe the early pace of the BMWs is not that good so far, as a lot of the BMW teams are dropping back in terms of pace compared to where they started. Battle between the leaders still on. The gap is holding. Cozy Learner still not quite able to grow that gap much more than that 2.7 around that 3-second mark. And as the cars get warmed up, we may see a little bit of development as we are looking at lessening rain. We could see no rain within the hour. We're looking at drizzle now and then more a mist, or I guess rain showers now and then eventually moving to drizzle in half an hour and maybe a light mist after that. Weather is very variable here at the Nordschleife as the Euro Titans Endurance number 313 battling with the Orion Racing Ferrari 296. In GT4, the NRW Performance Camaro just racing on their own. A lot of GT3 between the two GT4 leaders. Northern Lights Racing now ahead of the actually the Throttle Junkies BMW now far ahead of the Northern Lights McLaren 720S. Now a battle for position here between the Velocity Endurance Racing Porsche and the Northern Lights McLaren 720S. Very early pace from this Porsche, the Velocity Endurance Racing Porsche 992 GT3R. And the Super Swede team number 1 also trying to follow through with the pace of that Porsche. As Tech Racing on their own, making their way past some GT4 traffic and heading towards the main pack of GT3. The Old Goats McLaren sort of on their own in GT4. The Schwitzer Motorsport Ford Mustang that pit early. Is that more impact? Another incident for the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang and more contact. That's a yellow flag for the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang. Does not mean that their race is over, but will likely be more pit stops as maybe that Mustang does not like to necessarily play in the wet. Schwitzer Motorsport with more damage on that Mustang. Not over for them, but just puts them on a different pit strategy. The Velocity Endurance Racing BMW out on track after, I believe, a late entry, a late start, but they are out and they are racing. And the solo GT4 solo effort, a lot of solo there. The Mad Lad Aston Martin GT4 Racing all on their own. The gap between the exclusive esports Ferrari number 787 and the GRL Motorsport number 99 Aston Martin has now grown over 3 seconds, and a large gap, 22 seconds, between the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin and the Team Titans BMW. That Fatch GT Ferrari 296 all the way in the wet, maybe trying to cool those tires off of the dry line. Maybe not too happy with the tire pressure, but keeping those tires cool, now having to get onto the optimal racing line. But Fatch GT looking at a prospective podium position here for now, as we are about 20 minutes into this race. And Fatch GT with a lot of pace early. Looks like we will be seeing a move, a swap of positions on the GT3 podium very shortly. That Fatch GT just making it into the foreground, a little bit deep from the Team Titans BMW. That Fatch GT closing up that gap very quickly. Could have the move by the end of the GP circuit here A poor exit out of the Dunlop hairpin from the Team Titans BMW, and that Fatch GT is all over that BMW. Could see this move very soon as they come into the Ravenel curve. Will not open up there, but at Bielstein and maybe eventually the chicane, this Fatch GT Ferrari is going to want to get this move done before they get onto the Nordschleife, because until you get past Hawk-Eichen, you will just be following behind. Not much room for overtaking all the way from Sabian Schmidt's curve, and the Team Titans BMW allows the Fatch GT Ferrari 296 to go by. They are on better pace. Very smart and respectful from that Team Titans BMW to allow the Fatch GT Ferrari to go by in these wet conditions and this early on in the race. Did not see it as necessary to fight that battle. The leaders still ahead, the gap growing, and we are starting to see a lot of these drivers opting more for that wet line, trying to keep these tires cool, it seems, as the track is drying pretty quickly and the rain is lessening as we continue on. The Fatch GT now with a lot of open air, a lot of room to breathe, room to push, but very dangerous, especially with changing conditions here. With nothing ahead, no reference points, you could see different pace, but very easy to get into your own head. This is the crucial point where you just put your head down and push on through the remainder of this stint. As we see a lot of these drivers looking for that water to cool these wet tires down, as now the Orion Racing Ferrari looking to go past the Fabi Ischuld BMW. And as they head towards Schwedenkreuz, that Ferrari, very tricky move to make into Schwedenkreuz, especially into the braking zone of Arenberg. Not much room to make this move unless you want to go side by side into Foxhole, which is ill-advised, at least from my point of view. But another three-way battle here in GT3. Fabi Ischuld BMW ahead of the Orion Racing Ferrari 296, and any drama between them, the Euro Titans Endurance BMW is there to pick up the pieces. Into Adenauer Forest, this BMW definitely aware of that Orion Racing Ferrari presence, and that Euro Titans Endurance BMW all over this deal about to go down between the BMWs and Ferrari. The Ferrari is in a bit of a BMW sandwich now, though, as further behind, the Time Zone Racing Porsche now looking to go past the Northern Lights McLaren. The Velocity Endurance Racing Porsche coming through Arenberg now with the Super Swede Team number 2 Ferrari, I believe the next car on the chopping block. Good pace out of that Porsche. I believe they did have to start from the pit lane, so a lot of ground to cover, but they are doing a good job of covering that ground. The battle still raging, this three-way battle for position for P5. Fabi Ischuld dropping back, did start P3, I believe. Now maybe looking to move back to P6 and possibly P7 if that Euro Titans Endurance BMW is able to overtake the sister BMW. And now room for the Ferrari 296 to stretch its legs with this slipstream. And as the rain is lessening, this Ferrari should have a little bit more grip. And as we continue on, this Ferrari may have this move done if they choose to make it by the time they get to Mutt Curve. That Ferrari 296 fully in the slipstream coming through Kesselchen. Doesn't look like they will be close enough for the move. It'd be a very risky move to try and make at Mutt Curve, but the door is open at Klosterstall. But I don't think this Ferrari 296 has the room or the proximity to get this done before they get to the carousel. very, very difficult to overtake between the carousel and Brunchen, as there is really only one line through those sections of track. Car number 13, the Mad Lad Aston Martin, diving into the pit lane. Maybe a bit of strategy here is they may see the track is dry enough to go on to slick tires. No intermediates on these GT cars, just wets and slicks, and maybe slicks for that solo Aston Martin effort. The Fatch GT now past the, as I think the Fabi is Schuld. Actually, nope, I am just mixing up cars. The Fabi is Schuld. BMW still ahead of the Orion Racing Ferrari 296, and that Euro Titans Endurance BMW is not letting that Ferrari 296 drop back even a little bit. That BMW pushing that Ferrari further and further, saying, go on, get him. Get him, I want to follow you through. VRC Competizione BMW also closing in on this battling trio ahead. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes, a little bit of a gap, but the longer that those cars ahead battle, the closer this gap will get. And the exclusive esports Ferrari 296 also at the end of this train, and the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin finding themselves creeping towards that battling trio as well. The Throttle Junkies BMW a slight gap behind the GRL Motorsport GT3. The Super Swede number 2 looking to be under attack from the Velocity Endurance Racing Porsche as they come through Wipperman and eventually into Brunchen, and the Super Swede number 1 with a little bit of damage on the front of that Ferrari, just racing their own race. The Time Zone Racing Porsche also closing in on this group ahead, and RW Performance still in the lead in GT4. Rensback and Spreitzer P2, the Old Goods Porsche P3, a little bit of damage on the front of that Porsche GT4, a little bit more damage on the front of that Pro Endurance Porsche GT4. The Old Goats McLaren, seeming with what looks to be a pretty healthy looking car there. The Old Goats Aston Martin with the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman looking to move forward. The Old Goats AMG also in this group. The Schwitzer Motorsports Ford Mustang all on their own after pitting. I believe they may have repaired more damage on that car. The Mad Lad Aston Martin now out of the pit lane and being passed by the leading GT3 cars after that pit stop, as Nico Lausch is chasing that Ferrari 296, but that gap is opening. Fatch GT and P3, Team Titans and P4, and the battle between the Fabi Ischuld BMW. We've got a race here as they are on the GP Strecke heading down towards turn 1 of the GP circuit, turn 1 of the entire circuit. A late switchback from the Orion Racing Ferrari 296 and contact between. I said that the Euro Titans Endurance BMW was going to be in a place to pick up the scraps, but they just got completely caught out, and the VRC Competizione BMW is the one to pick up the scraps, now moving up 2 positions past the Orion Racing and Euro Titans GT3s. The Orion Racing Ferrari 296 now trying desperately to get past the Euro Titans BMW, but side by side, door banger racing as they come through the Yokohama S. The Orion Racing Ferrari does get caught out, and it's elbows out very early on within the first half hour of this 24-hour race. The Team Titans BMW does hold on to their positions for now, but the VRC Competizione team did benefit from that greatly, as they are looking to steal that P5 position away from the Fabi Ischuld BMW. The rain is lessening and shows to be lessening and lessening more, but I don't think that we see an end to the rain just yet, at least not within the hour. But it looks like we may be moving towards a more dry track. The exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari 296 just putting on a masterclass here in GT3. pulling away from the pole-sitting GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, but being the fastest out on track and leading the first lap does not mean that that is going to be where you will finish. It is anyone's race here in the 24 hours in hell. I would like to remind you all to please donate to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. It is a foundation that supports firefighters that have fallen in the line of duty or been injured in the line of duty, supports any expenses that they and their families may incur, and also some support for those families and firefighters themselves. The Fabi Schuld BMW now with the VRC Competizione BMW within sight. And this VRC Competizione in a prime position to move ahead and grab another position from this Fabi Schuld BMW. They were the prime benefactor in that scrap between the Orion Racing and Euro Titans Endurance GT3s. A late move from the Orion Racing Ferrari 296 was too little too late and caused contact with the Fabi Schuld BMW. Caused that Ferrari 296 to go around, and that just built a roadblock in front of the BMW of the Euro Titans Endurance team. Now heading up the hill towards Adnar Forest, and this Orion Racing Ferrari 296 wants these positions back, very hungry for them, but the Euro Titans Endurance defending mightily against the Orion Racing Ferrari 296. Super Swede number 2 now finding themselves in no man's land, as well as the Throttle Junkies number 114 BMW. The GRL Motorsport Aston Martin number 98 going a touch wide, but does keep that car in check at Metzgesfeld, almost and off, but keeps it on track. If you would like to see the full race grid, the entry list, the qualifying order, and all of the rules of this session, click that link in the stream and it will take you to the race program where you can see all of the teams that have entered, information about them, and information about the Xbox Community League as well. A big gap, a large queue of GT3s forming here. Fabi Schuld heading this line. VRC Competizione just behind, Euro Titans Endurance and Orion Racing battling, and the longer that they battle, the more drama that they have, the closer and closer the AMG Motorsport Mercedes AMG is able to get, and the 788 exclusive esports Ferrari able to close in on that gap as well. 6 cars all within a little bit, making their way past the AMG GT4 of Mad Lad, the solo effort there. They, I believe, are just looking to finish the race, as they are the sole driver of that Aston Martin GT4. A long queue of GT3s looking to get past the Fabi Schuld BMW as they head towards the carousel as a group. And it's like Martinsville short track racing, as we've got 4 cars on the banking at one time. A lot of BMWs there. But this queue and this impatience is probably growing very much, as this VRC Competizione team very happy to get past the Orion Racing and Euro Titans Endurance cars earlier, but now with a lot of work to do to get past this Fabi Schuld Motorsport BMW, as they do not want to allow anyone else past. The Euro Titans Endurance BMW trying to just follow through, did not necessarily lose any positions, stayed where they were, But the Orion Racing Ferrari did lose out a little bit, and now falling back from that Euro Titans Endurance BMW and potentially into the clutches of that AMG Motorsport, rocking that pink and blue BWT livery. And the longer that they battle, the closer and closer the 788 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 and GRL Motorsport number 98 Aston Martin are able to close in on that battle. Cozy Learner still ahead, but we are closing in just a couple laps away from our first scheduled pit stops. And the tire choice will be crucial here, as we could see an end to the rain, not within half hour, but within the next hour. And as we do see a lot of drivers starting to look for that wetness on track, and that wetness is diminishing as it is raining less and less, as everyone is off of that so-called dry line in the middle of the track, trying to keep these tires cool with as much water as possible, weaving as the VRC Competizione BMW was able to get past the Fabi Ischuld BMW, but 3 pigs in a row here. You could put a blanket over all of them as they head towards Tiergarten. Was the move too early for the VRC Competizione BMW, as the Fabi Ischuld BMW now goes past and tries to close off, does close that move off, does get that BMW wrapped around the nose of the VRC Competizione BMW. And was it going to be a look at a late braking move from the VRC Competizione BMW, as they are now onto the GP Strecke? Another good overtaking opportunity as they head down towards turn 1, as Fabi Ischuld able to hold on to this move, very defensive all the way to the right hand side to close off the apex as they head into the turn 1. Somewhat of a hairpin. It's almost going to be 3 wide as they cut through for turn 2 and heading towards the Yokohama S. All 3 cars within a quarter of a second of each other. Now the VRC Competizione, do they go defensive against the Euro Titans Endurance BMW? The Euro Titans BMW does show the feint, but does not go for the move. The Fabi Ischuld BMW very much queuing up all of these cars behind. 5 cars within a couple seconds of each other, and Fabi Ischuld at the front of this battle, as that Fabi Ischuld BMW leading the VRC Competizione BMW, leading the Euro Titans Endurance BMW, leading the Orion Racing Ferrari 296, leading the AMG Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3. Fabi Ischuld able to hold on to the position for now, and the cars behind running out of overtaking opportunity before they get off of the GP circuit. But a long line of GT3 cars as everyone diving off of that dry line, trying to grab as much water as possible to cool these diminishing wet tires off. Sort of defensive from the Fabi Ischuld BMW, but they all a slight accordion effect and a mistake from the Fabi Ischuld BMW. Too much of the curb at the entry to the chicane. Now side by side, the Euro Titans Endurance BMW. It's a little late from the Euro Titans Endurance. Flash of the lights saying, I did not like that from the Fabi Ischuld BMW. The Orion Racing 296 tried to go by, but elbows out between the Orion Racing 296 and Fabi Ischuld BMW, as Fabi Ischuld holds on to a couple positions. VRC Competizione makes it past. Euro Titans Endurance makes it past. But Fabi Ischuld got shuffled wide, and a slight mistake. Now under attack from the AMG Motorsport Mercedes. The Orion Racing Ferrari 296 did get caught out. A little bit of rough racing between. And the exclusive esports number 788 now finds themselves in a position for another position here. Drama in the Super Swede number 1. An early pit stop may have been an RTG return to garage, and damage on that car as we are getting a report from Ninja, the team manager for the Super Swedes. We will have them on stream later on. The battle still raging as Fabi Ischul tries to get past the Euro Titans Endurance BMW. The AMG Motorsport team now also trying to move forward and battle between the two Ferraris, between Orion Racing and Exclusive Esports. A lot of banging between the Orion Racing and a few BMWs. Does that Orion Racing Ferrari have any damage? VRC Competizione finds himself in P4 ahead of this field and trying to run away themselves, as Euro Titans Endurance, Fabi Ischul, and AMG Motorsport all in a battle here for position. We are starting to see a slight battle here as the Old Goats Porsche gets past the Brims Backenspreitzer Mercedes. I don't see any damage, so it may have just been a clean move on pace. Hopping back with the GT3 battle, a full gaggle of GT3 cars. Team Titans number 314 still on the podium, but is this group behind able to close that gap? The Fatch GT, has GRL Motorsport had an issue? Have they disconnected? I don't see the GRL Motorsport number 99. And has that team had a disconnection? Cozy Lerner up by themselves. Nico Lausch does get back into the session, or I see their name pop up. They may not be loaded in, but are they going to be back in the pit lane? They are. Nico Lausch and GRL Motorsport in the pit lane. Maybe issues there with that Aston Martin. Drama early for the pole-sitting GT3 team, as now the Team Titans BMW finds himself on the podium, and the cars behind have one less to deal with. The Fabi Ischul BMW dropping back in positions. VRC Competizione now under attack from the AMG Motorsport Mercedes. They touch and nearly losing it as they head towards Schwedenkreuz. Actually, not Schwedenkreuz. They are on the back straights. They are on they're at Kesselchen. That Mercedes tried to get past the VRC Competizione BMW very early, but were unable to. Now VRC Competizione ahead of the AMG Motorsport with Orion Racing. Was it a mistake from the Euro Titans Endurance as they find themselves? Nope, they are ahead. Euro Titans Endurance got past the VRC Competizione BMW, and now a full Q. The Fabi Ischul Motorsport BMW damage on that BMW. I'm not sure exactly how much that is going to affect their pace, but a good place for it to happen. VRC Competizione does get caught out, though. Did get thrown out of the banking at the carousel, and the Exclusive Esports Ferrari now gaining quite a few positions in all of this battle. VRC Competizione under attack from the Exclusive Esports Ferrari. Euro Titans Endurance finds himself out in front, and the Mercedes AMG Motorsport finds themselves in P5 behind the Euro Titans Endurance BMW. The track is drying very much, though. Starting to not see much spray on these cars, nowhere near as much as we saw earlier. But big battles here, a lot of hard racing between all of our GT3 drivers. NRW Performance still at the front of the GT4 field. Quite a gap to the cars behind, but a battle on the podium in GT4. A battle between the Old Goats Porsche and the Brims Backenspreitzer Racing Mercedes, as that Mercedes is looking to regain the position that they lost to that Porsche. Pro Endurance Racing on their own, but shortly behind this battling group ahead. The longer they battle, they may allow Pro Endurance team to get back into this fight. The Old Goats McLaren also shortly behind that. The Schwitzer Motorsport Ford Mustang giving chase. Super Swede number 1 back out of the pit lane. We'll put them on a different strategy. Ninja still in the car. Quark Daddy and the Old Goats AMG, who's racing on their own. The Old Goats Vantage, also on their own, but the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche giving chase to them, and we have now moved away from a wet track to a damp track. The Velocity Endurance Racing BMW still trying to gain that time and get with the main pack. Batch GT finds himself in P2 and still trying to find all of the moisture on track that they can. The number 99 GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, I believe, does have issues and tried to get back into the server. I don't know if they were necessarily able to. And that is extremely unfortunate for that pole-sitting GT3 team. Team Titans number 314 finds himself P3, Euro Titans Endurance P4, VRC Competizione P5. Actually not P5, AMG Motorsport finds himself in P5. Orion Racing P6, VRC Competizione P7, and the exclusive esports number 788 behind, but all of these GT3 cars still very, very close on track. Almost 40, or right at 45 minutes into this session. Euro Titans Endurance ahead of AMG Motorsport, ahead of Orion Racing, ahead of VRC Competizione, but side by side through the Yokohama S, the number 788 Ferrari 296 trying desperately to get past the VRC Competizione BMW, and it's a switchback, the old switcheroo from that exclusive esports number 788, as that exclusive esports XCL Pro team does find themselves past the VRC Competizione BMW for now. GRL Motorsport number 98, the sole GRL Motorsport team left in the server for now. Fabi Ischuld into the pit lane. Could be a scheduled stop. We should see scheduled stops within the next couple laps, as the Super Swede and Time Zone Racing teams make their way past. Northern Lights now re-entering the GP circuit with the Aztec Racing BMW giving chase. This could be a swap of positions shortly. The O Tesaurus driven United E-Racing BMW just behind. They are also closing in on those positions ahead. NRW Performance, Camaro GT4 all on their own on track, and Schwitzer Motorsport does find themselves past the Old Goats Aston Martin, and now their sights set on the Old Goats AMG GT4 ahead. We did have, I believe, a $250 donation from Sealander Has, so that does put us pretty far ahead in terms of the donations. A very charitable donation from Sealander Has. Once again, I would like to ask anyone watching whether you are affiliated with any of the teams or not, if you would like to consider making a donation to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. When you do make your donation, make sure that you note that your donation is made from the 24 Hours in Hell charity race, or the 24-hour charity race, and that will let the charity know that we have donated to them, and also that we have made donations that we can track. They would be able to give us a number at the end. Batch GT finds himself in P2 after that issue with the GRL Motorsport number 99. Hopefully we can get them back into the session. Team Titans number 314 finds himself in P3. Euro Titans Endurance P4, AMG Motorsport P5, Orion Racing P6, Exclusive Esports P7, VRC Competizione P8, GRL Motorsport P9. Throttle Junkies Racing P10. Fabi Ischuld now out of the pit lane. P11, Super Swede P12. Time Zone Racing P13. Northern Lights Racing P14. But that Aztec Racing P15 BMW is closing in very quickly on that Northern Lights McLaren. United E-Racing P16. Super Swede Racing number 2 P17. And Velocity Endurance Racing the Velocity Endurance Racing 991 P19, the Velocity Endurance Racing the Velocity Endurance Racing number 992, I believe, may have had a disconnection. We may have lost that Porsche that was gaining a lot of time. We'll have a lot more work to do. Very unfortunate for that 992 team. Hopefully we can get them back in the server. In GT4, NRW Performance still P1, the Old Goats Porsche P2, Brims Back and Spreitzer Racing P3. The Pro Endurance Team P4, Old Goats McLaren P5, Old Goats AMG P6, Schritzer Motorsport P7, Old Goats Vantage P8, and Mad Lad Aston Martin P9. Closing in on that 65-minute stint timer. I believe they would have this lap and one more before that stint timer would run out, so I would not be surprised if we do see the number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 come into the pit lane at the end of this lap to not risk maybe missing that stint timer at the end of the next one. Hopping back on with that Aztec Racing BMW, as this is the battle for P13 now in GT3. As this BMW looking to find some pace ahead of the solo McLaren entry. The surprisingly only McLaren that we have in this session. And with these upcoming pit stops, tire strategy is a huge factor to consider, as the second McLaren, I believe, does make their way back into the server, or tries to make their way back into the server. The Fabi Ischuld BMW is scored a little bit behind after their pit. Aztec Racing in the slipstream of the Northern Lights McLaren 720S, trying their best to close that gap as much as possible, heading up the back straight through Kesselchen now, that Aztec Racing BMW. And if you would like to join the Aztec Racing and Xbox Community League Discord servers, the links to those servers are in the chat. Just make sure that whenever those pop up, or you should be able to scroll up and see those. They are on timers. They come around every 10-15 minutes. Aztec Racing still trying to find some pace ahead of the Northern Lights Racing McLaren. And the battle's ahead. The number 787 Ferrari does come into the pit lane, and the rain looking to continue. It has lessened quite a bit, but the rain will still go on. Track is considered damp, but we do not know the forecast over an hour out. Is the track going to stay dry? We have had an off from one of the cars. It's the Team Titans number 314 trying to get that car back out, but did almost beach it at the Kleine Carousel. Did get that car back out onto the track, and I believe it will be a pit stop for them in this lap. Batch GT comes in for their first scheduled pit stop, just a few seconds behind the now leaving the pit lane Ferrari 296 GT3, and I believe we're going to see all of our scheduled pit stops here very shortly. The Team Titans BMW does find themselves behind the large group of GT3 ahead, as the Euro Titans Endurance, or I say the Euro Titans Endurance, the AMG Motorsport team does find themselves ahead of the Orion Racing, or of the Euro Titans Endurance. BMW. The Orion Racing Ferrari just behind the Team Titans BMW. BRC Competizione comes into the pit lane, maybe looking for an undercut on the cars ahead. The number 788 Ferrari 296 also comes into the pit lane. Another spin from the Team Titans BMW, and then trying to find what grip is available on that grass, as I believe they will come into the pit lane. GRL Motorsport number 99 comes into the pit lane, and Team Titans number 314 dives into the pit lane. Also with the Throttle Junkies BMW just ahead. 5 cars in the pit lane currently, or 6 technically. Fats GT just came out of the pit lane, so they have made their first scheduled stop of the race. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes is staying out. I believe they do have enough time on the stint timer to make it back around and into the pit lane, but they will be in this lap. Same with the Euro Titans Endurance and Orion Racing Ferrari. VRC Competizione, Exclusive Esports, GRL Motorsport. VRC Competizione does roll out of the pit lane, the first in this group, as they should have based on position, but with damage to repair. Some drivers or some cars may be in the pit lane longer than others. Time Zone Racing comes into the pit lane. Super Sweet number 2 comes into the pit lane, as the party in the pit lane has begun. The GRL Motorsport Aston Martin and Throttle Junkies BMW are rolling out, likely with no repair to damage or no damage to repair, as Tech Racing and Northern Lights come in. And this is going to be a race for position out of the pit lane, a car length between them, but the precision on this stop, getting that car stopped as early as possible, getting it shut off onto the jacks and off the jacks as fast as possible, is where time can be lost or made in the pit lane. Northern Lights Racing in the pits, Aztec Racing in the pits, as we should see more cars coming into the pit lane shortly. United E Racing will pull to the right-hand side and will enter the pit lane. Very safe entry for the pit lane for the United E Racing BMW. The NRW Camaro GT4 looking to come in. Schwitzer Motorsport, that Ford Mustang, is on a different strategy. I do not believe that they would need to come in, as they have already pit once to repair some damage, so their stint timer will be different than the rest of the field. NRW Performance Camaro comes in for their first scheduled stop. Both of the leaders have now come into the pit lane. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes ahead of the Euro Titans Endurance BMW. The Fat GT Ferrari 296 was scored P2, now scored P5, as these 3 cars that have not pit yet are currently ahead. The rain looking to pick up, so wet tires will have been the correct choice, as we are looking to stay wet. But these wet tires are going to be very warm for now. And a lot of these drivers, or I assume all of the drivers out here on wet tires, will be doing a rain dance, praying for that rain to come, because we have seen a lot of using the available moisture on track to cool those wet tires down, as we get pretty much the entirety of the GT4 field to now come into the pit lane. The Old Goats McLaren will pull to the right-hand side and come into the pit lane as well. Super Swede Racing Team number 1 does stay out, as they have pit to repair damage. They are on a different strategy. Should see the rest of the field come into the pit lane very shortly. But a driver swap for the leading Exclusive Esports number 787 Ferrari 296. Ringmaster now in the car, allowing the Cozy Learner driver to take a break. A monster stint for Cozy Learner very early on. AMG Motorsport with Euro Titans Endurance definitely putting the pressure on behind. The Orion Racing Ferrari also looking to close this gap down. And something I was afraid of, stop and go penalties. Speeding in the pit lane, those do need to be served within 3 laps. But 2 stop and go penalties for the Old Goats Porsche and the Bench Brackenspreitzer Racing GT4s. 2 cars, or actually the other 2 cars on the podium in GT4, the NRW Performance Camaro, no penalties for them. And that is a breath of fresh air for them, as that will definitely grow that gap to the cars behind to their closest competitors. The exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari ahead of the AMG Motorsport, Euro Titans Endurance, and Orion Racing GT3 machines. But these 3 cars have not pit yet. They will come into the pit lane and they will be moving back in the order. Almost 300 followers on the channel. Yes, you can get into the booth. I'm just waiting for stuff to kind of settle down a little bit, because they have not stopped racing. Everyone is still very much grouped together. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes ahead of the Euro Titans Endurance BMW and the Orion Racing number 548 Ferrari. The number 113, I say the number 113, the number 406 BMW, and big damage on the Fabi Schuld BMW. That will be another entry into the pit lane. And the number 113 Super Swede Ferrari, also damage on that car. There may have been an incident between those two. But the Fabi Schuld BMW, and I believe either contact or just an incident with that Super Swede Ferrari, but more damage on that Super Swede Ferrari, and that Fabi Schuld BMW is not in a good state as of right now. That will probably be a very quick return to the pit lane. Does put them on a different strategy, but their race is not over. But that car does not look to be fun to drive as of now. Super Swede number 2 ahead of the Aztec Racing BMW did get their way past the Northern Lights Racing Team McLaren. And the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang has found themselves back in this fight, although they are on a different pit strategy, as well as the Time Zone Racing Porsche. Actually, they should be on the same strategy. A driver swap for the exclusive esports number 788, but damage on the front of that car, I believe that came very early on in this stint. A driver swap for the Team Titans number 314, I believe. And maybe a driver swap for the VRC Competizione team. This leading pack of GT3 now come into the pit lane to serve their stop. AMG Motorsport, Euro Titans Endurance, and Orion Racing Fatch GT should assume P2 once they make their way past the rest of this field. And the Fabi Schuld BMW, as they have now dropped quite a few positions back. And yes, with all of the Series S issues, there was a disclaimer on the XCL website for the 24 Hours in Hell that XCL users that would like to register with the Xbox Series S would register at their own risk. United E-Racing with a driver swap incident now in the car, looking to make their way past the Fabi Schuld BMW. after that heavy damage on that BMW. That car does not look to be a very fun time on track. The Brims Spritzer and Old Goats Porsche GT4s will likely come in to serve their stop and go penalties very shortly. Ringmaster now in the lead, or still in the lead, now in the driver's seat of that Ferrari 296, and I believe we may not have had a driver swap in the AMG Motorsport Mercedes. I believe they... Actually, no, I don't think it was a driver swap. Not yet for that AMG Mercedes. Orion Racing, still no driver swap for them. Fatch GT, a driver swap for them. Respect Pappy out of the car, and Shumi Niels now in the car. The majority of the field have made their at least mandatory stop, which I believe just involves taking tires and fuel. With these wets, no need to change the tires for a while. Car number 71, Northern Lights McLaren, an issue at the Yokohama S. They do bring that car back out on track, but I believe it may have been some damage at on the front of that McLaren. As we are now past the first hour, car number 157, the Pro Endurance Team Porsche Cayman, as I believe that is a driver swap. The Fabi Ischuld BMW does get that car back to the pit lane, and it will be a pit to repair damage for them. The 157 Pro Endurance Team Porsche did have a little bit of an off, but I don't see too much damage on that car. The Super Swede Ferrari 296 coming back into repair damage. The number 787 Ferrari 296 coming through the carousel. Car number 89, oh, that is just the update for their penalties. They do not have another penalty. The Mad Lad Aston Martin now coming into the pit lane. And I would once again ask, if you are in the chat or in the stream watching and you have not followed, I would greatly appreciate it. I think we can hit 300 followers by the end of this 24 hours. Fatch GT in P2, a large gap to the cars behind the AMG Motorsport Mercedes, a couple seconds ahead of the Euro Titans Endurance BMW, and a penalty for the Fabi Ist Schuld BMW, a pit lane speeding penalty for them. That will be a 30-second stop and go. The Velocity Endurance team BMW into the pit lane now, I believe, to serve their first scheduled pit stop as they joined a little late into the session. The number 113 Super Swede Ferrari 296 into the pit lane, or out of the pit lane. And a battle brewing between the Super Swede number 2 Ferrari. I believe the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang has made their way past the Aztec Racing BMW and is looking to take the position away from the Super Swede number 2 Ferrari. Exclusive Esports all on their own in the lead, and I promise it's not rigged, as the XCL official esports team is in a commanding lead in GT3.
You can.
All right. Now the dust has settled. We've made it through the first hour. And we are now into the nitty-gritty on board with the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang as they are looking to move forward in some more positions. Any drivers or teams in the chat, let me know of anything that you guys are doing to stay awake, to keep everybody motivated, keep everybody moving forward in this 24-hour event. As we are an hour and 12 minutes in to this 24-hour event. Got some RTR colors on that Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang. Taking advantage of a little bit drier track, gaining those positions with the car in a little bit more of its comfort zone. We have had some issues with drivers and cars, or drivers and teams unable to join back. The Aztec Racing BMW finding some pace to get back past this Schwitzer Motorsport Ford Mustang, as they are definitely putting on a fight and not going to let that Mustang run away that easily, as they are looking to get this position back from this Mustang and move forward and try and get this position away from the Super Swede number 2 Ferrari. Both of these teams looking to get this position away from the Super Swede Ferrari ahead. Out of the Kleine carousel, that BMW will be onto the rear of this Ford Mustang GT3, but that Ford Mustang with a very, very high top speed. It will be a lot of work for that Aztec Racing BMW to get that gap closed down. That Ford Mustang very, very quick in a straight line. But we'll see if this BMW has enough pace to close this gap. The track is getting a little bit wetter, and as the Aztec Racing BMW closes up on that Ford Mustang GT3 in that slipstream, but I don't think there is enough legs in that BMW to close that gap enough to get this move done into Tiergarten and Hohenrain. And that BMW will just follow behind the Schwitzer Motorsport Ford Mustang, but they are both moving forward on the Super Swede number 2 Ferrari 296, that number 213 Ferrari. Looking for ADM, sorry. We will be bringing on some more talent into the broadcast booth, and we are getting very close to that now. The dust has settled, the rain has not, and now begins the arduous task of lapping and lapping and lapping. I am extremely sorry that that Velocity Racing 992 Porsche is unable to get back into the session. That was personally one of my favorite cars, especially with Hazza, the firefighter, driving it. As we are now getting some of our crossover, the exclusive esports number 787, the leading GT3, headed by Ringmaster, a little late into the carousel, but they are making their way through the first of the GT4 traffic. So we have had a couple disconnections, a couple teams drop out, namely the Velocity Endurance Racing Porsche and the GRL Motorsport pole-sitting Aston Martin GT3. Hopefully we will be able to get those teams back into the session at some point later on. But I believe it is going to be a retirement for them for now. Brims back in Spreitzer and Old Goats, as well as Fabi Ischuld, all three cars coming in at once to serve their penalties, as they are all in a line to get rid of their wrongdoing and get back in good graces with the marshals, but that does cause the Fabi Ischuld BMW to lose a position to the number 113 Super Swede Ferrari 296. The Brims back in Spreitzer Racing Mercedes AMG GT4, but an issue with the leading GT3 at Schwalbenschwanz and the Kleine Carousel. A little bit too much of the outside curb and into the wall for that number 787 Ferrari 296. I don't think it caused too much damage, but some early damage for that Ferrari 296. Don't think it will be too much of a hindrance for them, too much of a discrepancy in handling there. But pressure showing, especially in long races like this. As the dust has settled and we are into the nitty-gritty of this event. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes has found themselves in P3, but an incident with the 628 Time Zone Racing Porsche, as they are now stuck on track. They do have a gap opening behind, but into the wall for that Porsche, and a bang of the wall on the rear. Is it big damage for that Porsche, as they will now have to get that car back out on track? The rain is still continuing, as we will have rain picking up. It has been light rain for the past hour or so. It was very, very heavy early on, not quite the flooded levels that we saw last week with the 2.4 hour qualifier. But the rain is persistent on its own, as we have had light drizzle, which has removed a lot of the spray on track and honestly made it suitable for slicks if you wanted to go onto slicks. But with that rain increasing, just nursing wets until that time is going to be the best strategy. The Pro Endurance number 157 Porsche Cayman GT4 with a little bit of an off at Arenberg, but still holding on to the position for now. Not many to put the pressure on that Pro Endurance Porsche. The Old Goats Porsche in the pit lane, I believe, doing a scheduled stop and maybe a driver swap for them, about to come off the jacks. The Mad Lad solo effort Aston Martin just cruising on their own, putting the laps in, as the field has spread out all amongst the track. The Old Goats AMG with a little bit of damage on the front of that car. The Schwitzer Motorsport Ford Mustang in the pit lane. That Old Goats Porsche still in the pit lane. Do they have some issues with the driver swap? Or are they making some changes to the car there? But Irish in that Ford Mustang coming in and I believe maybe getting out of the car. Ringmaster in that 787 exclusive esports. Ferrari 296 GT3 still out ahead, but that Fatch GT Ferrari 296 with Shumi Niels in the driver's seat has not let a foot off the gas whatsoever. They have a mission today as they have found themselves up into P2. The Velocity Racing number 991 BMW just trying to close the gap as best as they can. Cozy is racing. Cozy has actually just gotten out of the car in the number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296. Cozy put on a masterclass first stint, amassing a huge lead, especially after the retirement of the pole-sitting Aston Martin GT3. But Ringmaster now at the helm of the leading Ferrari 296. Say, Han will go as far as possible in Aztec Racing BMW. Slapshot, I am doing the full 24. Car number 113, the Super Swede number 1. Big damage on that Super Swede number 1 Ferrari, and that will be another entry into the pit lane to repair that car. Very likely to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Patch GT Ferrari 296 making their way past the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes, the sole Mercedes GT3 out there on track, is closing that gap to the Fatch GT. Ferrari just ahead. Euro Titans Endurance P4, Orion Racing P5. These GT3 drivers that were battling it out big time earlier on have now opened up the gaps between them. As we will go back to the garage. Sorry, just a couple different settings that we need to go to get people in. Just some logistical things that need to be done. As we will be getting some co-commentary here very shortly, as we will bring Popolski on, one of the Xbox Community League official broadcasters. The Fatch GT Ferrari 296 holding that gap to the exclusive esports number 787 Ferraris, and it is a Ferrari 1-2 so far. Just as in real life, this Ferrari 296 GT3 is a force to be reckoned with. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes making their way past some of the GT4 traffic, and the Euro Titans Endurance BMW not allowing them to grow that gap too much. Still holding on to the pace of the Mercedes ahead. The number 91 United E-Racing BMW, issues for them, pointed the wrong way, what looked to be the wrong way on track is not the wrong way on track. A spin for the United E-Racing BMW, incident at the helm, but able to get that car back out on track. Did not seem to be too much of an issue for that BMW. As 1 second, I will get our co-commentator into the session. The Throttle Junkies number 114 BMW coming into the pit lane, and the Aztec Racing number 28 BMW into the pit lane as well. And the VRC Competizione BMW M4 GT3 coming into the pit lane. The number 213, number 2 Super Swede Ferrari off at Schwalbenschwanz. And damage on that Super Swede Ferrari. Both of the Super Swede Ferrari 296 GT3s with damage on those cars. The first of the Super Swede GT3s having not coming into the pit lane yet, but will likely bring that car in shortly. Still some damage on the front of that Ferrari 296. Welcome in, Popolski.
Hi.
Enjoying the stream so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit hectic for us. We had some crashes in the beginning and had to pit twice during the first half hour, so a bit hectic. By the way, excuse my German accent. I'm trying to speak English.
That is fine. When I was doing some research, I realized that the majority of the field is all German.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say, no? Nordschleife is our track.
It is your track. It is about as German as it gets. So, what happened early on with the Mustang?
I think, from what I can say or what Eris told me, he got blinded pretty much. So there was so much spray in the air he couldn't see a thing, and hit a wall, I believe. That's what he told me. And he then went off at Schwedenkreuz, I believe. And
speaking of off at Schwedenkreuz, we do seem to have an off at Schwedenkreuz.
Lucky
car. Yeah, I believe it was one of the GT4s. It was the number 157 Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman GT4 having an off at. It may have actually it wasn't. It may not have been Schwedenkreuz. I think it may have actually been Callenhard. I thought someone had an off at Schwedenkreuz, but I may have been wrong.
I mean, Schwedenkreuz is the most technical corner, I think, I believe.
Especially in the wet.
Yeah, I mean, we had a race before. That's why I'm coming a bit late today. Otherwise, I would have joined you before the start. But we had AXRL racing there for 4 hours, and we drove a BMW, and it was a nightmare through Schwedenkreuz.
So you guys are doing the double stack in terms of the races. You're going from one endurance race to another.
Yeah, I mean, Irish tried to seduce me to get another race today or tomorrow after this one. And I said, you know what? I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I would be. A 24 hour is enough for me. That's like hopping from like an MX5 Cup race to racing the 24-hour of Le Mans and then saying you're racing in the Formula 1 GP the next day or the the NASCAR race that next day.
Yeah, but then again, who wouldn't take the GP, the Formula One car on, right? I mean, if you would get the
Exactly.
invite.
Exactly, but I don't think any Formula One contracts allow them to be open. I know that Verstappen would gladly leave his Red Bull for a drive in one of his multiple GT3 cars that he owns.
Yeah, I mean, if that will be somewhere down the line in the future for him, I think that will be interesting. If you see how he
I
dominates in Formula One, and I don't think he will lose anything in GT3s or LMPs. Speed is there,
I I don't think
so
so, and I don't think he wants to be a top class contender either. I think he wants to race in GT3.
yeah, I think he just wants the pure racing, you know. The Formula One is so much technical and so much about the car. So if you have, for example, last year Red Bull was so much of an advantage for everyone who drove it, apart from Perez, obviously. Uh, but this year it seems to be different. But I also think he has more fun this year. If you look at him, he loves the tight racing, the yeah, sometimes a bit over the edge, uh, like he did in Austria.
Number 113, the super sweet number 113 Ferrari 296, and off at Brideside, I believe.
They are having some troubles today as well. I mean, they've crashed 3 times now. I think they also had to pit earlier, or not on time, let's say that. I mean, we are off sequence by half an hour, roughly.
It's actually at Eschbach, but just before Brunchen. But that was actually, I think that may have been the same exact place that the time zone racing Porsche had gone around.
Shadow, yeah, yeah, he's been stuck at the left before München when we had to
And
avoid him.
the the Team Titans number 314 BMW earlier, they went off at the Kleiner carousel and they actually nearly beached it at the inside curb. It seemed like they could not get the rear tires to contact the ground.
Yikes! I've not seen that happening before. I mean, in real life, yes, but not in ACC.
They were able to get it moving, but it seemed to be very hard to get that car moving.
Shaking inside the car to get it rolling.
Yeah, sadly we don't have the integration of all of the physics and everything. The old
I'll be
Ghost
seeing that
McLaren
in their own
570S
sim
GT4 coming into the pit lane.
Class lead GT4 is still 777, or is it someone else? No, it's
It
777.
is the NRW Performance with HSR Storm at the helm in the lead in GT4. They have put on an absolute masterclass in GT4 so far.
And they were flawless. They were flawless in the qualifier. They
Yes.
were able to
Well,
reach pole.
they were not necessarily flawless. Number 13, the solo effort, the solo GT4 with an off at Eschbach as well. They were able to get that car back out on track though. And I see, you know, doing a solo 24 broadcast is one thing, but doing a solo drive of 24 hours is, I mean, that's quite literally impossible.
Yeah, I mean, they have to do breaks, eating, drinking, going to the toilet in the case.
Very quick to the toilet.
Yeah, and I mean, we always joke that Oettinger Höhe is long enough to do some things, cook some coffee or whatever. But I think
Put
for
a
that,
brick on the throttle pedal and let
yeah,
it ride.
yeah, exactly. But I think to go to the toilet or somewhere else, I think that's nearly impossible.
I had made the joke earlier that the rig may be set up with an apparatus that is over the toilet, and I said I would not like to see pictures.
It was like the South Park episode, right? In the bucket.
Yes. Oh, when I was talking to my coworkers yesterday about doing a 24-hour stream, they actually brought up the South Park World of Warcraft the South Park World of Warcraft incident, and I was like, or the episode, and I was like, oh, no,
Yeah, I
it
mean,
is not
you are
that
lucky.
bad.
You are lucky. You can say, you know what, I'm gone for 10 minutes, might need a break. But the drivers, they are pretty much out of luck if they want to do it themselves.
Yes, and
We are.
hopefully
I
we
s-
get. Sorry, hopefully we get this
No, no.
rain to pick up, and 'cause we are seeing a lot of wets overheating.
Yeah, we are having the same issues. So, I mean, we just pitted, but we thought maybe go a bit conservative on the pressures, as we expect it to be more rain now, as it seems. But the tires are overheating, and not only tires, the brakes as well. So that might be an issue as well. I mean, all cars need to switch the brakes at some point during the 24 hours, but we don't want to do it twice because it's a 90-second pit stop instead of a 30-second pit stop.
Yes. Well, I believe if you were a solo driver, changing those brakes, I mean, in terms of strategy, and tell me as much as you can without sacrificing your team's strategy.
I mean, our strategy is already sacrificed. So,
How long are you expecting your brakes to last before you bring them into the pit lane? Like how many stints?
yeah, stints I can't say exactly, but normally they hold 12 hours easy.
12 hours.
I mean, they should, but if you're having issues with overheating or something, they might burst earlier. And then you have to factor in the night stints, so when it's darker, it gets colder, and the brakes are cooling a bit more. So it's always like we try to get the brakes through the night and switch them basically.
One second, Popolski. The old Goats McLaren pulling over to the side of the track. I thought maybe they had some damage, but it seems to be that they are just allowing traffic to go by. They do have a drive-through penalty, and I think they may have just not wanted to be a hindrance of traffic there. They did allow 3 or 4 cars to go by, but one of those cars that they allowed to go by was a driver in competition for position there, and that was the Pro Endurance team Porsche Cayman, now up into the podium positions with that old Goats McLaren GT4 having to serve that drive-through penalty. That may end up dropping them back yet another position, back to P5.
How far is our second car away from those? Maybe even further, no?
Well, it's coming into fluke plots now, and this old Goats McLaren is coming through Adnar Forest.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, at the end we will see it's still over 22 hours to go. Even set to average, the crash he had.
oh, and it's heading off. It's heading off the old Goats McLaren and off at Metzgesfeld.
Oh. Hopefully
Just pushing a little bit
taking
too
anything
hard.
from that.
But now it will have to be a double stop as they have damage to repair on that car now. I think they were just trying to bring that car home easy, but now it's going to be damage that's going to need to be repaired, and that will add up to their scheduled pit stop later on.
Yeah, not even
damage
that.
Cannot be there. That damage. Oh, and the Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman is also heading off just ahead. Now they've swapped positions back. But as I was going to say, the damage on that McLaren cannot be repaired during the drive-through penalty. Go ahead, Popolski.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they have to take the drive-through first. Sometimes it's an issue with the game that they have to first serve the penalty before they can go for repairs. I hope they can repair before they have to take the penalty, otherwise they will be
And
falling back
the
even
Old Gus
further.
McLaren pulling over and allowing that Pro Endurance team GT4 to go back by. Just some coordination for them. I think they are just trying to do some damage mitigation for P2 battling GT3 as the AMG
Nice.
Motorsport number 4 has found the rear of the Fatch GT Ferrari 296, and it was looking like the Fatch GT was going to be the car to put the pressure on the exclusive esports number 787, but now a battle for P2 in GT3.
Also, honorable mention, the AMG driver starts solo as well. So
They have a second driver, but is the second driver unable to get in?
I don't think he's signed up anymore. From what I've heard, he's starting solo.
So Lucas is going to be a solo effort from here on out.
Yeah. I mean, there's no one in the timetable that's as a second driver, so I think he's solo.
From what I have printed out in my hands, they do have a second driver of Z62S, XI62S, but if they are no longer on the entry list, then they would put the AMG Motorsport in a solo driver position.
Yeah. I think he's signed off. From what Eric told me, it must have been a quick change right before the start of the server. But I think he's solo throughout this race.
And your team, headed by Irish right now, with the Time Zone Racing Porsche just behind, but granted it is very hard to keep up with all the results. Has the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang gone past the Time Zone Racing Porsche, or is it going the other way around?
No, we've gone by because the Time Zone Racing had the off at right before Brünchen. So we've gone through there, I believe. Also, we're not only Schwitzer Motorsport, we're also in cooperation with MSA for our GT3 team this week.
Oh, well, that is very good to know. Fabi Ist Schuld, the 406 BMW M4 GT3 in the pit lane, as well as the Aztec Racing BMW in the pit lane, and that may have been a return to garage because they have gone down many positions much further back on the grid than the positions that they were fighting for. They were looking to go past the Northern Lights, the finish effort of the McLaren 720S, but have now moved back in position. Now currently scored 25th on the grid, down towards actually at the back of the GT3 field.
I mean, it's interesting to see that we are now in P10 because I know we were fighting against the ATR car and as well as the 71. So I think Eric is doing a good job right now.
It seems to be.
He's happy. Maybe he's happy I'm not sitting in his ear.
Are we hoping for more rain, or are we hoping for less rain?
I don't know. I mean, if I want to, or if I'm driving, I like rain, but not too much. I mean, we had flooded conditions during the week. That's always a no-go for me. A bit
We had
more
flooded
rain.
conditions during the qualifier as well.
Yeah, that's why I was not racing the qualifier. No, I wasn't planned from the beginning, but it's flooded is always very tricky, and you see the cars going everywhere. But a bit more rain, I like it. I mean, it's damp right now, so I think that's the next iteration, right? That's all right. Still drivable, doing good for the Mustang as well. So I'm happy to have more rain. Sunshine is always also good, but I had it the last 4 hours. So
Does the car like more rain?
good question. Actually, I can't tell you that. In all honesty, because we are driving the Mustang for the first time for a long race. But it seems like it takes it well. It isn't the fastest in the rain. The fastest should be the Aston. But it can take the rain, and that's all we need.
You guys are definitely bringing the pace. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes now past the Fatch GT Ferrari 296. We may start seeing some late stint or some later race pace from the Mercedes is that AMG Motorsport now being notified as a solo effort is definitely moving forward on the grid.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if he can beat or even fight against the 787. If he achieves that as a single effort for 24 hours, hats off to him.
It is. It's definitely a mental game, as you have, for your one driver racing against a team, and a team that you know is very quick. The Old Goats McLaren in the pit lane to serve the, actually not to serve the drive-through. They are repairing the car first, and I believe they will serve the drive-through the next race. I know that the Aztec Racing team was having some issues with, I believe, getting the second driver in that car, so they may be trying to sort that out now.
Do you know what happened to the GT3 pole sitter? Has he disconnected?
I believe they had a disconnection. They were running P2. The XCL Esports number 787 was able to get past them very early. Number Team Titans 314 BMW coming in for another pit stop. But they were running P2 and then they dropped off of the grid. I think it may have been a disconnection for them, and they definitely had very good long stint pace. They did have the masterclass in GT3 in the qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, what they brought in the qualifier was really impressive. I mean, we hadn't had them on the cards, and sad to see they can't race anymore, or not taking part anymore. I mean, we've had some issues with Series S drivers that couldn't join, unfortunately. So maybe they were one of those as well.
Big off from the Time Zone Racing number 628. That car does not look to be very drivable, and the number 41, it looked to be just ahead of the 91. Trying to figure out which car that is.
I think 27 or something. Oh, wait, it's
they are
down
not
there.
Showing up. It may be a maybe an incorrect number. It is the 4. The Old Goats 4. Big damage on that Porsche Cayman GT4. So the drama is definitely not over, as we would expect in a 24-hour race. But the Old Goats Porsche, a lot of damage on that car. And then the Time Zone Racing Porsche seems to be nearly undrivable, almost missing the pit lane. Do get that car brought in, and this is going to be a stop for damage for this Time Zone Racing Porsche.
I mean, it would be interesting if it's already fatigue for some drivers at this point, if they're double stinting or something like that. Because I think even with the mixed conditions, you can get very tired after 2 stints, even if it's still 22 hours to go. But the concentration you need is just immense at this point.
This Time Zone Racing team, if they make it the entire session without disconnecting, especially being the furthest team from the rest of the field geologically, being an oceanic team. I know one of their drivers is from Australia. I would assume they are both from Australia. But
I think so, yeah. Maybe even New Zealand, I don't know.
One of them is registered Australia. The other could be New Zealand. This could be very true, but they are they have 2 drivers on their team, and they are both with a lot on their plate, and as long as they make it through, they should be okay. But like you said earlier, the Old Goats McLaren, how you said that it would be better off if they could repair that damage before they serve that that drive-through penalty. They were able to get that car repaired and will likely bring the car in for the drive-through on this next lap.
Yeah. Also, there was a question in chat about PS5. Yes, PS5 is very welcome. We have one team, I think, competing from PS5. I think Fabius Schultz is a PS5 team completely, and we are actively scouting for PS5 drivers into XCL and these events, because frankly that's what we want, no? More challenge. We know every Xbox driver at this point. So come, please come to us and race with us.
So tell me a little bit about XCL, because I know that we have a lot of drivers. They find out about a 24-hour endurance event. They, just join as the old Ghost McLaren has had an off again. And that's going to be more damage added to their stops.
No.
That's going to need to be repaired. The Schwitzer Motorsport MSA Mustang they're going past on screen, but with large events like this, you have people come from all over the world, all over different organizations. Some people that may have never been with or heard of that organization before. So, for those of you, or for those who don't know, just let us know a little bit about XCL and what you guys do.
Well, I mean, I'm not as long as a part of XCL. I've just joined at the beginning of the year. But since then, Eric and I try to build up the championship branch, basically. So you see Sprint Series, Cup Series, etc. That's what we have been building, but we are still going to build up. But XCL mainly came from daily races. So I think we are at the top 3 or 4 races every day. Mostly the weekends, 4 races or 3. But during the week, you will always have 2 races which you can race. No costs, basically. You just can join us, sign up on the website, and see where you go. We've got 4 rating classes, so rookie, bronze, silver, gold, and alien, which would make it 5 now.
No, it would technically make it 5, and I think we know who everyone's least favorite class would be there.
Yeah, although the rookie races are very exciting sometimes, the only issue is we are having this our very own rating system, and if you're in a rookie race, you basically are stuck in the rookie branch for a long time. But once you cross that threshold and join maybe some open races where everyone can join, so from rookie to alien, everyone's welcome there, then you will get the bigger rating and climb the ranks, basically. And with that, I mean, we originally intended to have the GT4s racing the rookie classes and the GT3s from Bronze Plus, basically. So, but most people decided against that, so we couldn't do it for this event. Nevertheless, we are still trying to get something going, so everyone can enjoy their own class, right?
1 second, Popolski.
Yeah.
The GT4 leader, the NRW Performance Camaro GT4R, has come into the pit lane, I believe, to serve their second scheduled pit stop. And the Fatch GT Ferrari 296 was running P2 a few laps ago, now passed by the AMG Motorsport number 4, and also passed by the Euro Titans Endurance number 313. And the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari also in the pit lane. That is your GT4 leader and GT3 leader in the pit lane. The NRW Performance Camaro does come out of the pit lane. A quick stop, I believe that may have just been a splash and dash, tires and fuel, no driver swap. Storm still in the car, at least being scored currently. Shumi Neal's coming into the pit lane as we now have our second scheduled pit stops as the 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 comes out of the pit lane. The Fatch GT Ferrari 296 comes in.
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, we will see if they swap drivers only just before Schwedenkreuz or right after, because that's T1. So
the Northern Lights racing in the pits, as well as Brims Backenspreitzer now coming out of the pits. The Aztec Racing team still parked in the pit lane. I believe they did have some issues with driver swap, but they have been sitting in the pit lane for quite a while now. Number 788 from Exclusive Esports coming into the pit lane. Fatch GT leaving the pit lane. Northern Lights should be off the jacks any moment now. And we have now our second cycle of pit stops.
the gap seemed to be closing a bit, no?
Between the exclusive esports and the AMG.
No, in general, the top 10 maybe of the GT3 class. They were a bit
You
more
think
spread
we
out.
may be getting a couple hours in, we may be getting a shift in pace?
I mean, it seems like we have some very fast teams right now inside the GT3s. I don't know what happened to the Fetch GT car because it seemed to be fast at the beginning of the stint, but dropped back right now. I mean, P4 was P2, but will be interesting to see. I think, especially if in terms of the single driver with the AMG, if he can hold this pace during the next hours or not. Well, Aston is in as well. 98, P8. Just got overtaken by our car. That's why I'm seeing it.
Yes, the number 98 did get overtaken by the Schwitzer and MSA Ford Mustang that you have, I believe, a partial favor towards, with good reason.
Yeah, a bit, maybe a bit. I mean, we've just signed up on Thursday as a combined team with MSA because we were talking a bit longer, but we've added Sylv and MCR to our team, which are very fast drivers. So
Your sister car now coming into the pit lane, I believe it's the sister car, the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4.
Yeah. Still is. I mean, you could say half sister now because one half is Schwitzer, the other one is MSA, but they are not in the GT3. I can't talk about their strategy because they are doing it on themselves. But with us, otherwise I would spill some beans, but I can't.
The GT4s, as we have quite a few GT4s, and the Old Goats McLaren still yet to serve their drive-through penalty, but it looks like it will have to be on this next lap. The laps here, it makes you think that maybe 4 or 5 laps have gone by when it may may really be just 1 or 2 laps.
Yeah,
in terms of thinking that someone has served their drive-through penalty, or maybe they're too late in serving their penalty.
Yeah, I can tell you, in the stint time we have, you should be able to get around 6 laps. So if you think DTs or drive-throughs or SG30s need to have, I think, 3 laps, then you can serve them. You're basically you've got half the stint where you can serve it.
The Old Goats AMG GT4 getting a 30-second stop and go for speeding in pit lane.
And not having the best of times right now, I think. I mean, I've already seen 4 SG30s, right?
And news for the number 28 Aztec Racing official esports team, BMW GT3. They have had a retirement. They are retiring the car. They have not had enough drivers able to get into the session that were on the entry list, and Han, the driver that they had in the car, does not have enough time to run the full stint, so he has run his stint in the car, and that will be it for the team.
Heartbreaking.
Extremely, especially with all of the planning.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate what it's happening with the Series S consoles. The worst for us is, we want everyone to be included. We want everyone be able to race, but it's nothing we have in our hands we can manage. It's sadly just limitations from the game or the console or whatever. If we could, we would race with 100 cars or more, but it's not. We're not able to.
At least not yet. Maybe we see some changes whenever we get Assetto Corsa Evo. I would love to say this year, but getting Assetto Corsa Evo in terms of the console versus PC, things that we end up getting, it's just a matter of whether or not they give it to us shortly or a long time after PC.
I mean, I've heard some rumors that it might be coming earlier than we expected on consoles. But in all honesty, I wouldn't count on it too much because one, Assetto Corsa Competizione is running really good currently.
1 second, Popolski.
Yep, I've seen it.
We have a battle for the lead in GT3. Granted, they are on a separate strategy. Cozy Lerner back in the number 787 Ferrari 296 and the number 113 Super Swede number 1 Ferrari 296 with some issues on that car and big damage, losing the car, losing the front. That is very heavy damage for that Ferrari 296. But battle in the lead in GT3, although this is not technically for the lead, as Cozy Lerner and that Ferrari 296 GT3 is just behind and on a separate pit strategy. So this is battle for second place currently, second spot on the podium, but a close battle between the AMG Motorsport number 4 and the Euro Titans Endurance number 313.
Very close between them. Oh, slight wobble from the AMG out of the Kleine Karussell.
And we will see if this BMW has enough pace to catch this Mercedes by the end of the Dottinger Hoa, but I don't believe so. If so, it would be 2x2 by Tiergarten, I would think. I don't think that there is enough speed in that car to close the gap with the slipstream.
I think the BMW needs more aero to get through the Nordschleife. And the
gap is getting
Mercedes...
very close, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, will be interesting. But I don't think it's enough, no.
Very close, but that does open the door for the move at turn 1 on the GP Strecke.
If they get through the whole bunch.
And number 113, Super Swede in the background, pirouetting at Hohenrhein.
Yeah, he wants to be part of that as well.
And a race into the pit lane for this leading duo, and it's side by side at the line.
Wow, nice. Nice by the BMW.
A little bit of who was that in Formula 1? Was it Vettel that made the pass into the pit lane?
China, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was China. the Euro Titans Endurance seeing a gap and absolutely going for it.
Yeah, and quick thinking from the driver.
Hopefully that there is no penalties between those drivers in terms of pit lane speeding. And the number 113 Super Sweet Ferrari also coming into the pit lane to repair damage.
Yellow flag at the beginning of Dottinger Höhe. 114.
Number 114. I hope that I can get that number to be correct. I think it's the number 46 Throttle Junkies with Elite Cassie at the helm of that BMW. A big damage at the front of that BMW. Orion Racing coming into the pit lane, and Cozy Lerner has now gone past at the Dunlop hairpin, has resumed the lead. Did not think that they would be at any risk of losing the lead. And big news in GT3. The Euro Titans Endurance 313 gets a stop-and-go penalty. Does not necessarily take them out of the race, but it does make things a little bit harder.
Yeah, and the Mercedes is still in the pits. So quick stop from the BMW, but it came at a cost.
It did come at a cost, a little bit too much, too eager, and that's one thing I was afraid of, that late braking move into the pit lane may have put them at risk of the speeding penalty, and it does seem that speeding penalty reared its ugly head. Throttle Junkies now into the pit to repair.
I might need to go back to our car. I think Erish wants to have some strategy done.
Alright, a little bit of team chatter, I believe.
Exactly.
Okay,
Getting
well,
back
good
to
luck.
to
Thank you. Thank you for coming in, and if you are available later on, I believe we will bring you back into the booth.
For sure. If there's a spot open and I have time, I'm not driving, and I'm not sleeping, I'll be returning.
Well, you don't have to worry about me sleeping, so I will still be here.
All right, good.
Good luck
Enjoy the rest of the show
tonight.
for now.
I
And
will
then,
do my best, and good luck to you guys. We'll be keeping in touch with you, and hopefully all goes well. No issues from here to the end.
yeah,
24
we are
hour.
hoping for that as well. See you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining the booth, and good luck tonight. That was Popolski, or Kai, as he is known in the Xbox Community League, on the Schwitzer Motorsport team with Erish, and Erish wants to discuss a little bit of strategy going deep into the Dunlop hairpin as the rain is now picking up. But always happy to bring more talent in the booth. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes was in the pit lane a lot longer than the Euro Titans Endurance number 313, but the Euro Titans Endurance 313 was a little too quick into the pit lane, and that did cause them to receive a 30-second stop and go penalty. Now in the position, just need to bring this car back around the track and eventually bring it home. Throttle Junkies, they came out of the pit lane, immediately go back into the pit lane to repair more damage or maybe an issue with the car. That was an RTG for them. The Old Goats McLaren with a drive-through penalty that needs to be served on this lap. The Old Goats AMG with a stop-and-go penalty that needs to be served within a couple laps. Throttle Junkies BMW now out of the session. I don't know what has happened to the Throttle Junkies BMW, but they have left the session. The Fats GT, Ferrari 296 GT3 down into P3 from P2 that they were in before, but have gotten back past the AMG Motorsport number 4. I do plan on doing the full 24 hour, at least as of right now. But I do think that we lost the Throttle Junkies BMW. Granted, I will take breaks and things of that sort, but we will be attempting the full 24 hour. I currently still feel really good, still able to continue on for many more hours. We are on board with the Time Zone Racing Porsche 992 GT3R as they come down the Dodingerhohe. And strategy surmounting the field, getting a little spread out as expected. The number 98 GRL Motorsport Aston Martin with the Team Titans number 314 BMW just behind. And a battle here brewing between the number 98 and the number 314. The number 40 Old Goats AMG cleared their pit stop. The Old Goats McLaren starting their drive-through, and the Northern Lights McLaren coming out of the pit lane. Both McLarens in the pit lane currently. And the Northern Lights McLaren coming out of the pit lane. The Velocity Endurance Racing BMW coming into the pit lane. And Cozy Lerner, I believe the top driver for the exclusive esports official team in that number 787 Ferrari 296. Bringing the lead to the XCL team. Euro Titans Endurance number 313 still with that penalty to serve, and the gap to the Fatch GT Ferrari 296 behind is closing. As that Fatch GT Ferrari going past the Old Goats Porsche GT4. The rain is picking up. these wet tires will start to be a little bit more acting like a wet tire. Fats GT wide, but does keep that car in good shape. Keeps it out of the wall. Very, very good for BASP W in that Fats GT Ferrari 296. The second driver in that Ferrari 296. As I believe that I will take my first break of the race so far. Throw us on board with Cozy Lerner, the leader in GT3. And I will be back shortly. And I am back from the end of my first stint. We now begin the second stint here for me. Basically meaning I went to the bathroom. The Fats GT Ferrari 296 closing the gap between themselves and that Euro Titans number 313 BMW. And I would like to remind everyone that this event is in support of the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. We are raising funds for the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. And if you do make a donation to them, make sure that you put a note in your donation that is from the 24-hour charity race so that they can track our total contributions. The Euro Titans Endurance number 313 serving their stop-and-go penalty, that 30-second stop-and-go. And will now be dropping back in position. They lose the position to the Fats GT esports team, and they will lose the position to the Orion Racing and Mercedes AMG Motorsport teams, and then will lose a position to the exclusive esports teams, and will possibly lose a position to the Schwitzer MSA GT3 Ford Mustang. It is very tough to see early retirements. And I wished I had a pit crew for myself. And a big off from the old goats, Aston Martin. I don't know if maybe there was contact between them and the number 787 Ferrari 296, but the old goats, Aston Martin, huge damage there. That will be a likely very quick return to the pit lane, but they have a long way to go to get back around the lap. and bring this car back into the pit lane. And that car does seem to be a little bit of a monster to handle right now with that big damage, likely some suspension issues. GRL Motorsport number 98, Aston Martin, coming into the pit lane. As we will bring in, I believe, the United E-Racing manager of Thesaurus. Battle between the Orion Racing Ferrari 296 and the AMG Motorsport Mercedes. The Euro Titans Endurance number 313 now behind the number 788 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 piloted by Kyle Williams at the moment. And Arish in the Ford Mustang GT3. Some early pit stops for them, but on pace have found themselves in P7, car number 71, the Northern Lights McLaren 720S GT3 with an off at Schwalbenschwanz, but does get that car back together and back out on track at the Kleine Carousel. The 991 BMW, a Velocity Endurance Racing team behind the Fabi Ischuld BMW. They did qualify P3, but some issues for them have dropped them back a couple positions. The number 43 Old Goats McLaren has had an off at, looks to be Eschbach. Actually, not Eschbach, that was actually looked to be at Flonsgarten. Welcome in to Saurus, the United E-Racing team manager.
Thank you, thank you. How you doing, Retro?
Doing pretty good so far. Just had my first, just ended my first stint.
Oh, well deserved.
Meaning I went to the bathroom. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes and the Orion Racing Ferrari 296 GT3 very much locked in battle here as they head towards Klosterstall and then eventually the Carousel.
Up front there.
So, tell me about the team. How's the team doing so far?
Well, I was in this car to start. Had a good first stint. It was wet out there. Spray was tough behind other cars, but it evened out after a bit. Got a little bit drier during my. Right now, the car's been acting up for us. Our engine's going orange and red on us here, so we're looking at what we're gonna do. But everyone's working together and communicating, so we're okay.
Awesome. Sorry, a little bit of controller issue there. As long as you guys can still hear me, we should be okay.
Yep.
I am using a wired connection for the controller, so it should hopefully stay on. It made it 2.5 hours before it decided to disconnect. But any strategies with the team? You know, motivation, keeping everybody going forward.
Well,
As
our
the
team member
Orion
that's in
Racing
the car.
Ferrari, 1 second, the Orion
Oh,
Racing
no.
Ferrari had a mistake at the exit of Brunchen before Flonsgarten, and now the AMG Motorsport Mercedes is up into P3.
Let's change of position there, yeah. Are those one of the teams that served that penalty recently, or was that the P2 car?
Which penalty?
One of those cars just served a stop and go, I believe, or a 30-second.
That was the
recently.
Euro Titans BMW number 313.
Oh, okay. They dropped quite a bit back then from that.
The cars behind were very close, and they dropped 4 positions.
What was the learner out front?
But anyway, with the team, any motivations, anything that you guys are doing, keeping each other, you know,
Oh,
up in
we've
good
been in the voice
arms?
chat. Everyone's been helping each other out. The driver that's in the car right now, Ghost, he's been great with the pressures, helping everybody out with what pressures to get get set for the next pit stops, etc. So everyone's been helping each other. It's been great. We're having some issues with the engine at the moment, but we'll see what we're gonna do about it. Maybe mapping changes. We'll find out. But yeah, we're doing a good job. We're running P15 right now. We've been steady P15, P16 for a couple stints now. So we're happy with what's going on.
The rain is picking up. Do we like the rain, or do we hope for some dry running later on?
We would like some dry running. Our setup is more balanced for sure. We expected rain. We do have. We would like some dry running, but we're ready for whatever.
Well, very nice there. As number 43, that's the Old Goats McLaren, did have it off at the Yokohama S, but they get that back out. Get that car put back together. The Mad Lad Solo GT4 effort coming in. The Old Goats Vantage in the pit lane as well. Everything has gone well in terms of driver swaps. Who's in the car next for you guys?
We're going to be doing on-off with 2 drivers in a row. We're going to be going back to instant again, and him and Ghost are going to swap on and off for the next couple hours here.
Awesome. So you have Fitted and Louis that are coming next. I'm guessing they're going to be saved for the later stint.
They'll be up more at the nighttime as well. I'll be in the car at night as well. So we've tried to split it up as best as for everybody's schedules and things like that.
So when are you sleeping?
I guess whenever. Just, I gotta be ready at all times as driver 1 in case we have any major car issues or server issues, I guess. So I'm on call, but that's okay with me. I'm ready to go.
The Schwitzer Motorsport Ford Mustang pitting from P7 and the VRC Competizione BMW coming in on scheduled pit stops. Oh, I believe you may have missed it, but the Euro Titans Endurance BMW, they were racing into the pit lane against the AMG, and it was like the Sebastian Vettel China pit lane overtake. They were side by side at the line. That's how the number 313 BMW got that penalty. As they came into the pit lane at the line, the BMW was a little too late on the brakes. They tried to get cheeky and get an overtake in the pit lane, but they were unable to fully capitalize on that.
Wow.
The Schwitzer Motorsport MSA joint effort Mustang there coming out of the pit lane. And we'll see if Arish is still in the car there.
They've been pitting early and often, but they're running a fast pace for sure.
They did have very early damage in the car as they go off at the Yokohama S, but they bring it back on. The VRC Competizione car comes back out. And we'll see when they get to Schwedenkreuz and the timing updates where or what driver is currently in the car. Well, Tuning in with your car, the United E Racing. In No Man's Land, do we like No Man's Land? Would we rather just be running laps, or do we like the reference point, seeing the other cars on track?
Absolutely love that we're in no man's land here. It's what I was hoping for. It's why I volunteered to start the car. I had no issue running in traffic. I started the car last weekend in the qualifying race. I want the other drivers in the car to be able to get this clean laps in, nice and easy, and run his own pace. So I'm sure he's doing a great job in there.
Awesome. Coming out of Bergwerk and then down, or I guess essentially up the hill through
To my knowledge, we've only had, maybe one or two minor issues or offs and nothing major, so we're feeling good out there.
Yeah, I don't think I have really seen many mistakes from you guys, just running cool pace and letting the race come to you. It does not really matter how fast you are. Obviously, you do need some pace, but, just getting there is the biggest part. And a lot of teams pushing very hard early racing, that is where those mistakes come.
Well, we know we're not going to be the fastest team out there, but we can keep the car on track for 24 hours and have a good time, so that's what we're here for.
I think that's what most everyone should be out there for. The Pro Endurance nearly making big contact with the Fabi Schuld BMW, or the Fabi Schuld BMW.
That was close.
Pro Endurance team Porsche Cayman GT4 going around, and that was a very near miss between the Fabi Schuld, the Velocity Endurance Racing BMW, as that Fabi Schuld BMW had to maybe brake to avoid that Porsche Cayman GT4. Now side by side as they head into Tiergarten, BMW versus BMW, orange versus pink. Fabi Schuld maybe backs out of it and allows the Velocity Endurance Racing BMW to go ahead. And now Fabi Schuld may have the door open to get the overtake down at turn 1 of the GP circuit. But back on with you guys. That was nearly a.
That was a close one.
That could have been a race-ending contact there between the GT4 and the GT3. That would have been a very hard lick.
With the second GT3 car coming up behind too, could have got really bad for everybody involved.
Yes, luckily it was only those few cars on track together.
He's in the pits now. That was one of the front runners in GT4. I think he came into the pits now in the Porsche there.
Yes, currently P4 in GT4.
Yeah.
The NRW Performance Camaro, they have just been running perfect. They do have damage on the front of that car though, but overall, they have been running very, very well in GT4. And very unfortunate to hear that you guys disconnected and had to retire the car, Gilby. I was looking for the Throttle Junkies car. You guys had a very unique livery on that BMW. The rain is picking up, and we should see the track get a little bit more wet. Right now, all the moisture
much longer.
All the moisture seems to be so far just in those puddles. We are getting a little bit of spray. For a long time, we had no spray, and a lot of complaints of wet tires overheating. I saw a lot of trying to grab the moisture down the Dottinger Hoa in any sort of straightaway.
We definitely had issues with the tire pressures, but we had Ghost on it to help fix our issues, and he was doing a good job with the tire pressures and the pit stops.
The number 4 Mercedes, just a couple seconds ahead of the Orion Racing Ferrari 296, and just a couple seconds ahead of the Fatch GT Ferrari 296. And
that's going to go on all day.
It should, and just a few seconds behind them, the number 788, the sister XCL Esports car. Very surprised that we have this many cars running, you know, this close and all this many cars on the lead lap. The majority of the GT3 field is on the lead lap.
Well, I believe 8 or 9 cars finished on the lead lap after the 2.4 hour last weekend. So a lot of cars have been very quick up there, running a very quick pace and staying clean too.
Car number 113, the Super Swede Ferrari 296, another off, and they have had some issues with that Ferrari all day. They have had quite a few incidents, still able to bring the car back around, but a lot of damage to repair on that Ferrari 296. And I thought at some point we would start seeing the battles, you know, kind of dissolve and not see as much on-track fighting, but no, we have been for over 2.5 hours consistent battling.
I was surprised at the battling that was going on during the first stint and how many cars were looking to get aggressive in some tight areas as well. So people, if they're seeing gaps, they're going for them out there, even though it's early. And to most of their credit, it's been clean so far for the most part.
Little deep at the Dunlop hairpin from the Mercedes. The Orion Ferrari 296 actually quite a ways behind, or at least it looked to be in terms of the lap, but just out of sight barely on the helicopter cam. We can still hear that Mercedes, but very hard to see it. And the Fats GT Ferrari 296 still following, number 788 Ferrari 296, and then quite a ways back the 313 and 314 Titans BMWs. I believe those are sister cars. They are running similar livery, similar paint schemes, and both have Titans in their names, but that's purely an assumption from me. Still doing well, no server crashes yet, which we can only hope for those.
No, a few retirements from some teams, unfortunately.
And I think all of those retirements have been purely on Xbox Series S users. If not purely, at least 90% of those issues have just been for Xbox Series S.
Seems as if there's one driver that hasn't swapped yet. P11.
There are, well, yes, they have not swapped yet. They are a 2-driver team.
Okay.
The Old Goats McLaren, I believe, did do a driver swap. I believe the mandatory stop marker is not so much for the driver swap as it is just for the just for taking tires. I don't know what's causing it. Super Swede number 113 back into the pit lane.
Yeah, they have damage to fix after that middle of the lap.
But we have a couple solo efforts. That Mercedes, if you were on the stream earlier, and a very slow pace from that number 2 Super Swede, allowing the time zone racing number 628 Porsche to go by as they get to the Kleiner Carousel. The number 98 Aston Martin GT3 issues at Schwab&Schwanz.
Oh wow.
But the number 4 AMG Motorsport rocking I believe the Grip M Racing livery on that Mercedes there. They are now in nope, that is WRT, I believe. But they are now a solo effort.
Kudos to them.
They had a couple drivers on the books for them, but now they have transitioned to a solo effort, and it will be Luke is currently running P2. Will be running this car the entire duration of the race.
Respect to him. Respect to Lucas for sure.
the Mad Lad Aston Martin running at the back of the field. They are also a solo entry, keeping that car together. The Super Sweet
That's right.
number 1 Ferrari 296 coming out of the pit box.
Fortunately, we have enough members to do a driver swap every hour and a lot of availability from multiple members, so I can't imagine doing 24 hours in a row. Kudos to you, buddy. Mad respect for doing the stream like this, and mad respect to any of the drivers doing all 24.
As of right now, I feel okay, and it's pretty easy to run it solo for the stream, but driving is a completely different animal. Well, I was talking with Popolski earlier on the stream, and I don't think that for me that would quite be possible. It looked to be an overshoot of the pit box for the Super Sweet number 2. It is an
Does
overshoot.
look a little far.
And backing that Ferrari up, and now should be on the jacks.
Especially at a track like this, 24 hours is extra difficult. You don't get a lot of time to rest.
And Throttle
Conditions are
Junkies
difficult.
popping back into the session. They may be able to
Rejoin?
get that car back out. I saw a WRT BMW pop into the session for a short moment, but unsure. Pro Endurance GT4 Porsche in the pit lane. I am sure that many teams that had that retirement are doing everything they can to try and get back into the session. They may be out of contention for the win, but very much so they would want to get back in and try to just finish the race.
Of course, everyone wants to finish the race. That's our plan, that's our goal. Should be another round of scheduled pit stops coming up somewhat soon for the dent timers. Another lap or two.
Yeah, we should be... Yep, it should be another lap or two because it is right at every hour. And the number 4 Mercedes AMG now very much under attack from
Maybe
the
an off.
296. No, they were racing very close. They were very close together. But it seems to be that the rain has picked up and we are getting a little bit more spray. And this Ferrari 296 is all over the rear of this solo effort Mercedes of the AMG Motorsport, driven by Lucas currently. Masikajo in that Orion Ferrari 296. And the exclusive esports Ferrari 296 and the Fats GT Ferrari not far behind any incident that would happen between these two. There are very many drivers in position to pick up the pieces. On to the Dottinger Hoa very shortly. And 2 tires up on the curb at the outside of that corner there before the Kleine carousel, and that is very, very risky.
That's using all the track there.
And I think that
Doesn't
Orion
want him to
Racing
get a
Ferrari...
slipstream before the straight.
Yes, you need to do everything that you can to break that toe, but I don't think that that toe is going to be broken.
Oh, it's pretty close.
And I don't know, maybe that Ferrari is not quite getting much slipstream help. The gap does show 1.3 seconds, but I know it's not quite up to date. Maybe a little bit of slipstream for that Ferrari 296, but doesn't seem to be very much as they come into Tiergarten. The Ferrari 296 just barely out of view. And as they come onto the brakes, the Ferrari is able to close that gap quite a bit, but still no room for the overtake anytime soon, at least. As the Mercedes no need to go defensive into turn 1.
Temps and track temps are dropping as well now. We're down into the 19s. We
We
started the race at 24 track temp, so it's gone down quite a bit.
We are into the evening hours on track. Started, I
Mhm.
believe, at 3 p.m. track time. And we should be getting closer and closer towards the night.
Mhm.
Just steady rain, though. No real heavy rain showers, just steady rain.
I'd say conditions have been very similar for throughout. Just the only thing has been the track temps going down. Yeah. Everyone out there should be pretty familiar with what's going on, what to expect when going into the corner.
Back on with this battle for P2 and GT3. Coming through the Schumacher S, that Mercedes of the Lucas-driven Mercedes AMG Motorsport team. And a late move and hard contact from the Orion Racing Ferrari 296 and the AMG Motorsport Mercedes. I think that may have been two tires on the paint for that Orion Racing Ferrari 296. And that Orion Racing 296 assumes a position. We'll see if maybe there's some negotiation of giving that position back later on. Well,
Yeah, it looked like he outbraked himself.
It did seem to be. It looked to me like he was on the, yeah, and slowing down, going to be giving that position back shortly.
Okay. Good for them.
As the AMG Motorsport Mercedes, but this does put you in a little bit of a different head state. I mean, just speaking from a driver's perspective, you know, you have that mistake, you've been in the flow state for so long, you have the contact there, it brings you out of that flow state, and now very hard to get back into that flow state and get back racing at your top pace.
Respect to them for giving their place back, though, I think.
Yes, that definitely was the right thing to do.
Good for him. Yeah, good for them. Good racing there.
Just unfortunate contact, but you continue on, you continue racing.
Yeah, definitely didn't mean to do it. They made a mistake and gave the place back, and now they get back at it. Good for them.
And this does open the door for the 788 exclusive esports sister team, the sister Ferrari.
Yeah, that gap will go down on the reset through the sectors. Yeah.
As they have had that coming together at the Ravenel curve, and then the position given back just before the Sabine Schmitz curve. And I believe the exclusive esports would like to have a double podium, or maybe even a 1-2 in their own event. I promise it's not rigged if that does happen. And the VRC Competizione effort, have they had a disconnection in the pit lane?
Oh, action on track there.
No longer see VRC Competizione on the timing boards.
No.
Have we lost the VRC Competizione BMW?
Was it during their driver swap? It looked like maybe a plan.
It could have been. Hopefully they are able to get back into the session.
Yeah, it looked like a planned stop for them.
Yes, they pulled into the pit and had just got the car slowed down, and it may have just happened at the driver swap. This group, this trio of GT3 cars has definitely been bunched up from the AMG, the number 4 AMG Motorsport Mercedes up ahead, the number 548 Orion Racing Ferrari 296, and the exclusive esports number 788 Ferrari 296. Just a couple seconds between them. You could put a blanket over all three of them. They are very, very close between the Orion Racing just in the background. And the number 113 Super Swede Ferrari 296, another incident for them at the beginning of the Döttinger Höhe. Time Zone Racing coming into the pit lane.
Yeah,
and where is
well
the VRC Competizione team? Is Shadow coming out of the car? It would be a triple stint if Shadow stays in. I believe we do have the VRC Competizione team coming back in.
I see it back on.
But have they rejoined the session? They are back in the session, but just for a moment. They did drop back out. Hopefully they have not had to retire the car. That would be extremely unfortunate for them. They were having a good run. And we'll see if that VRC Competizione team is able to get back into the session. And hopefully everything goes well if the Time Zone Racing team is doing a driver swap here. But a battle on track, that is the Northern Lights and the Super Swede Ferrari 296. The Super Swede number 113 did have that issue at the beginning of the Dottinger Hoa, but Northern Lights goes very, very deep. Does the number 113 Super Swede team go back past Fabi Ist Schuld coming into the pit lane? Time Zone Racing coming out, and we'll see if they did get a driver swap in. Super Swede number 2 coming down the Dottinger Hoa. Your United Racing BMW, they do have some damage on the front of the car. Do you have any idea what happened there?
No, not at the moment. We trust Ghost in the car. I think we've had some engine issues, if anything. We'll see what's going on when he comes out of the car soon. We should be making a pit stop soon.
Awesome. Hopefully it's nothing too big of an issue there. As long as it doesn't affect the handling of the car, shouldn't really be any issues.
He has moved up 1 or 2 spots for us so far, so he's done fantastic. Even if he's taken some damage, he's done a great job, so good job, Ghost.
Carl Scharl in the Velocity Endurance Racing BMW up into P11. And the number 98 GRL Motorsport Aston Martin up a few positions as well. Hopefully we have quite a few teams running at the end of this event. Hopefully we can get the VRC Competizione team back into the session.
Yeah. They are still racing within 5 seconds of each other up front. Wow. Incredible pace up there.
They are aside from the leading number 787 Ferrari 296, the Orion Racing Ferrari 296. Just following a couple seconds, we can still hear that Mercedes. And this Orion Racing Ferrari is just outside of the slipstream. The exclusive esports Ferrari just behind the number 43 Old Goats McLaren, stopped on track at Mutt Curve. And
VRC back on server.
They have tried to get that car back out. I see them trying to join. We'll see if they're able to get back in. I know they are trying to get back in, and they have lost a little bit of time in doing so. And I think we lost VRC Competizione again.
Yeah, we did, unfortunately. Shadow still in the car there in his Porsche. No driver swap there, I don't think.
I don't think so. The timing board updates at Schwedenkreuz, right? And Ghost is in the pit lane.
Through. Yep, Ghost. This should be scheduled pit stop. Incident will get in the car now. They'll be communicating about tire pressures and how the car feels. I'm sure repair some damage.
Super Swede number 2, a driver swap. I believe there may have been a driver swap in the Fabi Ist Schuld BMW, but waiting on that to update. Kai back into the car. We just had him on the broadcast. And I see some people in the ATR Discord calling this the 24 hours of damp.
We'll see some drive on it eventually, I believe.
Well, the rain is looking to increase, but it has not increased to kick us back over into wet conditions.
No.
And the battle for the podium still very much on between the AMG Motorsport, Orion Racing, and exclusive esports teams.
Yep, they'll do that for 20 more hours, I'm sure.
As we can hope, almost an off for the exclusive esports team. Fully 4 tires off the track and on the paint. There is no grip out there on that paint, but did manage to pedal that car and get it back onto the racing surface. I believe we may not have VRC Competizione back in the server.
No, they have dropped out again after their attempted rejoin.
The NRW Performance Camaro allowing the Old Goats Porsche Cayman to go by, and I think this may be bringing this Camaro in and repairing some damage on it. As they
The leader in GT4.
That is the leader in GT4. They were not overtaken. That is a lap car that is going past.
Yeah.
But we are likely to see them come in and repair that damage. The leading
Should see a lead change there.
The leading Ferrari 296. Well, you think there will be a lead change? I think the Brins back and spreads are racing.
GT4, I meant in the GT4.
Well, even then,
that pit stop.
It's almost 200 seconds.
That's 3 minutes. Oh, that is wow.
That was a lap car that was going past the Camaro, and
yeah.
I think the Camaro is coming in. The Camaro is in. Repair that damage. Maybe a driver swap.
Okay, he has enough time to repair the damage then.
Yeah, should be able to hold on to the lead. Car number 113. More issues at Klostertal. And pulling that car over, it's an RTG for that Ferrari 296, I believe, to repair some damage. The leading GT3 with a lot of traffic to deal with. The number 98 Aston Martin, damage on that car at Eschbach. The incident may have actually been at Wipperman, but damage on that Aston Martin coming through Brunchen now. The Super Sweet 113 in the pits. VRC Competizione still trying to get into the server. I believe they may not be able to. Cozy Lerner still in the lead. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes solo effort. That Orion Racing Ferrari behind.
Still within a second. Yeah.
Very, very close here. The gap is dropping, and a little bit of traffic that may come into play with this battle for position. Double punctures on the number 113 Ferrari. That is very, I mean, for one, unusual, two, very unfortunate. Ninja, the race is not over until it's over.
Lots more running to go.
There's 21 hours left. We're only 3 hours into this 24-hour race. We are an eighth of the way through. There's plenty more running to be done, and a complete other factor to be brought into this race: the nighttime. I think some people have forgotten about the night stint, as we are rapidly approaching that night time.
Temperatures are going to go down. Not going to be able to see as well. It's going to be difficult out there, especially with traffic.
Especially if we have some rain. It looks like the rain is going to be increasing in intensity for now. As this Orion Racing Ferrari still working on this AMG Motorsport Mercedes as they come into the carousel. Alright, I'm going to go check in with my team after our driver swap here and see what
see what Ghost is saying about the car. We got some decisions to make, so I really appreciate you for having me on here, Retro. Really appreciate the stream for all 24. You're doing a great job, buddy.
Awesome. Thank you for having you in, and good luck to the team. To Saurus, the team manager for the United E-Racing BMW, and Cozy Lerner in the pit lane, the GT3 leader in the pit lane. Should be a scheduled pit stop. The Aston Martin number 98 of GRL Motorsport, piloted by Die Blekdos. First 3 hours have been okay. Just one bathroom break. A little bit of light snacking to keep myself nourished for now. I'm still unsure of exactly when I will come in. I'm talking about myself, about to say I'm going to come in for a pit stop. When I will eat a meal. I am not unsure of exactly when I will eat a meal. But I am doing a little bit of light snacking for now. The number 98 GRL Motorsport Aston Martin still in the session coming out of the pits. I saw a little blip for them, thought they may have had an incident. GRL Motorsport does get a 30-second stop and go penalty in the pit lane. And that may open the door for the Super Swede number 2. Actually, that has opened the door. The Super Swede number 2, Ferrari 296, has overtaken the GRL Motorsport number 98 Aston Martin. Very close running here down into the braking zone of turn 1. Now the AMG Motorsport Mercedes has been overtaken by the Orion Racing Ferrari 296. And does that Mercedes still have enough pace left to fight that back? Exclusive Esports number 788 into the pit lane. As they will pit from P4, and it sounded like another car coming into the pit lane. It is the Old Goats AMG GT4 coming in for another scheduled pit stop. The Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman GT4 has been in the pits for a while. The Fatch GT Ferrari 296 comes into the pit lane as well, as we have another round of scheduled pit stops. We are inside the 4th hour in 57 minutes. That first number on the time left will go from 2 to 1, and we will be less than 20 hours left in this race. Ringmaster back in the car from the lead. Cozy Lerner has taken themselves out of the car. Ringmaster back into drive. Lucas does not have anyone to swap seats with. And have we lost the Orion Racing Ferrari 296? They were in P2. As the track is now registered wet, but have we lost the Orion Racing? Actually, I think they're trying to get back in, but will they be able to get back in? Orion Racing We're running P2, and we're back into the session for just a second. But are they able to get back in? Is it the same issue that the VRC Competizione team had, and the same issue that we have been seeing for a lot of the teams tonight? Is that Orion Racing team going to be able to get back into the session? And I believe they have been disconnected. They're going to try and get back in. I believe they'll try everything they can to get back in. But now both of the exclusive esports Ferraris find themselves on the podium. Split by the AMG Motorsport number 4. The Euro Titans Endurance number 313 BMW coming out of the pit lane. And Orion Racing trying to get back into the session. Will they be able to? They were in the session for a split second, but just does not allow them to get back into the session. As I'm not sure exactly what's causing that issue. They should be able to join back in the session, but it keeps kicking the teams out. As we will be down to 24 teams left in the session. '25 has that Orion Racing team been able to get back into the session? I don't think so. The Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3 effort finding themselves in P4 currently. Fatch GT, that Ferrari 296 was running P2 at one point today, now in P5. As that Orion Racing Ferrari 296 trying desperately to get back into the server. Trying to hop on board with them, it is not letting me, and maybe they are just not being allowed back into the session. Unsure of exactly what's causing these errors. The number 4 AMG Motorsport Mercedes, currently P2 with the 788 exclusive esports official sister car, currently in P3. As everyone is trying their best to get back into the session, but extremely unfortunate issues for some drivers and teams unable to get back into the session, or some issues getting kicked out at a driver swap. Brim's back in Spreitzer Racing Mercedes AMG GT4 coming into the pit lane. As the VRC Competizione team was back in for just a second. And the Orion Racing team trying to get back in still. As I believe the XCL and ATR admins are doing their best to try and figure out some solutions for drivers trying to get into the session. The GRL Motorsport, Aston Martin, I believe, serving their stop-and-go penalty now. The United E-Racing BMW being driven by Incident currently. The Throttle Junkies team trying to get back in. The number 4 AMG Motorsport Mercedes coming into the pit lane from P2. And the number 788 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 looks like they may end up being P1 and P2 for a short amount of time, unless the number 788 comes into the pit stop this lap. The old Goats McLaren with a little bit more damage there. Niles 44 in the old Goats Porsche currently. And some issues with time zone racing. Shadow has been in that car the entire duration of the race so far. And is, I believe, having some issues with the teammate being able to join and get in that car. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes coming out of the pit lane behind the exclusive esports number 788. And that will put the sister XCL official team cars beside each other, at least on the timing board, for a short amount of time. Welcome in Scano, or Skino, however you say your name. I've been calling it Scano, I believe. How has the car been, Scano? Were you in whenever your team attempted that that late braking into the pit lane and go 2x2 with the Mercedes? Skino got it. That was actually very funny watching that. That was a awesome move into the pit lane. A shame that you got a speeding penalty, but that would be very cool. Just enjoying a little snack for now. Keeping myself nourished as we continue on. Thank you for the praise with the broadcast. Cooking dinner. It's a little early for dinner, but I understand that I am on the other side of the world for a lot of the drivers and teams here in this 24-hour race. Once again, would just like to ask everyone, if you have not yet, if you would have the ability to, if you would make a contribution to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. We are doing this race to raise funds for the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, and if you do end up making a donation to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, if you would put the note of 24-hour charity race so that we can track how much has been donated to the charity. It is a charity that is in benefit of the firefighters, of injured and fallen firefighters and their families, help them with any expenses, albeit hospitals or sadly even funerals or anything along those lines. It is a way to get those firefighters and families the support that they need. Any contributions that are made are greatly appreciated, and we ask that if you do make a contribution to the charity, that you would do so and add the note 24-hour race so that they know that the donation is coming from us. The XCL esports official teams, currently P1 and P2. The number 788 yet to pit. As the Velocity Endurance BMW comes in. The Super Sweet Racing Ferrari 296 is in. The Northern Lights McLaren 720S is on its way out. And I would also just like to ask, if you are tuned into the streams, if you would consider following on Twitch. We are very, very quickly approaching 300 followers. And also, if you would consider subscribing to the YouTube channel, that is where I have the secondary live stream going, and also it's where the finished recording of all of the streams tonight will be. If they were out on slicks, I wouldn't be surprised. On damp conditions, slicks are actually the preferred tire. Well, Lead Hot, any donation that you have made just let us, or you can let me, or let one of the ATR or XCL admins know, and they will keep track of any donations that have been made. So we can just have a rough estimate. So far I know that we have raised $250, but any donations that have been made, if we can just be made aware of them, we will add it to our total. If you do not want your donation to be made public, then you can DM Clorpta or Irish, sorry. Awesome. As the rain is picking up, and the rain is looking to continue picking up, we'll bring this car, or not this car, this track, from damp to wet. We have been considered wet for a while, but still looks to be pretty dry out there. Not too much moisture, not too much spray. But very shortly, we will be looking at more of a wet track with a lot more spray. We are starting to see the spray kicking up again, but the rain, it looks to be getting more intense within the next half hour, as it should be very much raining by the 20-hour mark. And the Fats GT Ferrari 296 GT3 makes it past the United E-Racing BMW. Let me make a slight adjustment to something real quick. I am bringing in my separate talent through an Xbox party, so I just wanted to make sure that my party is invite only so I don't get random added commentary from some others who may not necessarily be invited to the session, to the party. Very, very close to 300 followers here. Just 4 away. I think we can hit it today for sure. The sister Ferraris of the XCL exclusive esports team. The old goats AMG coming out, or coming into the pit lane now. Shadow in the Porsche sociable. Thank you, Ninja. I saw it when you posted it in the ATR chat. Oh, it's not over yet. You'll be okay. And remember, just finishing the race is the biggest. That's the biggest accomplishment overall. As long as you are there at the end. Car number 71, the Northern Lights McLaren with an off at Flonsgarten. The Orion Racing Ferrari still trying to get back into the session. Looked like it may have been a bounce off the wall for the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman. And we are still approaching the night. Someone in chat may be able to get me what is the in-game time and when do we expect the night, the light to start getting a little more dark? We start to lose as much light and head into the nighttime. The Schwitzer MSA Mustang with Kai at the helm, who was in here with us earlier. It's currently 7:30 in-game. It should be. It sounds about right. What time are we expecting darkness to roll in? Around 8, 9 o'clock? So within the next hour, we should start to see. I mean, we have already gone down a couple degrees in terms of track temperature. We are at 18 degrees Celsius now. So within an hour and a half, we should start to see the night. And now the field has spread out. Super Sweet number 2 in the pit lane for another scheduled pit stop, I believe. As we are nearing the next round of scheduled pit stops. Oh well, that's actually pretty late. Car number 213 went on to slicks. It's going to be a very tricky lap. Just turn that traction control, I guess. And very squirrely into the Yokohama S. Oh, so they put slicks on and they came back in to put wets back on. I see. The Schwitzer Motorsport MSA group effort, or joint effort, of the Ford Mustang coming into the pit lane for a scheduled pit stop. Ringmaster still leading that number 787 Ferrari 296 to a commanding lead in GT3. And closing in on the GT4 leader, as they are looking to move past some GT4 traffic of the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4. A little bit of confusion there. It was actually the 788 that we were on board. The Schwitzer Motorsport team out of the pits, and then Super Swede number 2, are they coming back into the pits? I thought they just came into the pits. Or was that Super Swede number 1? It may have... No, there's no way it's Super Swede number 1. They wouldn't be that far away ahead on track. But Super Swede number 2 into the pit lane. Or back into the pit lane, I should say. Checking in with our GT4 leader, the number 777 NRW Performance Camaro. Still in a commanding lead in GT4. Schwitzer Motorsport still P2. Brims Back and Spreitzer Racing now P4. The old goats in Brims Back and Spreitzer in P3. The old goats in P4. Old goats P5. Old goats P6. Pro Endurance still in the pit lane. And the Mad Lad Aston Martin GT4. Oh, come on. I had it all the way typed in. Hey, you gotta keep the spirits up somehow. Time zone racing with a teammate that is unable to join the session. And they are trying to do their best to just hold on to the car for now. But there do not seem to be any direct battles for position, at least not at this moment. The Schwitzer Motorsport Ford Mustang just a couple seconds. Actually, now we do have a battle for position, and an off from the Team Titans number 314 BMW going wide at miss hit miss. Does get that car spun back around, but just ran out of grip. Luckily not too many behind to have to wait for. The XCL exclusive esports official cars still running P1 and P2. Team Titans BMW does find themselves in P6 now, and the Schwitzer MSA Mustang will find themselves scored P5 at the next timing line. And as the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang, the Schwitzer Motorsport MSA Mustang, I should say, comes into the carousel, they do get scored P5. Sorry, we're still trying to get Red Fox in here to do some partner broadcasting. There they go. Now we are okay. You should be able to hear me as long as we got you in here okay. You there, Red Fox?
I am here.
There we go.
That was a bit of admin.
Yeah, the console did not necessarily, or maybe Microsoft themselves did not necessarily want to play nicely.
No, but yeah, you're doing a good job so far. You've almost reached 4 hours of your 24-hour broadcast. So
And
well
I feel like it's been 40 minutes. I feel okay.
Well, I'll ask you how you feel again after 22 hours, and then you'll let me know.
Yeah, I'll probably be crying for the sweet release of death at that point.
But it's been an entertaining race so far from what I've seen. I've been dropping in and out of the broadcast and obviously with the team and everything. So it's
Hold on
yeah, it's
1 second. And off for the leading GT4 Camaro, the NRW Performance Camaro GT4. I don't think that puts them in any sort of danger in terms of losing the position, but that is an off for the NRW 777 Camaro. I think that may have just been after a driver swap, but doesn't seem to be too much damage. I think they've got it back out on track and everything's okay.
they're dominating the GT4 class. I think they've lapped a few drivers as well. They're in a different race from everybody else.
They are, but still over 20 hours left to go, and anything can happen. We have seen a lot of unscheduled retirements, sadly, but they have been present.
I think, well, yeah, we're down to what, 24 teams now. But we started with 29 or 30 teams, I believe. So it's,
it was right at 30 or just over 30.
I believe, as I've been reading in the Discord chats and everything, it's basically down to what everyone who's on the Series S console is just struggling to keep up with the demands of this track and everything to go with it.
Team Titans BMW number 314 pitting from P6, damage on the front of that BMW, and that will drop them down at least one position. The Euro Titans Endurance number 313, I believe that's a sister car, but I'm not 100% sure. But that number 313 BMW has gone past, and don't know, maybe the Time Zone Racing Porsche will be able to get that position back. Have you heard the story on the Time Zone Racing Porsche?
Well, other than the fact that they're based in Australia, that's about all I know.
So they are having an issue with their secondary drivers. So the driver who has been in that car has been in it the entire race, and they have not been able to join the session, and so it's turned from a partner effort to a solo effort.
Okay, yeah. So Shadow Gaming, who's a staff member at XCL, is going to be loving the fact that he's going to have to try and endure a 24-hour race by himself. I'm sure he'll relish the opportunity though, but I'm not sure how, because there's quite a few, was it 3 or 4 solo teams in this endurance series, and I think although their pace might be good now, they might fall off a cliff at some point midway through, because I think they're going to, just the tiredness is going to get the better of them, isn't it?
There were 3 solo teams registered, at least on the entry list that I pulled, but there have been a couple more that have had an unscheduled solo. So the AMG Motorsport number 4, piloted by Lucas, that was supposed to be a duo effort. The teammate either had an issue, had something come up, unable to fill the seat in the car, and that turned into a last-minute solo effort.
Is there any opportunity for these teams, like you said, the number 4 AMG or the what is it, the 628 Porsche? Are they going to have an opportunity to maybe see if they can get a driver back in, or is it a flat out that's their solos now for the rest of this race?
I think the only way that they would have to have that, in the terms of the number 4, they don't have. It's not like they had an issue where their teammate couldn't come in. Their teammate is just flat not available anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, their teammate unregistered, I believe. So it was supposed to be a duo and turned into a solo effort. In terms of the 628 Time Zone Racing, I think the only way that would happen is if the teammate would if the teammate maybe got a Series X, which maybe there's one on sale.
Yeah, or just go and borrow one off a friend or something and get in.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about that.
The Series S drivers, they're struggling. Or if they're friends in real life, maybe just go around Shadow Gaming's house and just have an account switch button and just have to have a bit of a longer pit stop. But Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, it's a
one
shame really
second,
because
Red.
this.
1 second.
Yeah, go
We
ahead.
have had the 213 Super Swede number 2 Ferrari has retired from the race.
That just happened now.
Yes, that's just now. That is coming from the team manager in my stream chat. Car number 213 has been retired.
Why have they retired?
I have no idea. They were actually, I believe, the better running of the 2 Super Swede cars.
Yeah. That's a shame, really, because they said that they were. I mean, one of the Super Sweet cars was not having that bad a race, really. Obviously, one got spun at the start, and they've obviously clawed it back. But yeah, there's a obviously some people don't want to go the distance. But I mean, inevitably in these kind of endurance series, there will be a few teams that do decide to retire for one reason or another. But so I think I was saying earlier that the GT4 class, I think all 9 that started are still all racing. So the GT4 class is going strong. I believe there's still 9 cars. I'm just looking now. There's still all 9 competing, which is good. It's just that it seems to be the dropouts from this race have all been from the GT3 class, which is a shame.
So, according to the Super Swede team manager, it's because the number 213 car did not have any teammates that were able to join the server, so they do not have the ability to driver swap.
Ah, well then, yeah, that's obviously the 3 stories you told me so far, the retirement and the AMG number 4, and obviously the Porsches, all seems to be down to a teammate issues. So it's poor planning, I suppose. We've got that down to not having enough reserve drivers or whatever, just naming a few extra drivers with But that's a shame, really. I mean, what I'm really disappointed with is that this Lucas AMG Motorsport car, currently in 3rd place, having a really good race, is. It's a shame for him, as I say, that he just looks like he's gone off there on the straight. He's just hit the barrier on the right hand side. But yeah, he's got the pace now, but obviously he's going to fall off a cliff, isn't he, at some point? So it's such a shame, really, because they probably had a chance to maybe get an actual podium in today's race.
Yeah, unless that is quite literally an alien in the car, as they almost had a big off through Tiergarten and Hohenrain. Looked like maybe a little too late on the brakes and almost went 2 tires in the grass. But the number 4, unless it's an absolute alien in the driver's seat, I think that there may come a breaking point where something gives, either just due to human necessity of needing to eat, needing to go to the bathroom, needing to do this, needing to do that. There is the brake swap that is coming, but that is not until much later in the race.
Hour 12, I believe, is the call. I just want to let you know, I was just saying there, just as I said that, there looks like a Velocity Porsche had just entered the server again, has now left again. So there was a Porsche for one moment, whichever Velocity team is running a Porsche.
So what I had seen
left the server again.
What I had seen with those is, so the VRC Competizione team, we have lost them. The Throttle Junkies team, we have lost them. They are trying to join back. The Orion Racing Ferrari 296, they have all tried to join back. The Velocity Endurance Porsche 992, they are still trying to join the session, is essentially what you're seeing. But I think they are joining and then getting kicked immediately.
Yeah, which is a shame. And I presume those are the drivers that are potentially on a Xbox Series S.
Either the drivers that are joining are not on a Series S, but maybe the driver that drove first is on a Series S. And just a quick announcement for me personally here, we have just hit 300 followers on the Twitch stream.
That's awesome. Congratulations on that. 300 is a big number.
Well, funny enough, we were at 200 last week. It was
you're getting a lot of love. I like that.
Especially, it's mainly all come from this 24-hour event between here and I hit 250 just after the 2.4-hour qualifier, and we have just hit 300 now today, in a small nudge of the wall from the number 4 AMG Motorsport at Hatzenbach.
Yeah, he's pushing it to the limit, that car. I'm just watching it as well. But yeah, it is worth noticing, obviously mentioning to the people that are watching, obviously I presume you have already, but if you aren't following Retrovex, then please do so. He is attempting the impossible by trying to broadcast the entire 24-hour race. I don't know if he'll make it, but we'll find out over the next 20 hours or so. But if you haven't already, please follow him. And also, if you have got some spare monies, donate to the charity, which hopefully Retrovex can fill you in with a bit more in a second. And also, if you can, subscribe to him as well, because it's a bit of a charity thing for himself doing all this event. But yeah, if you can, obviously, I don't know if when's the last time you mentioned the charity, but yeah, we can donate to that as well. I will do myself today before the race finishes.
Yeah, so the charity that we are raising funds for here with this 24-hour race is, have we just had... No, I thought we just had a disconnection from the United E-Racing BMW, but it was just a slight glitch. It kicked my camera over to the Super Sweet Ferrari, but no issues there. But
still at 23, still at 23.
The Wildland Firefighter Foundation is the charity that we are raising funds for. It is a charity that helps out with any expenses incurred either from firefighters that have been injured in their line of work or even more gravely have fallen in their line of work. It helps with hospital expenses, funeral expenses, and any sort of living expense that the families do incur after some sort of incident like that would happen, albeit, losing a loved one or being out of work. The link to donate to the charity is in the Twitch stream. It is the WFF donation link. If it is not in there now, it will pop back up in the chat soon. And if you do make a donation, any amount of money that you do decide to give, just put a note in there that says it is from the 24-hour charity race. It would let them know that this donation is coming from us, and it would also let us be able to total the amount of money that we have raised by the end of the event.
Awesome. Yeah, like I said, I will be donating before the event is up. You're doing a great job. I mean, everyone's doing a fantastic job. It's taking a lot of work to get where we are today, and obviously any money we can raise, obviously all goes towards a great cause. So hopefully we can hit a good number by the end of the 24-hour stream.
Some more pit stops in cycle. The Madman Solo GT4 effort that I believe is aptly named, coming in just ahead of the Time Zone Racing number 628 Porsche. And I still believe that is going to be a solo effort from here on out, and also more word from the Super Sweet Racing team that there may be issues with the 113 Ferrari 296, so hopefully no big issues for them. The Old Goats McLaren 570S GT4, some big damage on the front of that, so I believe doesn't seem to be affecting the handling too much right now, but more time to be applied to their stop whenever they do come in.
Vettel, just to mention on that one while we're here, the number 43 McLaren, Vettel there is the youngest driver in today's race at 14 years old. He is actually going to do, I believe, 12 hours of the 24-hour stint in... Well, I don't know if he can do that, actually, because I was looking at the stint times. He might get a penalty for that, because I think you can only do about 9 hours, but I think he was scheduled to do 12 hours, but he is only 14 years old, and he's doing a great job in that. McLaren, I think he's been in there since the start, I believe, or maybe he's had a little break, but he's one of the young ones out there today. I think Matt Copper in the Porsche as well, he is only 16 years old, so we do have a couple of young drivers in the Old Goats team, which is ironic, considering it's mainly full of old fogies that are 30, 40 and 50 plus.
Well, I'm sure when you take the average age, you do end up being pretty old.
Oh, yeah, we definitely do. Yeah, there's quite a yes. I think the average age is, like I said, in the 40s, I believe. So it's good.
It's good to have people of all ages and all countries, as we have teams from all over the world in this event. As we mentioned earlier, the Time Zone Racing team from Australia, I believe. Different parts of Australia, but they are from Australia. We've got teams from Finland, teams from Sweden, obviously with the Super Sweet teams, a lot of German teams, and when I say a lot of German teams, I mean the majority of the grid is, I believe, German teams, and then some UK teams, Canadian teams, and American teams.
And it's all come together to provide what is so far 4 hours of awesome action. Has it stopped raining? Is the question, because I've missed some of the bits, but
It has
not.
not stopped raining. It has come very, very close. I was watching the forecast, and it was diminishing drizzle it was drizzle in the current forecast, diminishing drizzle later on in the forecast, and even more diminishing drizzle even later in the forecast. But no, the rain never stopped. And also the NRW Performance number 777 Camaro GT4 coming into the pit lane now. A pit from the lead for them, but they have quite a gap to the next cars behind.
Yeah. It's about half a lap, I think, by the looks of it. To the Swister team, Swister Motorsport in second place. And then it's about another third of a lap or so down to the third place car. The GT4 cars, they said, doing a good job so far. I said there hasn't been too many big crashes, I don't believe. I haven't seen. So I haven't been keeping up to date fully, but it looks like they've all been trying their best to keep it on the road. Even with these tricky conditions.
There was almost a race ending. I say race ending. If these were real cars, it would have 100% been a race ending incident. The Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman GT4 did have a spin at the very beginning of the Dottinger, and the Fabiest Schuld BMW was coming through, and it was a very quick reaction from the driver of the BMW to avoid that Porsche spun on track, because we nearly had what would have been the hardest impact between two cars in the entire event. But very quick reaction from that GT3 driver to keep those cars from making contact with each other.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge for both GT4s and GT3s. I mean, the GT3s obviously are trying to just get around safely and get on with their race, and the GT4s, some of the drivers maybe inexperienced slightly, are just quite new to letting the GT3 cars through, and there's been a few bumps and crashes out there. Some more leaning towards GT3's fault, some leaning towards GT4's fault. But all in all, I think they're trying their best out there, and I said it doesn't help with these tricky rainy conditions and the spray and everything, but I know everyone's trying their best out there. So just actually riding with this Pro Endurance team, the 157 Porsche, and they've got a bit of damage around that car, so I don't know if they're fully at race pace really, because they've got scuffs all around the front and the side of that Porsche.
And a battle developing for position between BMWs. Team Titans number 314 seems to be on the back foot compared to the Velocity Endurance team number 991 BMW. They did, I believe, start from the pit lane, and I believe they started late, but they have done a massive effort in closing up the gap. They were at the very back of the field at the beginning of this race, and now are finding themselves in a fight for P7.
Yeah, it looks like that 314 BMW from Gente Bars, or theirs, sorry, he has front end damage there. That hood of the BMW is hanging on for its life. So I think he has had because they only just came in the pits for damage repair, didn't they? And it looks like they've come out and they've had another crash. So they're probably struggling for race performance there a little bit, because that front end's a bit crumpled. Maybe we'll see the 993 Velocity Endurance team capitalize on that.
I hope so. And that is the 991 Velocity Endurance, but for some reason, I don't know why they are entered as the 993. I have very close. It made me think that there was a third Velocity Endurance team car, and
Stop and go 30 penalty.
Yes, stop and go for the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, but the Velocity Endurance 991 BMW does look to be on the front foot. I do see that damage on that 314, and 314 nearly gets spat out of the carousel.
Oh, this is getting close now. You just wonder if when they get onto the back straight, whether they are, that BMW just with the no damage, the Velocity BMW, whether that's actually just going to have the straight line speed to get through. So I think he's just about patience here. He looks like he's going to try and work his way through, but if he just holds on to that back straight, I think he can comfortably get past.
Very much about patience, but this track is developing in terms of condition. We are having heavier rain, and we are seeing a shinier track with more and more spray coming off the rear of these cars. But and as far as my eyes go, and as far as my experience driving this track, there is not much room for an overtake from here pretty much all the way to the Kleine Carousel. There's really only one line all the way through this section of track.
Definitely, 100%. I mean, obviously, there's always a gap somewhere, but it's the case of, do you really want to take it, because you're just going to compromise both your cars and, you know, potentially cause a race-ending crash for both of you. Like you said, if it was a real-life event, they'd both be out. So I think Carl here will just play the patient game, like we said. He'll just sit behind. I think he'll try and get an exit out of that second carousel, and then I think he'll get him down the, you know, with the I think he'll have a bit of extra straight line speed. And I think he'll get him down the back straight, but he is right up behind that BMW right now. This is a good bit of action.
As they head into Schwalbenschwanz, and I would assume that's got to be a lift from the Velocity Endurance Racing team. No full throttle through there, as they were closing up very close to the rear of that number 314 Team Titans BMW. And very risky putting those two tires on the outside curb at Schwalbenschwanz. That is one of the most popular sections of track to lose the car. And that gap may have opened up slightly. Will close here as they head onto the Dottinger for sure. And I believe the Velocity Endurance team will be very close. And they got a great run out of the Dottinger. They're onto the Dottinger Hoa. And now it will be the slipstream drag race that you were talking about. And I believe you are correct. That damage will be affecting the top end of that 314 Team Titans BMW.
They're going to go side by side on the first little left-hand kink, but hopefully that Velocity BMW will have that he'll have that move done before the big sharp braking zone, and that is a move done, I believe, because I don't think it is worth Gente Bars trying to get back through, because he knows that the Velocity Endurance car is faster. So you're just going to slow yourself down by keep trying to overtake each other. You might as well just tuck in behind and just get on with your race, because that guy, you know, the Velocity car's clearly faster. And,
Exclusive Esports number 787, the leader in GT3, into the pit lane on a scheduled pit stop. We'll see if Ringmaster stays in the car. I believe the number 787 team, and if you have noticed any different, you are free to correct me, but I believe that they have done a driver swap every stop.
Whenever I've checked in on your stream, I've only ever seen Ringmaster in the car, but I think it was, obviously, it was Cozy first, and then I've only seen Ringmaster second, but it may well be that they are just doing 1 hour stints. That could be correct, yeah. I've just, I may have to leave the broadcast shortly, because obviously I have to go in and do spotter duties for the next driver coming in, but I've just gone to my car that I'm racing in today, which is the number 42 Aston Old Goats Vantage. I've just noticed that he has got severe front end damage on that Aston Martin as well, so he's had an off somewhere on his last lap, which is gutting for him, because he's had such a good stint. And I think it's on the last lap of his stint he's had a crash there.
Well, from a driver, and as all the drivers that we have had in the broadcast booth today, any rituals or any sort of motivational tactics and things like that, just, you know, with you and the guys in the car, just everybody keeping spirits high and keeping everything moving forward? Obviously, you've got dedicated spotters, you've got people that are, you know, not leaving somebody alone in the car.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be especially important through the night, because obviously my Golden Beaver, who's currently racing in the 42 Aston Martin, is my spotter when I do my first stint between 10 p.m. and 12 p.m. in the race. So obviously just having him there, talking to me, obviously, as the track gets darker and obviously it becomes more of a tunnel vision, and it's more just you know, you want to be able to focus on what's in front of you and not what's behind you. So normally your spotter is just talking about when the GT3 cars are coming up. I know you can see it on the timing screen, but sometimes it's better to have someone talking to you. They tell you whether to sort of stay left, stay right, tell you a bit, you know, how many GT3s are behind you if they're battling and stuff like that. So I'm really just trying to get, like you said, keep your spirits up, just talk to you and stuff. And one thing that I would say about the Aston Martin team we all just get along. We've had a laugh. It's just, I say it's good to just have a group of people that just enjoy and spending some time together. So it's been quite good so far. We're not, we're targeting a top 5. It looks like we're about 6th at the minute. So I think it's a long way to go. Yeah, it's been fun. But I would say that's all it is really. It's just you don't want too many people in with you talking and stuff, because it is you know, you want to focus. I'm sure, as you know yourself, you just want to focus out there, especially on a track like this. But really, yeah, just you want someone with you just to keep you awake, I suppose, through the night, and also just keeping you up to date with us, you know, with what's going on, and kind of little bit of motivational things, telling you if a car in front of you's got to stop and go penalty, or whether you should push, or if you should just sort of stay steady, and yeah, just positive reinforcement, I suppose. That's all you need.
Yes, I noticed you've got my golden beaver in there. That is Dingham, I believe, right?
Yeah, that is Dingham. Yeah, that is D Ingham. Yeah, he's about to swap for Clon King, who's our third driver, and obviously I'm the fourth driver. So we've had Clint Trends, who was the first driver. But yeah, I've just had a message come up on my phone saying that they're about to do a driver swap, like I said. So I will have to shoot now, because I am next in the spot for Clon King. So
Well,
if he crashes, that's my fault.
good luck this afternoon, good luck this evening, good luck into the night. That is going to be the most crucial part, that we are rapidly approaching that
Yeah,
night
and I'll pop
stint.
in as well and have a chat with you in the night as well. So I'll have an hour or so free. I can come and talk to you.
Awesome. Good luck tonight. Good runnings, and it looks like you're about to come into the pit lane here.
Yes. Yeah. Here we go. So yeah, I'll catch you guys, and you, and good luck on the stream. Obviously, remember guys, if you haven't already followed, please donate to the charity, and yeah, I'll see you all again later on.
Have a good race. Red Fox for everyone. You are probably following Red Fox, but go follow Red Fox Broadcasting Network on Twitch if you have not already. As he assumes his spotter duties, Cozy Lerner back in the Ferrari 296 of the 787 exclusive esports team, as we have another $25 donation. So we are right around $285, at least the donations that I know of so far. And the number 4 AMG Motorsport Mercedes of Lucas. Skino, I think what Red Fox was talking about with the maximum driving time is just the amount of other drivers that they have that want time in the car, in terms of them getting their correct stints. I think that's what he was referring to. Fatch GT in the pit lane now from P5 as we get more scheduled pit stops, and we have surpassed the 20-hour mark. Less than 20 hours left, as we are now a sixth of the way through this race. GRL Motorsport still with that 30-second stop-and-go penalty to serve, and likely will serve that penalty at the end of this lap. That's GT coming out of the pit lane. So we have had an announcement from the XCL and ATR admins running the event. It's almost going off from the 788 XCL sister car, which has now been passed by the AMG GT4, the AMG, or not GT4, the number 4 AMG Motorsport. Resumes P2. But the announcement being that in the event of a server restart, if needed, we will be allowing the teams that did get disconnected the opportunity to get back into the session. More of that, or more information on that, will come later on, and if you would like to ask any questions of that, make sure that you are in the ATR Discord and join the special event chat where they will be talking about the 24 hours in hell. And we've had another donation, $24 from United E-Racing, and we will also have some donation from Red Fox. So over $300 raised for the Wildland Firefighter Foundation so far. Again, thank you to everyone who has donated, and thank you for anyone who will donate. We greatly appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who has joined the stream so far. 4 hours in, and I am still fresh, still good to go. And a little bit of team manager information. Cozy Lerner, the number 787 Ferrari 296 driver, has pitted, and when they came out on slicks. I don't know if they'll stay out, but Cozy Lerner currently on slick tires, not on the preferred wets, but maybe enough of a dry line on track to allow those slicks to have some grip. No one is safe from any incidents, as accidents like this where you just go with the wrong tire can definitely happen. Brims Backenspreitzer, Mercedes AMG GT4 into the pit lane. The Schwitzer and MSA joint effort Mustang GT3 with Kai in the driver's seat. We did have Kai on the broadcast earlier. Goes by Popolski in the XCL Discord. Northern Lights Racing McLaren in the pit lane. Brims Backenspreitzer should be coming off the Jackson out of the pit lane shortly. And Cozy Lerner back into the pit lane, I believe, to put wet tires on that car, as we are still looking at rain. We have not seen the sunlight, and we have not seen dry conditions one bit in this race so far. It is looking to be a wet 24 hours. The number 787 Ferrari off the jacks and rolling out of the pit lane. And that will close the gap for the number 4 Mercedes, as I believe we may expect this Mercedes to come in shortly. This is still a solo effort for the Mercedes, and it will be an entry into the pit lane. Get that car slowed down. You do not want the penalty, but it's a very late braking entry into the pit lane. Hopefully no penalty there. Lucas going after the 24 hours solo, an extreme effort to do so. I did realize Fabi Ist Schuld is the only PlayStation team out on track. Or at least the only PlayStation user out on track currently. the number 788 exclusive esports Ferrari going past the Madman Solo GT4 Aston Martin effort. And now Schwitzer Motorsport, while they are on a different pit strategy, different pit cycle, they are coming very close to the rear of that Mercedes AMG Motorsport GT3. And Schwitzer Motorsport, they have had a very good race in this Mustang, and they are looking to maybe be looking at a podium here shortly. Almost a little bit too deep into Hohenrain for Schwitzer, and no pit here as that AMG Motorsport Mercedes is out of the pit lane into the Yokohama S, just ahead of the Schwitzer MSA joint Mustang GT3. A little deep into turn 1 for Kai, but able to get that back around and back onto the track. Remember, these streams for the YouTube broadcast, or for the YouTube saving, so we have the VOD later, they will be segmented into 3 separate broadcasts. We will have 3 parts, each being around 8 hours each. So we will do a reset here in about 4 hours, and then a reset 8 hours after that, and then another reset about 8 hours after that. It is just going to be ending the stream, restarting the stream titled Part 2, and then we will continue on. So there will be a slight change in stream, but you can stay here and we will be able to continue on. No one should need to leave the Twitch. It will just go offline and then we will go back online with part 2. Just take a couple minutes for that transfer over. When the time comes, it will be a while, but we will be a-okay. Number 98, the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin around at Schwabenschwanz does get that car righted. They were just behind the United E-Racing BMW, and now look to be getting past the Euro Titans, or being passed by the Euro Titans Endurance BMW. Depends on how the number 98 Aston Martin fares. I do plan on commentating the entire 24-hour race. As of right now, we are over 4 hours in, and I still feel like I just got started, so I am 100% good to go. The exclusive esports teams are running a 1-2 currently, and I am sure that the XCL team, the XCL people, they would all very much love to see a XCL 1-2 at the end of this 24-hour race. Time Zone Racing in the pit lane. That is a solo effort that wasn't an originally planned solo effort, but I believe the teammate is on a second, or on a Series S, and that does put them at a little bit of a disadvantage. This track is very, very processor intensive on consoles, especially with this many cars going for this long. That was a teleport. I was thinking that it might have been, but I did not want to say anything. Hopefully no, not too much damage on that Porsche. That Porsche has actually been running at very good pace. Sociable, any penalty for ignoring stint timers should be ignored because we do have multiple teams that are doing the long stints. The number 991 Velocity Endurance BMW coming into the pit lane. There are multiple people that are attempting the solo finish, so they will have any penalties removed at the end if, you know, the penalty does cause them to be changed or changed in position. Now we will see how those solo efforts do. Well, we will have to cross that bridge when we get there. The Velocity Endurance Racing team now out of the pit lane, and I believe that may have been a driver swap. And we will actually have Clorpta on in the booth shortly, so maybe if we have any questions like that or any questions that would like to be asked, we can maybe get you some answers there. Car number 13, the Mad Lad Aston Martin with an off at Vipperman. Actually, not at Vipperman, that's actually at Eschbach. Allowing the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang to go by. And now just a chase. The Old Goats AMG GT4 team coming in, currently on the podium in GT4. As Brim's Backenspritzer actually may get past them here unless they also dive into the pit lane. And they do not. It's a long pit stop for Shadow Gaming in the Time Zone Racing Porsche. Still in that car. Still in the pit lane. The Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang passing some lap traffic. That actually sounds like that is the American efforts here. Both of the American cars that we have on track. The Camaro Z01 GT4R ahead of the Ford Mustang GT3. The first time that this team is using this Ford Mustang GT3 in an endurance race. and the Mustang going past the Camaro. Both V8s running alongside each other on track. And we get to hear that glorious, I would say it's an LS motor, but probably an LT motor, like an LT4 or something like that. And then that, forget what they call the engine in the Mustang, the Voodoo motor or something like that. I believe it may be the Voodoo motor. As well, the Mustang nearly went off at the Yokohama S, does bring the car back onto the racing surface and pulls on ahead of the Camaro GT4R. United E-Racing with GRL Motorsports just behind. And another car in this battle here. I believe it is the 313 Euro Titans Endurance. But we may have a battle for position here between the United E-Racing BMW and the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin. Cozy Learner still all on their own ahead of the rest of the field in that Ferrari 296. And then Zidane going off at Arenberg, just a slight venture into the sand. Does bring that car back on track very quickly. That Time Zone Racing Porsche is still in the pit lane. I hope they haven't had a major issue with that car, but they may have. And it could just be a driver break, as they are a solo effort. The Team Titans Endurance, or the Euro Titans Endurance, going past the United E-Racing BMW, the United E-Racing car allowing the the Euro Titans BMW to go by. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe Shadow had to go to the bathroom, which is a topic to think of whenever we look at this number 4 AMG Mercedes, because that is also a solo driver. And when do they have their limit, or do they have the bottle rigged up? I do not want to know any specifics, but do they have the bottle rigged up? Sociable, where does Shadow have the bottle? That's what I talked about earlier, the rig mounted to the toilet. I said that I did not want to see any pictures if anyone actually has done that. I also feel like that would become extremely painful later on in the race. So a real life pit stop for Time Zone Racing. About a minute between the top two, but the AMG Motorsport Mercedes is not that far behind the number 788 Ferrari 296 of the exclusive esports team. And another $10 donation to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation from Ninja on behalf of the Super Swede Racing team. And again, if anyone is interested in donating, the links are on the stream chat. If you do make a donation to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, we just ask that you would put in the notes that it is from the 24-hour charity race, and that would allow them to track the amount of donations that they have received from us. And we will bring in some more broadcast talent. Welcome to the booth.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We should be good to go. Make sure that you are including your audio, though.
Yeah, just it.
Party. Okay, awesome. So,
Yeah, I can hear myself. That's awesome. Cool.
how's it been going so far?
Yeah, looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy overall. I'm very sad, of course, to see those Series S guys dropping out. You hate to see it. It's something we warned about before the event, but still, you hope it's not going to happen. We got Patrick Sejic from the exclusive esports car 788. The guy who started also on the Series S. He's also not able to join back in at the moment. He's going to keep trying. He's even going to maybe go to his neighbor or friend to borrow a Series X. And if a crash should happen, then we're going to try to get his other gamer tag in, so at least he can help us out. But yeah, at the moment he can't join. And same for Space KC from my car, the car I'm driving, the Porsche. Old Goats, the Old Goats Porsche team. Space KC also on the Series S also can't join. I told them to keep trying because the grid is getting smaller with a couple cars dropping out. But yeah, overall, no server disconnects as far so far, and my esports team is running very well, so I'm very happy with that to see the both exclusive cars on top. Still
one
long
second.
way to go.
1 second, Clerk.
Yeah.
The Schwitzer Motorsport, the Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3 from P4 coming into the pit lane. One of the cars, I believe one of the last cars on the lead lap, but that also will have them lose position to the Thatch GT Ferrari 296. And I don't think they'll be under attack from the 313 Euro Titans BMW, so change of position there at the front in the top 5 in GT3.
Sorry for the delay, by the way. I had to talk my team through the changing up all stints a little bit, so we have to discuss what we're doing now. Panzer Panzerberro getting in next after Niles in the Old Goats Porsche. A little bit nervous he was, but we had to comfort him and say, just do your thing, keep it on track, keep it easy. It's at the moment it's mostly surviving more than really, attacking those times. We're just trying to survive out there. I see Quargetti just ahead of us, and we're doing pretty well. The McLaren also still running. All Old Goats still in the game. I'm very happy with that.
So for those, team members and drivers that are tuned into the stream, in the event of a server restart, what exactly is the protocol? Because I've seen some chats in the ATR event chat. What exactly are we doing in terms of the server reset and talking about maybe getting some drivers back into the session? If you could just provide some clear communication to those who are tuned in on exactly what we'll be looking at there.
Yeah, of course we're not absolutely sure about what really seems to help for Series S. They can join as long as they are in the server within the first 30 drivers, that kind of stuff. So it will be a little bit of a short fix, but at least we can try. The Series X, for the most part, don't seem to have big issues. PlayStation drivers, same. But should a server crash happen, red flag, the server will go into practice, so all cars can go back in and drive a couple laps. But after that, we will reset again, and we will try to get the Series S in first if we can communicate that properly. But still, you always have the first driver problem. So the first driver always has to join first, and if it's not a Series S driver, then still might be a problem or an issue, and we just don't know what to do about it. Sadly, it is what it is. We warned them up front, and we appreciate everyone coming out here trying to join. But this was a thing that was. We expected this to happen a little bit, to be honest, but we hoped it would run well, but sadly we lost a couple teams here. Still a nice grid here running, but you always want to see more. I wish we could do 65 or even more cars on track, preferably.
So I had Kai tell me a little bit earlier, but I figure you are definitely a better person to explain a little thing and advertise a little bit. So we do have some people who have tuned into the stream, or people who this is their first event ever associated with, Xbox Community League, XCL, or even ATR. If you would just, let everybody know what ACL or what XCL does, what types of events you guys host, how often you host events, and who all those events are open to.
Yeah, so a little bit of a background story on XCL is. We started out like 2 years ago. I was driving with a couple of friends in SLR. It's non-existent anymore, sadly. But me and a couple of guys, we really had the urge back then. Certainly, console driving on ACC wasn't that big. So most were leagues, and those leagues were running with the same 20 guys every week, one race in a week. And we started out on Thursday, merging all those Discord servers, and we attached basically a sort of LFM rating system to that race. And I started the website for them to sign up, so that everyone had, because there are a lot of Xbox and PlayStation drivers on ACC worldwide, of course, but not everyone is on Discord, I figured. So what better way to start than starting with a website where you can actually are not you don't have to be on Discord. It's preferably or we do prefer it if people do, but so that's basically how we started out. And we started out with 1 day a week, attaching the rating system to it, giving drivers a real skill rating, which works on an ELO rating system, same as LFM. And that just expanded basically. We're still running with a very big team at XCL to at the moment I think we're doing about 20 races a week, something like that. Most of the days we got 2 to 3 races, a little bit more in the weekends, mostly on the British times evenings. We are currently working with Go Fast Racing. I don't know even if I should have announced that already, but it's another partnership. We're looking towards a lot of big leagues at the moment, like ATR. We've done IXR in the past. We're doing a GTMR on Sundays. We got TZR Time Zone Racing from Shadow from Australia doing daily public racing. So we're looking for a lot of partnerships as well to expand and to help us out to get just better console racing out there. It's for free, and we just want full grids. Basically, we just want everyone to have fun, and the more people we get in, the better the skill rating is going to work, and the better matches you're going to have, because you're going to get matched with people of your own skill or ranks, if you want to call it. So that's what we're doing. We just keep growing and growing over the past 2 years. We started out with I think 100 guys from a couple leagues, and then as GRL goes off hard there. But we started out with I think 100 to 150 guys from different leagues. And we're now almost on 3,000 website members, I think. We got 26, let me check the rating system quickly. And of course, not everyone's racing daily, but even if one guy picks one race in a month and the other does every race we host. So yeah, we've got 2,600 guys on the rating system at the moment, and we're ever growing every day. So it's very nice to see, and it's well received by the community, luckily. And I think 24-hour Nordschleife was something that was on the wishing list for a long time since it came out, and ATR helped us, made it possible. I have to say big props to Sealander Has, of course, the firefighter. He's currently, it's very sad he can't be here. I know he would have loved to either drive or be in the booth with you. He's a real broadcaster as well, and yeah, this is something he lost a passion for him as well, but duty calls, so sad to miss him here, but we still luckily managed to set it all up, and I'm happy to see all the guys that are here today. That's already a big achievement. Very fun. See so many drivers on the grid, and yeah, of course, also seeing a couple of my teams doing very well. So that's nice.
Awesome stuff there. And little side note, I did pick up on your maybe a little premature announcement of GFR being integrated there. But for those of you who are tuned in, on Monday I will actually be commentating the beginning of the GFR Season 3 preseason at Suzuka, and I will actually be with them for their full 10-week season commentating their events.
Nice. Yeah, nice. They are American League, and since we have started, like I said, we got a lot of British, Italian, Europe, let's say Europe members overall, and this is a battle for position here. I'm watching car 41, sorry. Overtaking.
That was overtaking the Mad Lad solo Aston Martin GT4.
Oh, okay, cool. But yeah, they we have been Matt Tykars, one of the admins, Ryan Frankenberry, and we've been looking to host US races, US time zone races for a long time. We just started out the Australian races on Saturday mornings, and we'll look to expand that to Sunday mornings as well, maybe later. We just added another race on a Saturday, so we got Australian evening times on Saturday as well. So that's very good with the rating system, and it's been kicking off quite well last couple of weeks. And now we just want to expand towards the US time zones as well, because it's something we've been wanting to do for a long time, but it's just very undoable if you're not US yourself to set it up because you have to be doing results and doing ratings midnight for me like already if you want to host a 2 a.m. race here that's even I'm from Netherlands it's 1 hour later so it's 3 a.m. You have to have like an event manager still. We don't have everything automated like a SimGrid or something. So we have a lot of people working their asses off every week, every day in, day out to get all these races brought to you. And so real people setting it up every week, setting up the servers, getting results, getting the rating done, posting it on the website, all that stuff needs a lot of hands. And we're limited there, and we're hoping that with a couple of more US partners, they can help us and we can help them.
Yeah, if you guys want to see a headache, just go look at the XCL spreadsheets. There is a lot of data. You guys do a ton of data collection.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy I need to buy a bigger PC soon because it's starting to run slow now. But we got that's a big shout out to Saber. I don't think he's racing today, but I'm not sure. But Saber is one of those tech guys, same like IXR Trickster from the US league. Those guys they really know how to pull out all data from servers. Like Trickster made the Simbot. We have something similar on the website as well, just gathering lap times and posting it on the hot lap board, the time trial board. And there's cool features we didn't have like 2 years ago, so it's just getting better and better. We hope we can get more features into the console scene. Of course, it's easy to run to PC and get tons of leaks, but there's just people that either like the console community more or they don't have the money to buy a fancy gaming PC. And we want to create something good for them as well. Also a safe place to be in terms of racing. We have the best stewarding team working so many reports weekly trying to keep the league safe and punishing those who deserve punishment. And I think we're doing a pretty good job there as well. Never have very big complaints about the penalties. So the system seems pretty fair as well. And we got something extra there. If you report something, you even get ratings back. That's something you don't have at LFM. For example, one of our, of course, leagues we look very much up to what they do on PC. That's awesome. And we just try to create a similar environment to the console community, basically.
United E racing in and out of the pit lane, but I believe we may have lost to Velocity Endurance Racing BMW. I did see them pop up in the pit lane. Yes, I believe that may have just happened. I saw that Velocity Endurance BMW trying to rejoin this, either trying to rejoin or getting sent back to the pit lane just before their disconnection. But the Team Titans number 314 BMW now out of the pit lane. The United E-Racing BMW pit just before them. And the number 787, the car that you are most likely watching the most. It's got your direct attention.
I'm watching the leaderboard for them. I'm pretty sure they'll do fine. I'm watching my own car at the moment, the 41 Porsche of the old goats. Nels currently still in it, but soon going to give it to Panzer, and then it's me up next after that. So I'm also going to be practicing a little bit soon, settling in, because it doesn't seem to be easy in those GT4s. That's one thing that's for sure, and it hasn't been dry or second yet. So
hold on 1 second. The Velocity Endurance Racing BMW has gotten back into the session.
That's good. That's good. Hope they can join. Hope they can keep going. Maybe it's another driver.
It may be Silver Arrow
Silver Arrow, yeah.
991 BMW, the Velocity Endurance BMW. They have made it back into the server, which I believe is the first car of the day to be able to leave and rejoin. So hopefully they are able to get that car back out on track and not lose too much time. They may just be verifying that the setup and everything is correct before they get that car back out on track. But that is a big development there for the Velocity Endurance Racing. They were actually doing a very good job gaining positions after starting at the back of the grid. And the Time Zone Racing Porsche also still very far back. I believe that is just a personal break.
I just got message from Shadow just now actually. His partner Dylan, he can't join because of the Series S as well. I don't know if he's gonna continue, to be honest. Same problem. So that's a very big shame. Losing a lot of good teams here.
Yes, they were very much able to bring some pace, that Time Zone Racing Porsche, especially being our one of our only entries in from the Southern Hemisphere, at least as far as I know. And one of your co-drivers in the Old Goats Porsche, Niles, currently driving the car right now. One of my old competitors with the SBR Endurance Series. I have raced many times against Niles.
Yeah, I actually didn't know him before starting the event, but he came in with some of the other guys that's in the Old Goats, I believe. So they introduced him to the team. And he's doing very well at the moment. So
yeah, I believe you've got, with all of the across the Old Goats GT4s, you've got Niles, Golden Beaver, and Bob Elysius, all drivers that I raced with in the SBR Endurance Series.
Yeah, I know Bob Elysius, so I think he invited most of them. It's good to have him around. It's we started out. Actually, I just wanted to do a GT4 car on the grid, and so we started out with one fastly became two, then we got to three, and we even built up the McLaren as fourth as well. So a lot of drivers wanting to join, but didn't have a team to join with, and then you get a situation like, join us. It's the OGs, Old Goats. There's a lot of original XCL drives in it. It's been driving. They've been driving for a lot of time there, and they usually don't get to participate of these kinds of events because they don't have an esports team, because they might lack a little bit of pace there, something like that, or just whatever. It's or you're in a team with just two and you don't want to do it with two, and then a lot of those kind of combinations are in the Old Goats, and it's actually very much fun. It's like the exclusive esports team is of course very competitive. We just fished there from a lot of Gold Plus XCL drivers, very fast drivers are in that team, all very good racecraft, and as you can see, they are all very how do you call it, consistent as well.
One second, Corp.
Just
1 second.
Yeah,
the GT4 leader, the NRW Performance number 777 Camaro GT4, into the pit lane on a scheduled pit stop.
Nice. He's the leader at the moment. Yeah. What's his gap? 2P2.
Quite a gap. It's going to be a little bit before the timing board updates, but it is quite a gap. Those NRW Performance guys, they have made a couple mistakes, but they have not made very many.
No, there are a lot of fast drivers in there as well in the team. There are a lot of aliens. I think they just wanted to run the GT4 because they would have competed very well in the GT3 class as well, I'm sure, because a lot of guys I know there are very fast. So, yeah. I respect, hats off to them for competing in GT4. I like to see it.
And Dingham in the stream, make sure you let Nomad know that I took care of the SBR guys. You gotta know your roots sometimes. Well, I have been asking all of the drivers, all of the teams, is there any special rituals or anything like you guys are doing? Just making sure to keep everybody motivated in terms of the 24-hour. I know you know not everybody will stay awake for the entirety of the event, and you'll have shifting in and out. You have dedicated spotters for the drivers in the teams. I know that the Ninja was saying that the Super Swedes were all singing the Beatles in their race chat.
No, as far as I'm aware, I don't know if they're doing that. I know for the esports guys, they don't have to. I don't have to coach them much. They know better than me what to do, and they also will manage what they need to do. So they just got their own thing mostly, and they're just at all times. We try to get another guy in the car with them to indeed be a spotter, help keep them awake, tell them what's going on track, all that kind of stuff. And then we got for the old ghosts, we got we split it. We split it the cars for voice chats because of you don't want to be with 20 guys in one voice chat. That's it's going to be a little bit annoying. But we also made like a social chat where all the guys that aren't driving soon or aren't driving at the moment can join and keep each other motivated. Yeah, we're just said like we're running as a team. We're just gonna finish this event if we can. We're just gonna keep going. Whatever happens, it's very good atmosphere there, and everyone's very kind and helping each other out. So that's very nice to see. I know one of the cars, I think it's the McLaren, invited a friend to the team's Discord, so he can also join the voice chat to keep him accompanied during the race, those kind of things. But I haven't heard any singing yet, so maybe that's still to happen when it gets later. We'll see.
Well, hopefully the spirits are good enough later on that singing is at least tolerable at some point. We've
We'll
got
see.
more entries into the pit lane. Mad Lad, the party till we pass out. The solo AMG GT4 coming into the pit lane. And Skino would like to let you know that they are going for the Platinum license in XCL.
Good luck. I know Skinner's got the pace, so I've seen him driving for a long time as well. He's one of those guys that when I started out racing in SLR, that's one of those names that I would see regularly. You got a lot of guys that you know from back in the days. ACC consoles just gotten a lot bigger, and it's always good to see. So, but still, you know your. The OGs, all the guys that have been running this game for 3 years, they're not doing anything else, are usually fast and usually very capable of getting into Platinum on XCL. But I'll make sure when Skino hits it, we'll add another rank to the system.
Awesome. Well, I mean, in the spirit of a 24-hour, are there any big XCL announcements to come out?
I think about that. It's like I haven't prepared anything of this, but I might have some stuff for you. Yes, of course, but at the moment I can't think of anything.
Later
Just
on.
been
Later
focusing a lot on this 24-hour for the last couple of weeks. It's been
Well,
work
here's another
to
thing.
set it all up.
Let me know what all went into the planning. Like what would you say were like the biggest obstacles in planning an event this large?
Well, obviously, we've been running big endurance events, so we got a lot of stuff ready, but we are very limited in terms of the website sometimes. So it's mostly crowd control, answering all questions from all teams. And that's what I said. Like Sealander has Fletcher, he's out, not being able to do the driver's briefing, which we would have liked. Just to be there to answer the question, because a lot of guys are doing this for the first time, or a lot of guys haven't done this here on the Nordschleife yet, or whatever, and people are making changes, especially in the last week. You get people DMing you every day, multiple times. This driver can't join. Can you swap this driver for this one, or can you change the name of our team, or car number is wrong? All that kind of stuff. That's I think most of the time where a lot of work goes in, and what's been the most stressful. So you're happy when it actually kicks off and you see all the cars on the grid, and that's why I said it's very sad to see cars that can't join. You never want to see it. So yeah. But that's basically it, and of course a little bit of website working. I think we've done a pretty nice job on the 24 hours in hell page. I know Kai has done a hell of a job on the social media side. So yeah.
Yeah, we had Kai in on the broadcast a little bit ago, and I think we'll have him back in before too long. Ooh, the number 444, the Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3 with some damage on the front end of that Ford Mustang.
No, Irish has been running another event before this, also on the Nordschleife, so you would say he had some practice.
When I was talking to Kai earlier, Popolski, what he had said was that they had run an event previous to this one.
Yeah.
And were running this event, and then that Irish wanted to plan another event after. And
yeah,
Kai was like,
canceled.
I'm okay, thank you. I'm okay.
I think Irish, I don't know if he sleeps ever. Always when I check out, he's either racing or he's working for XCL stuff, championships, that side as well. He's insane. So he drives so much, and it's very noticeable. He made a mistake in the beginning of the race, which is very rare to see, I think.
You know, he's definitely recovered from that mistake.
I think, yeah, that's his strength as well. He's such a good racer. He isn't always like the fastest guy on the grid, but he always managed it. He's got one of the highest podium rates in XCL, I think. And he just always finishes on the podium or wins a race, whatever. I think they're running a special livery for this event as well. They got the full chrome. Which,
yeah, they looked like more RTR colors on that car, like the green and the gray.
I've heard it might be a little bit of a mean trick, but I've heard that if you run full chrome, it drops the FPS of your competitors around you. So it might be a tactical move here to put the full chrome livery on the car here.
You telling me that they are running tactical paint?
Yep. we discussed it. We discussed it, but we didn't.
All right. Well, I have a question for you. Very big question.
Plenty.
Will we see dry conditions?
If only I knew. I hope so. I hope in 1 hour when I need to drive.
Oh, it will be nearly dark by the time you get in the car then, right?
Yeah. So I need to get some practice as well. I'm going to jump in with Panzabero, seeing how he's doing, and I'm going to do some practice laps. And I might join you back in broadcast tomorrow somewhere.
All right. Well, very happy to have you here. Thank you. I'm doing my best, and I am still fresh and ready to go, ready to keep going.
It's definitely enjoyable to watch. So it's I haven't had my eyes off the stream. So yeah, it's very good.
Awesome. Well, thank you, and thank you for putting this event on. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to cast it, and good luck in the race. Good luck to the teams that you are essentially running, the currently P1 and P2 teams, and good luck to the team that you are driving in. Hope you have a good stint. Hope the team brings it home for you, and hope they keep it in one piece long enough for you to get into it.
Don't give me the broadcaster curse.
Hey, that's a long time. That's a long time in the future. Broadcaster curse happens when you're while you're talking about it. As long as you're not in the car and I'm talking about you, you'll be right okay.
Very good, very good. Good luck.
Awesome.
Speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Good luck, and have a good stint. Have a good race.
Thank you.
That was the XCL founder there. Very, very happy to have them in. Very happy to have this event to cast in the first place. Well, I hope everyone is enjoying the stream so far. We are nearing our first stream break here in a couple seconds, where I will hop over to race number 2, or not race number 2, but part number 2 for the stream. Still wet conditions, and it is wet for the foreseeable future. Just steady rain. As it is just continuing on with the wet, and probably wet into the night, as we do not have any dry conditions, have not had any dry conditions, and we will see if we get any dry conditions at all during this race. Well, if you would like to continue staying up the entire race, I will be staying up, so you can help me get through it. The number 788 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 GT3. It is possible for me to do it. I just have not usually, because it does limit me in seeing the different events that happen on track. The exclusive esports number 788 Ferrari 296 GT3 into the pit lane from P2, and the Fabiist Schuld BMW number 406 into the pit lane. Crash Nugget, is there a specific driver that you would like to be on stream for a little bit of onboard? Fabiist Schuld BMW out of the pit lane. The exclusive esports number 788 out of the pit lane. The Fatch GT Ferrari into the pit lane. And we can get a little bit of onboard. Allow me to use my onboard overlay. There we go. Now we have some onboard for the first time. The track is a little wet. We'll get a few minutes of onboard. Heading into XCL. Up to Bergwerk. Very tricky corner there, especially in the wet. And absolutely flying with Cozy Lerner at the helm. What I call the back straight as we head into the kink of Kesselchen. Just listening to this Ferrari 296 GT3 absolutely roar down the back straight. Looks to be that we may be catching the number 313 Euro Titans Endurance BMW here very shortly. And almost a little deep and almost a little too much into the carousel. Pushing, pushing, pushing. And able to keep the car held together and bring it out of the carousel straight. It looked like it may have almost been a little too late getting shot out of the carousel, and then maybe offset of the weighting of the car through the carousel. Very easy to do if you get outside of the optimum line. And now out of Hoyocht into Vipperman, my personal favorite section of the track here. Leaving no part of the track unused is Cozy Lerner in the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari 296 GT3. Now out of Eschbach into Brunchen. A lot of track being used, racing this track like it would be in the dry, using every single bit of the track. You can hear that traction control working away as the gap to the BMW ahead just out of sight as we come into Flonsgarten, and we do get a little bit of a jump. Using the brakes to drag that nose back down and keep those tires all on the ground, and now the fast S's section before Schwabenschwanz. And flat out through there, fifth gear. Schwabenschwanz, very tricky to be on that outside curb and then into the Kleine Carousel. Very much closing the gap on the Euro Titans Endurance number 313. And as we come out of the Dottinger onto the Dottinger Hoa, we will get the long Dottinger Hoa straight that heads us towards the GP Strecke once again. Thank you everyone for joining in as we go for a lap here with Cozy Lerner. A little over 5 hours into this race. Reminding everyone, and I think that the Euro Titans BMW may have had a little touch of the wall there and into the pit lane as we get a pit lane entrance. Perfect for Cozy Lerner, bringing that car down and hitting that pit limiter just before we come into the pit box. And Into the pit lane comes the leader, getting that car stopped, and I believe Cozy Lerner will come out of the car as we have reached sunset, and we will be looking at darkness shortly, where we will get to see all of the nice bright lights from the Ferris wheel and the GP lights and all of the colorful string lights and spotlights and strobe lights and everything all the way through the GP circuit. I will go back on board when we are fully dark and able to see all of the nice shiny lights, because the Nürburgring Nordschleife at night is a sight to behold, especially with the ambiance that you get with a Nordschleife, the N24 weekend. A slide from the Velocity Endurance 991 BMW, but able to get that car put back together and back out on track. Back onto the racing surface, that is was insane, or sorry, reading the chat, insane, was all four tires in the grass and the dirt, it seemed, but able to bring it back on track. Fitted now into the United E-Racing BMW. The Fabi Ist Schuld BMW on their own as well. The Northern Lights McLaren 720S coming into the pit lane. So the 991 disconnected. They got kicked out of the server, but unlike all of the other cars, they were able to get back into the server. So while they did disconnect, they were able to reconnect, get their drivers back in, and get back out on track. The number 4 solo effort of the AMG Motorsport car being headed by Lucas into the pit lane now from P2. And we will bring in a Fatch GT racing representative. As the number 4 AMG Motorsport Mercedes comes out of the pit lane, does give the position back to the exclusive esports number 788, and the Schwitzer Motorsport, Schwitzer and MSA Mustang in the, or coming down the Dottinger with some damage on the front of that car in P4. Welcome in, Prawn from Fatch GT, that Ferrari 296.
Hello.
Make sure that you have included your audio in the party, if you wouldn't mind.
Certainly have, sir. All good to go.
Awesome.
Good race so far?
Good race so far. Very eventful.
Scary, but good. Yeah. Do we know if Lucas really is a slow driver? Because we're banking on him maybe having a seizure through the night and maybe getting a position from that.
So, was not registered as a solo driver, but I believe the second driver that they were going to have ended up dropping out of the race, so it's kind of a last-minute solo effort.
Absolute maniac.
Yeah.
Maniac.
Well, I don't think he planned on doing it by himself, but is and definitely has the pace up there. Has
Yeah,
been
he's
on
pulling it
the
off.
podium for quite some time. You guys were in P2 at one point in this race.
Yeah, so we have Respect Pape, also known as Wilson. He is our secret weapon. Whenever he's in the car, he just gains time and time and time. So we're trying to utilize him at the best moments. We've got a very mixed bag when it comes to pace levels, so trying to utilize the team to their fullest is going to be quite a challenge today.
Well, to finish first you must finish, and as long as you guys do that, you should be in pretty good position.
Yeah, if you keep all four wheels on the tarmac, everyone's got a good chance, I think. So should be interesting.
Well, I've asked everybody, any special rituals going on in the team chats? Everybody drinking coffee, everybody's, got some stuff that they're doing.
Humidity in Europe at the minute seems to be the thing. Everyone's having cold showers and splashing water on their faces to keep themselves going. So, yeah. No voodoo curses though, but we're just trying not to say where we might finish and keep everything as negative as possible, not to jinx anything.
Like we're not going to win, or we're not going to be on the podium, pretty much.
Yeah, as soon as anyone says, "Oh, we could get top 5 or top 3," I try and reel it in straight away. None of that.
We're getting last. Just so you know, we're getting last.
Yeah, exactly. P1 looks like they've checked out so far. They are crazy quick.
They are very quick, and you may have been tuning into the stream, you may not, but I have a little bit of news for you about Cozy Learner.
Okay.
Did come out of the pits on slicks in full wet conditions.
Ooh.
And
happen, maybe.
And brought it all the way back around, essentially not losing any time at all, and brought it back into the pit lane.
Jesus. Maniac. And he's still got a comfortable gap, I'm guessing. I haven't seen what it is for a while.
Yes.
But, yeah.
I believe Ringmaster was back in the car for a short amount of time after that, or actually no, that may still be on this stint. I would expect them. Actually, no, I think Cozy Learner may be double stinting.
Well, the Ford at the moment looks very quick. Aresh's team. We're banking on the Ford maybe having too much power and some sort of accident happening, but they look very quick at the minute.
Ninja, so far we have donated, I think we're getting close to $350 donated so far.
That's great.
But yes, the Schwitzer MSA joint effort Mustang, they did start pretty far back, and I believe they had a couple incidents very early on, but they were able to bring that car back in positions, and they have found themselves up on the podium. Also, you may have the stream on in the background.
I thought I had it muted.
I may have just been getting a little bit of echo of myself.
Yeah,
no
I don't
problem.
think it's me, mate. Everything's off. Do I have time for a shameless plug before I dip out?
I think you do have some time for a little plug, depending on what it is.
So the Thatch GT organisation, not to take races away from other people, but we do have a GT4 and a GT3 league that will be going live on SimGrid sometime in the next few weeks. If anyone's interested in some Monday races and some Wednesday races, GT3, GT4, check us out on SimGrid.
Awesome, you heard it here. Is that a big announcement, or is it already posted on SimGrid?
No, just season 4, so that'll just be going live soon. The schedule and the sign up. So keep an eye out for Batch GT. Big thank you to all the XCL guys, and especially Haz from ATR for sorting all this out. It's great fun.
Yep. How's the strategy going? Everything essentially going to plan? You guys have had a nearly flawless race so far.
Yes, so no incidents. We've had a couple of almost spins dealing with the damp conditions. The wet tyres seem to be burning rubber really quick before the rain got heavier. But that was an issue.
I believe I have seen you guys had hopped into you guys were pulling over down especially down the Dottinger and towards Kesselchen, Flugplatz, Schwedenkreuz, looking for those puddles of water when we were getting towards those damp conditions, just trying to do the best to cool those wet tires down.
Yeah, so we've been running some stints around 31 PSI on some of the tyres, so just trying to keep them low whilst we can, trying to find the right PSIs and conditions that aren't fully wet is proving to be a challenge, especially with the temps going down. So stint to stint, it's always changing.
So we will be in darkness within an hour, as we can already see that the track temperatures, we were around 20, 21 degrees Celsius. We're now about 16 degrees Celsius, and obviously tire pressure and different things go into calculating, what you're running or your operating pressures and temperatures and things should be at then. But do you guys have a priority night driver? I mean, obviously we'll have to drive for quite a bit of time.
I'm doing 5 hours out of the 6 through the night, from midnight till 6 a.m. So that's going to be a challenge. I think I'm doing a double. Then Wilson's back, our star driver's back to do a single stint, and then I'm going to pick up the rest of the hours until morning, and then all of our drivers will be back and fresh for Sunday. That is the plan.
Awesome. Are we scheduling sleep? Because I know that some teams have scheduled sleep, scheduled naps. You get to sleep from this time to this time.
Well, we've got a couple of old boys that if they don't get their afternoon naps or evening naps, they're going to be struggling. So a few of them are off now. But yeah, should be 2 of us up through the night, really, and then the other 3 should be getting some well-deserved rest ready for Sunday.
Awesome. Very glad to hear it. I'm on a little bit different time zone here because it's still nice and bright in the afternoon here for me, but I understand it's getting into the late night for a lot of you guys.
Yeah, it's starting to happen now. How are you doing? Are you doing the whole 24-hour stream?
I am doing the whole 24 hours, and we're almost 6 hours in, and I feel great. Well, we have been streaming for over 6 hours, but yeah, I feel great. At some point, I will take my little dinner break, and I have been snacking and drinking water and things like that, and things like this, bringing different teams, team representatives, different talent into the booth is one of the things, because having conversation for a little bit is a great motivator and also helps pass the time by, for sure.
Keeps you fresh. Yeah, so what have you got? Coffee, energy drinks? What's going to be the poison to keep
I
you going?
have held off. I had my morning coffee just because, I have to have my morning coffee, and I had some morning coffee. I had my breakfast, and everything was, good there. And then, it's just been, I've got a bag of beef jerky because I can eat that and, have that, and it doesn't make much noise to get to it. And other than that, it's just been water, and I plan on it being water because, the drinking of the water itself will give you some energy and things like that. And after that, we will. I have Red Bull on standby if needed.
Saving it for the really needy moments, yeah.
Yes. Well, the last thing you want to do is to get into that crash. But as of right now, over 6 or almost 6 hours in terms of race time, we are good to go so far.
Good man, keep it up. Keep it up.
And I mean, in terms of just making sure that you are, vocal, everything, vocal cord, speaking voice, drinking water is that's one of the biggest things to just help. It keeps me going. I haven't coughed yet on stream, so that's
is that a usual occurrence? Is it?
Well, no, I'd actually just been getting over a COVID case this past week, so I had I had a trailing cough that was I had like a dry cough all week, just trying to get rid of it. And I think as of today, everything has been doing pretty good. I do have some beer that we may get one of those going, but I won't say anything. I'll drink that.
I remember ATR, we did the 12 hours of Bathurst, and has decided to heavily drink vodka during the whole stream and passed out about 8 hours in. So as long as you do better than that, I'm sure you'll be okay.
The beer that I have is essentially water. I bought it for a reason.
Should be fine.
It's just to have something a little bit. It's low calorie. It's it's like a lime prickly pear agave flavor. I mean, it's just very It's not Budweiser, Lextrax. It's not Budweiser.
What happened? Did you see what happened to the BMW? I need to find out which number it was. I saw they were struggling at one point. It was Marshall was driving. Team Titans, the 314.
They got a Well, it's either the Team Titans or the Euro Titans. The Team Titans, they had some damage on the front of that car, and I believe the Euro Titans, they got a stop-and-go 30-second penalty for speeding in pit lane. It's actually quite a spectacle how they got that penalty. They were side-by-side racing with the AMG Motorsport Mercedes, and as they were coming into the pit lane, they decided to brake later, and they entered the pit lane side by side, trying a Sebastian Vettel Chinese Grand Prix pit lane overtake.
Yeah, it's never going to work. It's never going to work. Got to respect the effort, though.
Oh yeah, it was great to see it. Love to see it. And Crash Nugget, yes, cars are able. Big moment from the Euro Titans Endurance BMW. Almost lost the car there. Yes, they are able to repair all damage on the car, but it does take a few minutes to do so.
Yeah, we saw they lost a lot of time, and they were going down the back straight at about 60 miles an hour, so we knew something had gone wrong.
The Team Titans, they may have had some big damage. It's hard to keep track of everything. I do my best, but it's hard to keep track of it all.
How are the GT4s doing? Any drama there?
No drama. The number 777 Camaro GT4R, the NRW Performance Team, they did have one spin, but it was nothing too major for them. They did have some damage, and it looks like, unless it's a little bit of a body line, they may have some slight damage now, but they have been in a commanding lead in GT4. But I've heard that some of the GT4 cars have actually had some engine issues. And have you guys had any engine issues? I think we've had some
issues.
reports of engine wear.
Thankfully, the Ferrari is one of the most durable cars out there. So, if you downshift too much, it doesn't really damage it if you over rev it. I know the Porsche can be very susceptible to that. I'm not sure about some of the other cars, but I think Ferrari's pretty safe in terms of durability.
Awesome. And in terms of track conditions, are we fine with wet conditions the entire race? Are we hoping for dry at some point?
We wouldn't mind a bit of dry, but we feel like if all our drivers all together would be quicker, possibly on wets, like we're doing pretty well. We'd rather it be like this than damp, so we don't cook our tyres. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if it stayed like this. We wouldn't be against it.
Yeah, you may have missed it, but the Super Swede number 1 or 2, one of the Super Swede teams actually had double rear punctures after the tires overheated.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're trying our best to under pressure the tyres each stint, just in case it does get drier.
Yeah, adjustments, and I'm guessing you guys are keeping track of those adjustments that you make, because this track will definitely cool off. It's already cooled off about 4 or 5 degrees from when we started, but
so we started bringing all of our wet default pressures down by a whole 3, and then now it's at about 1 that we're bringing it down by from the default wet conditions. It's not totally wet yet, or at least from what we were practicing in. So we're not quite there on the pressures yet.
Awesome. Is there a detailed sheet of adjustments that are made and expected tire pressure, the calculations for what you expect in terms of at this temperature, at this time, these tires, this pressure?
We've what we did before is we all went into wet conditions at 20 degrees ambient temp, and then we're making adjustments from that depending on how wet the track is and the current temperature. So we're there or thereabouts where we should be, but
awesome.
There's definitely some room for improvement.
Well, what
thank you very much, sir.
Any special duties? Like, do you have designated spotters or anything like that? I understand that you are probably about to get back to the team here in a second.
Yep, so I'll be race engineer until my time finishes early in the morning, and then when I go get to some sleep, we'll have one of the other boys take over. So it'll probably be like a 16-hour shift for me, essentially, with the driving and spotting. So
awesome.
It'll be a long one.
Best of luck to you guys. Currently running P5, Fats GT Esports. The Ferrari
podium's on.
296 podium. Podium is on or the podium is off?
It's on. I'm going to give that one bit of positivity. The podium's on.
The
Watch this
podium is
space.
on. The aim for the podium. Cozy Learner's a weapon up at the front, but the podium is the aim. Fatch GT Esports, awesome prawn. Thank you for joining in.
Thank you
and
very much, mate.
good luck with the rest of the race. Good luck on your stint, and good luck throughout the night.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Have a good one. Cozy Learner still the leader here in GT3, making it past some GT3 traffic. And seen a few different chats. Who's commentating? I'm Z. That is me commentating. I am commentating Retrovex. Or Reginald Graham. That is my name, and I am commentating. And yes, we are running the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Pans, thank you for joining from the Twitch Discord. So we had Awesome Prawn with Fatch GT talking to us a little bit of strategy and how the car is currently running. The GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, the number 98 Aston Martin GT3, currently in the pit lane. The Time Zone Porsche still in the pit lane, but the Throttle Junkies BMW was back in the session for just a moment, but did not, or were not able to stay. Erish in the 444 Schwitzer MSA joint effort Mustang GT3 into the pit lane now, as we are now looking at darkness rolling over the track. We can start to see some of those lights on in the pit lane. And will now come on the jacks, and I believe Erish may get out of that car. That does allow the Fatch GT Ferrari 296 GT3 to move up ahead of the Mustang GT3 for now. Still on the lead lap, as the number 313 Euro Titans Endurance BMW has just been lapped by the number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 GT3. And I will take a short break here and leave you on board with the Ferrari 296 of Cozy Learner. And I am back. A little bit of refreshment. As on board with Cozy Learner, darkness quickly setting in and still no end to the rain in sight. As we are now entering the night hours. And a night for many of the drivers and teams. Still bright and sunny here in Texas in the United States of America. The number 628 Porsche still in the pit lane. Cozy Learner still the leader here in GT3. Radioactive now in the car in the 788 Ferrari 296 GT3. Lucas in the AMG, still solo effort there. So, there are some drivers that are going to solo the entire event. There are about 3 or 4 solo efforts so far. And I believe that any penalties that would be incurred by them for going over the stint timer will be neglected. But that is something that we will just have to see. I can contact the admins and see. As the Fats GT Ferrari 296 is up into P4 behind, or with the Mustang quite a ways behind, but on different pit strategy. As we may get the Orion Racing Ferrari 296 into the pit lane. It shouldn't be a disqualification at all. Well, actually, it may be. I am finding out some information for you guys right now. Orion Racing back into the session. Time Zone Racing in We're still in. Mad Lad in the GT4 still in. Pro Endurance entering the pit lane with damage. Super Sweet exiting the pit lane. And Cozy Learner going past another lead interchange or overlap here, as the leading GT3 goes past the leading GT4. So, from what I have been finding out in terms of the duration and things like that from talking to Corpta and the guys in charge of running the event, it is 36 hours divided by the team. So, whatever it is looking to be for the team, you know, if there's 4 drivers divided by 36 hours, that would be 9 hours per driver. If it's 3 drivers, that's 12 hours per driver. If it's 2 drivers, it's 12 hours. It's 18 hours per driver. If it's 1 driver, it's 24. So, for you, ABC, I don't know. And if that is a question that you specifically have, I would very much recommend contacting the XCL and ATR admins and see how they can help you. And you know, if you're worried about it not being worth it to finish the race, if you won't be able to finish, then you know that was something that I would talk to them about. Orion Racing back out on track. Quite a few laps down, but they are back out. They were able to rejoin the session. The Old Goats McLaren GT4 now in. And it is getting dark out there, but I will let the track reach total darkness before we go on board and get a view of the full ambiance. Yeah, if you have any questions about driver stints, max times, things like that, I would love to provide you with all the information possible, but I can only provide so much, and I do not want to provide any wrong information, any misinformation. So just make sure that you contact the admins that would be able to help you out and be able to give you definite answers. Well, quickly approaching 6 hours into the race. A third of the way through. Car number 41, the Old Goats Porsche. A speeding penalty, or a drive-through penalty for speeding in pit lane. The number 777 Camaro GT4 coming back into the pit lane, I believe, for a scheduled pit stop. And another. So the 313 BMW GT3 coming into the pit lane, the number 46 BMW GT3 coming into the pit lane, and the number 777 NRW Performance Camaro GT4R should be coming out of the pit lane very shortly. Well, night has fallen here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and Cozy Lerner with the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari still in the lead as they enter the Nordschleife once again. We hear somebody absolutely pedaling a GT4 just ahead of the 787 here. It is the Old Goats McLaren. Quickly approaching the nighttime. Or we are in the nighttime, but not quite fully dark yet. As we will now start to very clearly see the flames being shot out of these cars. ABC, I would still very much recommend that you talk to the admins so that you can see exactly what they would be able to do for you, because they may be able to do something in the event of a red flag if we do end up having one of those server resets. Yep, that's the best thing that I can recommend you do as the Velocity Endurance Racing 991 BMW comes into the pit lane. They will be passed by the Fabi Ist Schuld BMW. Erish in the Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3, as it is now getting much darker out there on track. Lucas 5007 in the AMG Motorsport Mercedes. A solo effort so far, almost 6 hours in the car. Actually, it will be exactly 6 hours in the car, as they are a solo effort for this race. And now the field has spread out. The Super Swedes seemingly not had an incident in quite a while, as they have now found a little bit of pace and have clawed back a couple positions, it looks like. The 777 777 NRW Performance Camaro GT4 are still in the lead, has been in the lead in GT4 for the entire race. The Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 on its own. Racing in P2, the Brims Backenspritzer Mercedes-AMG GT4 in P3, then the Old Goats AMG P4, the Old Goats Vantage P5, the Old Goats McLaren P6, the Old Goats Porsche P7 with the drive-through penalty, the Old Goats, the Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman GT4 in P8, and the Mad Lad Solo Aston Martin GT4 in P9. Headlights now the only thing that can illuminate the way for you as you get onto the Nordschleife. And still raining, looking to stay raining for quite a while. And yes, in terms of the Series S issues, the graphics cards error, the system memory errors, it is just an Xbox Series S issue. The PS5s do not have the same issue. The Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 coming into the pit lane from P2 in GT4. The Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman GT4 also coming into the pit lane. And screaming down the Dottinger Höhe all on their own. Cozy Lerner in the 787 Ferrari. And field just running all on their own, but we've got a battle for position here between the Schwitzer Motorsport Ford Mustang GT3 and the Fatch GT Ferrari 296. The Ford Mustang trying to get past, dealing with a little bit of traffic, very narrow, just squeezing that Mustang inside that very tight opening on track. And as they head towards nearly making contact, extremely close between these two drivers here, as they head towards miss, hit, miss, the Mustang with a lot of pace trying to get past that Ferrari 296 of Fatch GT. We've had members from both of these teams on the stream earlier today. Don't want any drama between them. Very respectful racing so far between the two, as the Mustang and the Ferrari very, very close to each other here. The Mustang with some pace, just trying to find the hole, trying to find the ability to get past the Ferrari. unable to do it just yet, but as they head up towards Bergwerk, the Ferrari goes defensive. The Mustang follows, needing all of that slipstream help that it can get, but I don't think it'll be a move close enough by the time they get to Bergwerk, just barely cutting through the trees. Both very close to each other on track, still just looking through the trees, and now the Mustang has gotten around the Ferrari 296 of Fatch GT. And as that Mustang is past the Ferrari, will the Ferrari be able to close that gap back? The Mustang needs to do some work in opening up this gap. Do not want to be close enough to be under attack by the time you get to the Dottinger Hoa. If you are close enough or do not get far enough away from the car behind, they will be able to take this position right back in one clean move. Just driving right on past at the end of the Dottinger Hoa, but Erish does seem to be doing a good job with the Mustang there. Now finally scored ahead of the Fatch GT Ferrari 296. Good evening, Aramich. The Ford Mustang of Schwitzer MSA ahead of the Fatch GT Esports Ferrari 296. And that is a battle for position when I didn't think there was one to be had. The Old Goats AMG coming into the pit lane from P4 in GT4. The number 113 Super Sweet Ferrari, an incident at Schwalbenschwanz, but does get that car turned back around, back out on track onto the racing surface. But that does open the door for them to lose some track position to the cars behind. Fabi ist Schuld into the pit lane. Hopefully that's a scheduled stop and not an unscheduled stop. As we should expect to see them out of the pit lane shortly. And now much, much darker than previous, as we have about reached as dark as it is going to get. The 787 Ferrari 296 looking to go past, did go past, threading the needle between two GT4 cars, two bits of GT4 traffic. Fabi ist Schuld now rolling out of the pit lane. The GRO Motorsport Aston Martin coming into the pit lane. The Old Goats AMG should be off the jacks and leaving the pit lane shortly. The number 4 AMG Motorsport, as we have now passed the 18-hour mark. Now a third of the way through this race. And do remember, in about an hour to 2 hours, we will take the first stream break, which is not necessarily taking a break, but just to break the stream up into parts that will be saved on YouTube. YouTube has a 12-hour VOD limit, so we want to make sure that we don't break that, but also keep a record of the full event, as Lucas almost loses the Mercedes AMG GT3 there, coming up the hill into, or coming out of Flugplatz through Quiddelbecker Höhe, and Flugplatz now screaming towards the Schwedenkreuz curve. The 777 Camaro GT4 making it past the... it was not the Aston Martin. It's one of the GT4s. I hear a GT4 behind that Camaro, but I'm trying to figure out which one exactly it is. It's the number 41 Old Goats Porsche that I was hearing. And once again, I'd just like to ask, if you are watching and are not following, I would greatly appreciate it if you do hit that follow button. And if you have not, we are streaming on the YouTube side. So if you wouldn't mind hopping over to the YouTube channel, throwing it a subscription real quick, just so we can grow that YouTube channel over there. And any follows, any subscribers on YouTube, and any Twitch subscriptions, greatly appreciated, and they do help with the streams, help support, and they also give me a little bit back for putting these on. Almost off into the sand at Arenberg for Schwitzer Motorsport with Erich at the wheel. And if you do have a Twitch Prime or an Amazon Prime subscription, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription with that, and that will also throw a little bit of money my way if you would be so kind as to use that subscription on my Twitch channel. Also, do not forget, this is in charity for the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. If you would like to donate to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation and support fallen and injured firefighters and their families, we would greatly appreciate that. And if you do donate, make sure in the notes that you do put that that donation came from the 24-hour charity race, so that they know that it came from us. I think at the end of this lap, we will go on board with the Camaro GT4R and get a view of the night running here. Actually, we may go ahead and do that now. As we will listen to this Camaro, this great big old American V8, sing as we ride on board with the NRW Performance team. You can see some of the bright lights up ahead, or they are quickly shadowed by the mountain that we are climbing here. You can see those clouds and the rain, but for the majority of the Nordschleife, there is not much to see, no lights until you get back to the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. And as we enter the Grand Prix Strecke, the illumination from the grandstands and the pit box, commentator boxes on the right hand side, a little bit of light as we head down the pit straight and then get on the brakes for turn 1 at the Mercedes Arena. Perfect entry before we cut through the Mercedes Arena, and our turn 3 will be the Yokohama S. Just a little splash of light here and there, enough for you to see where you're going, but the headlights are doing a lot of the heavy lifting. As we come out of the Yokohama S and down the hill towards the Dunlop hairpin. Darkness in the trees, not very much to be seen. And then quick on the throttle coming out of the Dunlop hairpin as we head up the Schumacher S. Still just some slight light here and there, not a ton to be seen. And we get to see that Ferris wheel. Not fully illuminated yet. The Bravenel and Bielstein curves before we go through the Ad Van Kink, and that will put us back onto the Nordschleife Strecke just after the chicane. We start to see the Sabine-Schmitz curve, the spotlights, and all the festivities going on there as we turn left onto the Nordschleife. Flashing lights at the Sabine-Schmitz curve, flashing lights in that tree, and then the color changing lights as we now get to see a little bit of the light on that Ferris wheel. To experience quite a bit of the livelihood of the Nordschleife. And then at Hatzenbach, more string lights, colorful lights in the tents, more flashing lights all through. Not many games or simulators really replicate the livelihood of the Nürburgring Nordschleife or the N24, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, quite like ACC does it. We get to see exactly all of the tents and RVs and cars and people that sit here for the entire 24-hour duration of the race as we now come through Flugplatz. Another dark section is not many spectators here. Don't typically tend to see spectators down the high-speed sections due to safety reasons, but through the turns, so you will have more spectators there. Also, because you don't really get to see too much when it's just cars flying past you at 260 Ks or right at 130, 140 miles an hour. Even up into the 160, 170 mile an hour. Then into Foxhole, heading down the hill, we do have the Team Titans BMW GT3 behind. And we will see that BMW make an appearance whenever the driver of Tommy allows that BMW GT3 to go by. One side of the track, maybe an early braking here to allow that GT4 to go through, or not quite yet. Now pulling to the inside, allowing that BMW M4 GT3 to go by. And as we will chase this BMW, it will pull off into the distance, as we are now through one of the most tree-covered sections of the course. As we come through Miss Hit Miss, we see the BMW ahead, the rain light flashing, the reflection of the rain light on the bottom, and then more spectators, more flashing lights, more string lights, and that small Nordschleife neon sign. We see another one there on the right-hand side. Still chasing this BMW, trying to get as close as possible to it, but it is a car in a different class on a different pace. Now heading up towards Bergwerk. is pitch black through this section of the track. Not much to be seen as the old goods McLaren being passed by that BMW as well. Then a flash of the lights from the NRW Performance Camaro GT4. This is lap traffic in class. That lap traffic pulled to the inside at Kesselchen. Touch of the brakes allowed the NRW Performance Camaro to go by as we are well into the night. 10:18 p.m. the on-track time, and we are running one-to-one real time. There is no accelerated time. We will have about another 8 laps of we'll have about another 8 laps, or not 8 laps, 8 hours of nighttime left to go. Daytime coming back around 6 a.m. Flash of the lights from the NRW Performance Camaro. They may know that they are on stream right now and giving a flash of the lights to all the spectators. Putting on an absolute masterclass here in GT4 as we've got more spotlights up ahead to the left-hand side. And really only one more highly populated corner left to go. That would be the aptly named YouTube corner, very popular from the auto addiction videos. Through Hoa Oct and Vipperman, some more spectators on the left-hand side of the track. Especially as you come through Vipperman, the very fast-flowing, almost chicane-like section. But this is the big spectacle. This is Brunchen. This is where the majority of the spectators would be as you come through Brunchen, or come out of Eschbach into Brunchen. That is where you would see all of the spectators lined up. It has the greatest view, 2 turns that you can see, and all of the Nürburgring and Nordschleife Touristenfahrten videos that you have seen all come from auto addiction videos. And out there on the outside, got the name YouTube Corner, did Brunchen. And now through Schwalben, Schwanz, the S is here. Almost flat out, foot to the floor. To the left-hander, one of the final corners on the course. Very tricky, that outside curb and then into the Kleine Carousel. Back in Skino. And now out of Kleine Carousel and onto the Dodinger Aue. Flat out down the Dodinger. And we let this American V8 sing. Some more flashes of lights from that Camaro as we thank them for taking us on a lap. Checking back in with the race leader, Cozy Lerner in the 787 Ferrari 296 GT3. The next car behind. Almost 2/3 of, or I guess almost 2/3, about half of a lap behind the AMG Motorsport number 4, the solo effort from Lucas, managing to keep this car at P2. 788, the 788 and the number 4 are just swapping positions in the pit lane. So whenever the number 4 comes in, the 788 will go back ahead. They're swapping, alternating pit strategies. So the AMG has come in, or came in before. The exclusive 788 will come in after, and it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They are racing each other currently, but not directly beside each other. It was The 788 passed the AMG Motorsport Mercedes in the pit lane, and then the AMG Motorsport got back past in the pit lane. To fetch GT, yes we can. Something you would like to see on the car, or just want to see the car on stream? As the AMG Motorsport number 4 comes into the pit lane. Should just be a scheduled stop for them, and we'll see if that 788 exclusive motorsport or exclusive esports Ferrari 296 GT3 gets that position back. Yes, that's just an issue with Assetto Corsa Competizione that oh, still got the onboard overlay. Thank you for that. Glad we did not get too far away without that. That is very easy for me to miss. Thank you for letting me know that. The Northern Lights team coming into the pit lane, and AMG Motorsport still in the pits. Is the AMG Mercedes going to get back out of the pit lane before the exclusive esports 788 goes by? I don't think so. And the AMG Motorsport now off the jacks, but not rolling out of the pit lane yet. Maybe a personal break, because that is a solo effort. And the 788 Ferrari 296 GT3 still out ahead of the Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3, but that Mustang is very, very close to the rear of that Ferrari 296. About 8 seconds between them, not very far, and that car can be seen just ahead, just barely dodging out of view. But that Ford Mustang GT3 does definitely seem to have a lot of pace in it. A slide from the Mustang through the Schumacher S, though, keeps it intact as the Super Swede number 113 coming out of the pit lane. But that gap, 7.5 seconds, or was 7.5 seconds between the Mercedes and the Ferrari there, or not the Ferrari, the Mustang and the Ferrari. And on pace alone, this Schwitzer Mustang may be able to close this gap on the exclusive esports sister car just ahead. We'll have to wait and see if that gap drops as they head through the timing boards, or through the timing lines. And Fetch GT all on their own, still running P5 by quite a large margin. NRW Performance with Tommy at the helm still leading in GT4. And Orion Racing back into the session, but still in the pit lane. It does sound very cool, and they are the only ones out there on track in the Mustang. And when we had Kai in earlier, one of the drivers for the Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3, they said that it is their first time running the car in an endurance layout. So we will see how they are able to bring this car home at the end. Fazzy Binks now in the exclusive esports 787. Cozy Lerner and Ringmaster were the two drivers before. I believe it is late night for quite a few of our drivers here, as we are almost 7 hours into the event, getting right about 10 o'clock for some maybe even later. As we are definitely in the night stint for a lot of the drivers and teams. Still 4:19 p.m., almost 4:20 p.m. for those who celebrate that. But still just past 4 p.m. in the evening here in the United States. Well, it is 10 p.m. out on track. Yep, you're an East Coasty Sprightly. I hear a Camaro. Or maybe not a Camaro, maybe I hear a Mustang. As we may have a battle brewing in GT3 as they come through Mutt Curve. Is this Mustang going to be able to close this gap on the exclusive esports sister car? The AMG Motorsports Mercedes back out on track behind the Schwitzer Mustang. The Schwitzer Mustang now finds themselves in P3 on the podium, and that gap is falling very quickly. The exclusive esports 788 was able to get past, or not able to get past, got kicked out, got spit out of the carousel. Just carrying a little bit too much speed in, was able to get outside of the banking, and now a couple errors into Hoacht from the exclusive esports. Kyle Williams at the helm through Vipperman. A slight mistake, and now this has opened the door for the Schwitzer Mustang to find themselves in P2 if they could get this move done. A little bit of damage on the rear of that Ferrari 296 as the Mustang is looking to get this move done, as I think we will go on board with the Ford Mustang here, as we are on board with the Switzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3 chasing the Ferrari 296, the 788 sister car of the leading Ferrari 296. Too much of the curb out of Flonsgarten though, and that will unsettle the car. Just have to slot back in and try to get as close as possible as they head to the Dottinger Hoa. Pushing. Now, Erish in the Mustang Mustang GT3. I was about to say the Mustang AMG. There is no Mustang AMG. And then two tires on the outside curb. Very dangerous, especially here in the wet. Out of the Kleine Carousel, they both seem to be very similar, but this Mustang, with this higher top speed, will be behind the Ferrari 296 ahead. And this Mustang pushing all the way out to the limit on track, as they are now side by side down the Dottinger Hoa, as Erish now scored P2, but is the Ferrari 296 of Kyle Williams and exclusive esports, will they be able to get this back pass, or is that top end of that Ford Mustang GT3 too much for the Ferrari to compete against? Hard braking into Tiergarten and Hohenrain. Now onto the Grand Prix Strecke, and the Mustang is in the lead, at least ahead of the exclusive esports sister car, the number 788 Ferrari 296, making their way past the Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman GT4 is forced to go a little narrow, and that may open the door slightly for the exclusive esports Ferrari 296 to come back at the Mustang GT3. But for now, the Mustang GT3 with the better pace on track as of now. The Camaro GT4 almost going a little too wide at the Huck Icon kink. Then a lift into Flonsgarten, a pretty big lift into Flonsgarten. Fazzy Binks in the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari 296 GT3, still comfortable in the lead. And the Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3 at the latter half of the GP circuit. Trying to grow that gap to the 296 behind. Different cars with different strengths. The Mustang GT3 definitely with the strength of top speed. And as they come through Sabine Schmidt's curve, the Mustang will just look to pull away throughout this lap if they can. The Ferrari is a slightly better handling car, is almost wide from Erish, pushing that Mustang, knowing that they need to grow this gap as much as possible. But that Ferrari 296 of the exclusive esports number 788 is definitely still there. I don't think this battle is over with. GRL Motorsports Aston Martin number 98 comes into the pit lane. And back on board with the Ford Mustang GT3. I think that gap to the exclusive esports number 788 car has grown slightly, but a little deep, but a lot of deep from the 296, the 788 296, and that will open that gap a little bit. The Schwitzer Mustang almost went a little bit too deep, but the exclusive esports sister car went way too deep. Both drivers kept it out of the wall, kept it from getting too far into the sand. And neither driver spun. Great accident recovery, but that has opened up the gap between the Mustang and the Ferrari. Both still on the podium. And with over 17 hours left of this race, a long way to go, and anything can happen between both of those drivers and both of those teams. Lucas still on their own in the Mercedes, trying to catch the podium. The crossover for part 2 will probably be here in 1 or 2 hours. I was gonna do this stream about 9 hours, and then the other 2 about 8 hours. So within an hour and a half or so, I would say. I think I'll do it whenever my stream timer hits. Whenever my stream timer hits 9 hours, which we're currently at 7 hours 21 minutes. Number 98 did show a yellow flag for a second, and the Schwitzer Motorsport, no. The Old Goats AMG by Chris EHVSS, and that is big damage at the front of that Mercedes AMG from P4. That will be damage that definitely needs to be repaired on that GT4. Give me just a moment and I will eat a light meal. I will still control the cameras, but I will not be talking because I will be eating, so give me just a minute and I will get some food warmed up and get something inside my belly. All right, and we are back, or I am back. We have been here the whole time, but I decided to get me a little nourishment. If the drivers can get out of the car and eat a little bit, I figured I might as well be able to as well. As we are a couple minutes away from 7 hours in, and we are quickly approaching that halfway point. A couple things I did notice. We had a disconnection from the NRW Performance GT4 Camaro, and then the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche was able to get ahead from that. But now the Camaro has gone back past as the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche went into the pit lane. So we did have a lead change in GT4, but as long as that Camaro continues running the as the GT4 Camaro continues running the pace they are capable of, they should have no problem in gaining and holding on to that lead. What position is the 313? Do we still have the 313? We just had the 313, but we may have just lost them. They were running around the top 10, but I don't see them anymore. We may have had a disconnection from the 313. We'll see if they can get back into the session. I believe we lost the 313. They had been running the entire race. Northern Lights, McLaren, and the Velocity Endurance 991 BMW into the pit lane. Hopefully we can get that Euro Titans BMW, and they are back in. They were serving a 30-second stop and go, I believe, but they are back in. Currently P8. And they should be rolling out of the pit lane any moment now. Unless they were just serving that stop and go penalty, but very odd that we did, that it seems like we have lost them for a short amount of time. We should see them exit the pit lane shortly. Euro Titans did make it back in, and they are back out on track. The Schwitzer MSA Mustang is in P3 currently. The exclusive Esports 788 down in P4 after their pit stop. And now we have settled into the night. Everyone is just seemingly running their own race. The Fabi ist Schuld BMW going past the 777 Camaro GT4. We'll see if that Camaro can actually keep up with that BMW GT3 down the Dottinger. Car number 71, the Northern Lights McLaren. An issue at Adnar Forest. Some damage on the front of that car, but does seem to be okay. May have maybe gone into the wall a little bit too deep at Adnar Forest, and you just go for a ride. Especially here in the wet, if you get caught out on the grass, you are just a passenger in your race car. Fabius Schuld comes into the pit lane after getting past the Camaro. Who's still awake with me? I understand that it's getting late for some of you guys over there in Europe. If you are driving, you are getting your sleep in now. If it's not your stint inside of 7 hours. Or I guess now outside of 7 hours, technically. Streaming has been going on for almost 8 hours, but we are just a little past 7 hours into the session. Dinner was pretty good, yeah. Just some leftovers, nothing too crazy. I didn't want to eat it too fast because the last thing that I want is to be a little not feeling so hot, especially while I'm streaming and commentating. Don't want to be burping and a lot of gas and things like that. Well, it's only 5 p.m. for me. Skino in the Euro Titans number 313. I'm sure we'll see him back in the Twitch chat once they get done with their stint. Soros, the team manager in the car for United E Racing. So we had, at one point, we had 24 GT3s and 10 GT4s. We started with 9 GT4s, and we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 GT4s. We have not lost a GT4 yet. We have had a GT4 disconnection, but we have not lost a GT4. And we have lost a few, actually quite a few of our GT3s. I don't think we started with all 24. We started with right around 30 to 32. Some teams were unable to join the session. I believe mostly just due to Series S consoles. Tesaurus, who we had on the stream earlier, currently in the car. Kai, who we had on the stream earlier, currently in the car. Clorpta, who we had on the stream earlier, currently in the car. And Red Fox, currently in the car. We have had quite a few people in the booth to join and give a little bit of a insight towards their teams and their strategy and how their races are going, how they are going according to their plan. And we have had all of those drivers that I've brought in are out on track at one time right now. So in GT3, we currently have, I believe, 13 GT3s left and 9 GT4. Actually, no, 15 GT3 and 9 GT4, because that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We have 15 GT3 and 9 GT4. Skino should be bringing the BMW in shortly for that stop and go penalty to be served. Shumi comes in with the Northern Lights McLaren. The Fatch GT Ferrari 296 coming in. They do have a little bit of rear damage on that Ferrari. Now I would once again like to ask anyone who would like to donate to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. We are raising funds for that charity, and if you do make a contribution to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, if you would just put on the note that you are donating from the 24-hour charity race, and also let us know if you do donate and what the amount is, so we can try and keep track of the donations that we have raised. Currently over $300 raised, getting closer to $400, and we do have some more people that will be donating. The Old Goats Porsche coming out of the pit lane with Clorpta at the helm. May have been a driver swap there. still parked in the pit lane, the 628 Time Zone Racing Porsche. And I would not be surprised if we see the 787 Ferrari 296 is almost a big moment for Lucas, and the Mercedes does manage to keep that together. Huge save there, especially with him being the only one driving the car. The Schwitzer Mustang has now moved the 788 Ferrari 296 out of the podium, but would not be surprised if the 787 Ferrari 296, the exclusive esports official team, some of the fastest drivers on the grid, some of the fastest drivers on console racing in this car, would not be surprised if they lap the entire field, as they are less than half a lap away from the P2 Mercedes of Lucas. GRL Motorsport back in the pit lane. And we may very well see, depending on the difference in pace between the Mustang and the Mercedes, this Mustang may be closing in on the tail end of that Mercedes, especially with the Mustang having the higher strength of more drivers in the car. Would not be surprised if this Schwitzer Mustang, as long as they keep their nose clean, potentially finds themselves ahead or just behind this AMG Motorsport Mercedes. Car number 113, the Ferrari 296 of the Super Swede number 1 team, after the Super Swede number 2 team had a retirement. Super Swede number 1 currently running in P12 in GT3. As they had a bit of an off at Schwalbenschwanz. They will be bringing this car back. I don't think they have too much damage. They may not need to pit, but the tires very well could be hot. It is still raining. We have not seen dry running. We did get damp conditions for a short amount of time, but it is raining and looks to be continuing raining for the rest, or I say not the rest of the session, but the foreseeable future, for as far ahead in the session that we know. And that gap from 11 seconds has dropped to 8 seconds. The Mustang definitely on the front foot, once they got settled into this race, have definitely come across some pace, as they are closing the gap on the cars ahead. Super Swede number 113 coming into the pit lane. I don't see a ton of damage on that car, but maybe a scheduled pit stop for them. And as I say that, a little slide from the Mustang did tap the rear of the car into the wall. I don't know how much that has affected the handling. I don't think it would have broken the wing, but now that Mustang may be in a little bit of a handling disadvantage. Could not be anything much in terms of damage for the car at all, but we will just have to see how the pace goes, but maybe pushing a little bit too hard from Kai there. and negotiating traffic, the Switzer Mustang are trying to do their best to do so. Fazzy Binks in the Ferrari 296 pits from the lead, and that gap between the AMG Mercedes and the Switzer Mustang is closing very quickly. Can hear the Mercedes just outside of earshot. Mustang does have the BMW of which BMW is that? It's not the United E Racing. I guess it's the Fabi Ishul. The colors look very odd with this low light. That is lap traffic, but they still are seemingly faster than the GT3 Mustang, and the flashing of the lights saying they are faster. Do have a lap to try and get back though. And as they defend, that would be a hindrance in terms of pace. May be smart to let the BMW by. They are faster, but they have an entire lap to go around and try to do in order to be in a competitive pace to you right now. Or to the driver in the car right now. The 777 Camaro GT4 back into the lead with a healthy lead after they suffered a disconnection short time ago. And this Mustang still trying to catch the Mercedes of Lucas. And is Lucas starting to see a little bit of fatigue? Having been in the car for over 7 hours, is there starting to be some fatigue in that driver? It is a long, long time, having done multiple stints, as many of the other drivers have been able to take breaks, have been able to eat. The AMG Motorsport driver of Lucas has been running a great race, especially for racing on their own, but how long are they able to bring this pace? How long are they able to just keep this going? The old goats Aston Martin into the pit lane with Red Fox at the helm. And now that Mustang with the Fabius Schuld BMW, 3 cars all within a very short amount of track, and trying to stay together on track before they get onto the Dodinger Hoa. The Mustang wants to get past the Mercedes. This would be a pass for position, and that Mercedes, once again, that driver may be suffering a little bit of fatigue. Has been in the car for a very, very long time. Very hard to keep focus for that long. And the Mustang with a higher top speed, the highest top speed out of the grid, I believe. Just trying to stay close enough to the rear of this Mercedes ahead, rocking that pink and blue BWT livery. The Mustang gets a better exit out of the Kleine Carousel, and the Fabi Schuld BMW follows just behind. And as they come onto the Dodinger Hoa, the Mustang looks to pull away from the BMW using its superior top speed, but the BMW will be fully in the slipstream as well. I believe when this Mustang pulls to the right-hand side of the track, that is when the BMW will follow through, but the BMW does not follow through, stays behind the Mercedes as we get a draft train down the Dodinger Hoa. And maybe the BMW will try and go for a move. into Tiergarten. The Mercedes closes it off, though. Flash of the lights from the BMW. BMW is a lap car. Still able to race here, and the BMW, very impatient, finds a hole and puts the car there. Flash of the lights maybe saying, hey, I didn't like that quite so much from the Mercedes, as the Mercedes did not want to add any sort of damage. No drama for them as the Switzer Motorsport and MSA Mustang is now up in P2 in GT3. The Fabi Ist Schuld BMW still giving chase behind, but are on a different lap. The Mercedes comes into the pits, and will stop and start their pit stop on a different pit strategy. I believe the Mustang, actually all of the top 5 on different pit strategies, don't really think we'll see them come into the pit lane together, I say at the same time. The 788 Ferrari 296, I'm not sure if they will get close enough to the Mercedes AMG Motorsport car to get past in terms of track position, but they are coming very quickly. It could be a swap of position. Through Tiergarten and Hohenrain for the 788. But the number 4 Mercedes is back out on track before they get the chance. 788 and the number 4 Mercedes on different pit strategy, but this time in and out for the AMG Motorsport Mercedes before they get passed by the Ferrari 296. Maybe a mistake from the Ferrari 296 that had opened up that gap. The Mad Lad Aston Martin in the pit lane, the solo GT4 effort, now rolling out of the pit lane. And the Time Zone Racing Porsche still parked in the pits. The exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari, now driven by Derek's. As they are coming out of Brinchen. And then the Schwitzer Mustang. Still with the Fabi Ist Schuld BMW behind. But an off from the Mustang at Flugplatz, actually at Schwedenkreuz, and some flashing of the lights from the Fabi, or against the Fabi Ist Schuld BMW. Maybe a little bit of communication there, as I don't think the Mustang driver of Kai was too happy about that there. We'll see if this Mustang has the pace to get this position back. Schumi Niels at the helm of the Fats GT Ferrari, currently running P5. 10 seconds between the number 788 Ferrari 296 and the number 4 Mercedes AMG. The solo effort AMG of Lucas and the team effort of the exclusive esports official team second car number 788. Still in the lead, Derek's at the helm of the number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296. Onto the GP circuit now. And Schwitzer with the Fabi-Ist Schuld BMW just ahead. Kai at the helm there. Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3. As it may be a little bit too much push from that Mustang. They seem to be losing a little bit of pace, or maybe just the driver of the Fabi-Ist Schuld BMW has just found a lot of pace. Still looking at rain in the forecast. No dry track yet. And track temperatures have dropped a lot. If someone in the chat can tell me what time we're looking at in terms of on-track time, it should be around 11:30 or 12, I believe, which gives us about another 6 hours of night time, night until about 6 a.m. Team Titans number 314 into the pit lane. The only car in the pit lane that is currently running, the number 628 Time Zone Racing Porsche, is currently not in contention. They are sitting in the pit lane. They have been sitting in the pit lane for quite a while. And Derek's still just running in P1. Schutzer in P2 with the 406 BMW Fabi-Ist Schuld just ahead. And if I am in the shoes of the Mercedes, or not the Mercedes, the Mustang driver here, I am hoping that that BMW has a lot of pace in it and that I would not be catching them later on, because the last thing that you want to do is to lose pace battling a car that you are not racing. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes was 10 seconds ahead of the exclusive esports sister car, and that 788 Ferrari may find some pace to close this gap. We'll have to see at the next timing board how this gap stands. NRW Performance Camaro into the pit lane. We got 8.5 seconds. We'll see if it updates. Has not updated currently. The Fetch GT P5 Ferrari Racing all on their own. Same with the Team Titans number 314 and the number 406 Fabi ist schuld BMW M4 GT3. That Camaro is in the pit lane. Probably going to be a driver swap for them. I believe it was a double stint for Tommy. It's definitely shown to be a 24 hours of rain so far. We got very, very close to dry conditions. We got damp with no water on track, really. Just a slight bit of moisture and a couple puddles here and there. And then the rain picked back up. Hopefully we can see an into the rain and get some dry running, get some very fast lap times. As the fastest lap times that we have seen have been around the 8-minute 30-second range, when we can see times in the low 8 minutes around here. Definitely a wet one so far. Here in about 30 minutes we will do the first stream break, where we will go to part 2. Do that at 6 p.m. Central, or that would be 11 p.m. BST, I believe. That would be about 8 hours in. That should be 11 p.m. BST or 11 p.m. GMT plus 1, whatever that means. I understand it seems like a daylight savings time, or just an hour ahead of this and that. BST, I believe, is British Standard Time, but I'm not 100% sure there. Yes, I am doing my best to, 1, stay interesting, and 2, keep going. All of my other co-commentators are currently in the car right now. Shumi Niels with Fats GT, Kai with Schwitzer, Tesaurus with United E Racing, Ninja with Super Swede, Clorpt with the Old Goats Porsche, and Red Fox with the Old Goats Vantage. All of the people that I would be able to talk to on stream are currently in the car, so if one of them gets out of the car and is not going to be immediately going to sleep, then I will see if I can get one of them to join in. We also have Sealander, who will be joining us here in about 4 or so hours. Which should be right around the halfway point. Still just riding on board with our leader, has been the leader. The GRL Motorsport Aston Martin was the pole sitter, and Cozy Lerner at the helm of the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari was very quick to make a move for the lead early on into the race, and was able to take the lead and has held on to the lead ever since. This number 787 Ferrari 296 GT3, I believe, has led every lap in this race. And we should see the Mustang. I believe the Mustang may come in on this lap. as it is nearing midnight in Europe. Definitely in the later evening, and a lot of our drivers over there are getting their sleep in. I believe we may see the Mustang come in at the end of this lap. And that may be enough time to allow the number 4 Mercedes to go back past. Pushing is Kai, though. Yep, all 4 of the Old Goats teams together on track, and maybe we can get some Old Goats side-by-side finishes when we come to the end of this race. Get the old Ford photo of the cars crossing the line side by side. And I believe we may see the Mustang come in here at the end of this lap. Wonder if the Mercedes has had an issue. There may be a little bit of damage on the front of that Mercedes. Looks like the hood has popped up a little bit, but I can't 100% see. But the gap has grown, and there may be enough time. The Mustang comes in at the end of this lap. This Mustang comes in now. Don't get a penalty. And on to the limiter they go. And now, will they lose a position to the number 788 Ferrari 296? Will they lose a position to the AMG Motorsport number 4? It's got to be a quick stop for the Mustang. Still yet to stop. Now in the box and on the jacks. It's a perfect stop for the Mustang. And now we will see if they are going to be able to stay out. Car number 98, the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, damage at Hoe Acht. And this Mustang, it will be very close to see if they make it out of the pits before the 296. And they are out of the pits. We'll hold on to P2. A wonderful stop for the Mustang. I wonder if Kai is still in the car. But a perfect stop for the Mustang, holding on to P2. And the 788 Porsche, or not a Porsche, Ferrari 296 GT3 comes into the pit lane and concedes the position to the AMG Motorsport Mercedes. So now only one exclusive esports team Ferrari on the podium. Does not mean anything yet, but these 5 cars, exclusive esports, number 787 and number 788, the Schwitzer MSA number 444 Ford Mustang, the Fatch GT Ferrari, and the AMG Motorsport Mercedes have all been top contenders in this fight. Car number 314 no longer on the lead lap. Car number 23, I think, no longer on the lead lap. The exclusive esports number 788 rolling out of the pit lane now. We'll assume P4 when they come out of the pit lane. And just need to get that car warmed back up. Once again, Lucas in this Mercedes has been a solo effort from here to the end. Car number 43, the old Goats McLaren, a lot of damage on that GT4. The Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 coming into the pit lane. And the Camaro will be able to pull away, resume their lead, and continue on growing that lead with the Schwitzer Porsche in the pit lane. The number 43 McLaren, not sure what all is wrong with that car, but they are likely to bring that McLaren into the pit lane. Does not seem to want to cooperate to input, and some broken electrical on that. You see those flashing lights under braking. United E-Racing with Thesaurus coming into the pit lane to serve their pit stop and probably a driver swap for them. GRL Motorsport coming in. Number 43 McLaren, the old Goats McLaren GT4 coming in. And quite a few cars in the pit lane at one time. Derek's staying out and getting another lap on these cars in the pit lane. We'll see if Kai is out of the car and Erish goes in. See if maybe we can get someone into the box. As Erish gets that Mustang warmed up, Thesaurus with United E-Racing should be out of the car any moment now. And that car rolling out of the pit lane. Is it a double stint for Thesaurus? Everyone seems to have found their pace and is just running their race on track. Once again, would just like to ask you all if you would not mind donating any amount to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. That is what we are running this race for. We are raising funds for those firefighters. We will have some firefighters on the stream later on to talk about the charity and just general firefighting things later on as well. Currently on board with the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 with the super sweet Ferrari 296 going past. Derek's still in the lead with Erish in the Mustang in P2. It has been a hard charging Mustang. They have had a couple errors here and there, but have overall run a great race so far and still on the front foot, closing in on the drivers ahead. The number 777 Camaro still holding on to the GT4 lead. Did lose it for a short amount of time, so has not led every lap in GT4, but has led most of them. Did lose the lead due to a disconnection error, but were able to get that lead back and now hold a commanding lead in GT4 once again. The old goats AMG coming into the pit lane. Serve a stop there and likely another driver swap. Now we are into the meat of the race. This is not the most exciting part, but it is the part that you have to get through. Those differences in pace between all of the drivers have shown their changes in the race. So those who were running faster pace will run faster, and those who are running slower pace will run slower. The Mad Lad, Aston Martin, a little bit of an off at miss hit miss, but able to bring that car back on. Doesn't seem to be too much damage there. But this is the meat, this is the nitty gritty, this is what this race is about. It's the night stint. It's quiet, most everyone getting their sleep in. We will see if we can get some talent in the booth here shortly. But it is just a grind from here to the day. Once the day rolls around, then you'll start to see some more life, some more of the drivers and their teammates joining into the chat, people checking in. People will check in periodically, but very grateful if any of you are sticking out the full 24 hours with me. Very grateful for everyone who has tuned in. Thankful for everyone who has followed. We have made it to 300 followers now, and I would love to see 350, but again, I take everything I can get for the followers, and I appreciate every single one of you for following me. You are helping me on my commentary journey, as I would like to make this something that I could do professionally one day. Not necessarily on the sim, but in real life. That is my goal in doing these things, is getting more experience, getting more exposure for these different events. My goal as a commentator is to commentate one of these in real life. A 24-hour event, or I guess more notably like the Bathurst 12-hour, or the 24 hours of Le Mans, or the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, or the Rolex 24, but one of the big endurance races, just having the opportunity, doesn't have to be with the main broadcasting body, but like a Radio Le Mans or IMSA Radio or something like that would be, just as good as well. It It is definitely a passion that I have, not one that I had known that I had for very long, but definitely something that I am passionate about, doing motorsports commentary, as I have been going for almost 8 hours tonight. Here in about 20 minutes we will have a stream break to hop over to the part 2. It does break up the streams into 2 parts so that we will be able to save the entirety of the race on YouTube, as YouTube has a maximum video limit of 12 hours. So break it up into 8-ish, 9-ish hour pieces and we should be okay. So if you are following, you will receive the email notification that I have gone back live. Super Swede number 113 into the pit lane yet again. Well, glad to see you check in. Hope you get some sleep. And I hope to still be here when you go to start your morning stint. Corp is cooking. Currently, P4 in class does have the Brimsback and Spreitzer Racing Mercedes to catch, but within a minute, it's not outside of the realm of possibility, and any mistake from a car ahead would greatly influence that gap in dropping down. Thank you for tuning in, Matt Coper, and we will see you in the morning. Arish at the helm of the Mustang, trying to catch up or just close the gap to the 787 Ferrari ahead, but I don't think that Ferrari, the 787 exclusive esports Ferrari, will be able to be caught without a catastrophic event happening to them, which is not outside of the realm of possibility. But they have been absolute perfection. Did come out with slicks on a wet track a while back, but able to keep the car on track, keep it pointed the right direction, and bring it home in one piece. In 3 minutes, I think we'll kick over to stream part 2. So at the 16-hour mark, and then we will go back live. So in a couple minutes. That didn't work for some reason. There we go. old Goats McLaren GT4 in the pit lane, and as in about 40 seconds, we will stop the stream for a short amount of time and switch over to part 2. Yep, I hope everybody sticks around. You shouldn't have to go anywhere. It should just go back live with part 2. But just in case. Just make sure that you join back over. We will get restarted